visiting Samajwadi Party veteran Mulayam Singh Yadav. We saw how Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh visited. We saw the BJP leaders Brajesh Pathak, SP Singh Baghel and others came and visited the Medanta hospital, met Akhilesh Yadav and inquired about the speedy recovery and also met doctors, said what is the condition of Mulayam Singh Yadav. But at the age of 82 now, Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more. If we look towards his political career, in 1967 he first became MLA at the age of 28. Let me tell you also that he is born in Saifai. He was a wrestler there where he was picked up during a wrestling show. That time leader of the Janata Dal picked him up, who was fighting from Jaswant Nagar. He introduced Mulayam Singh Yadav to the politics, to the political career, and from that time to till now we have seen how the political graph of Mulayam Singh Yadav is so important in the history of politics. If we see, because we saw how Samajwadi Party was created by Mulayam Singh Yadav in the year 1992. He gave the entire reign of Samajwadi Party in the year 2017 to his son Akhilesh Yadav completely. When Akhilesh Yadav became the chief of Samajwadi Party, we saw how on a daily basis in Medanta we saw Shivpal Yadav, we saw son Pratik, wife Aparna Yadav, Dimple Yadav, his grandson Arjun visiting Medanta. They were talking on a daily basis to doctors and many who were coming to meet Mulayam Singh Yadav. We also should know that Samajwadi Party being the rival of the other political parties in Uttar Pradesh, but yet if we talk about the soft front, if we talk about the front which is not in the politics, there are many leaders who share a very close bond. Rajnath Singh as in shares very close bond with Mulayam Singh Yadav. Rajnath Singh hails from Uttar Pradesh. He has fought election in Lucknow, be the MP from Lucknow. Therefore he also shares a bond with the Yadav family. He came to meet Mulayam Singh Yadav in quiet about his good health. Now we are getting to know that the entire family members will reach the Medanta hospital in some while. Already there are so many Samajwadi Party leaders who are on their way, and we are also getting to know that today after embalming the body will be taken, the body remains will be taken straight to the village of Mulayam Singh Yadav, which is in Saifai, the place from where he hails, the place where he is born, and the last rites and the and you can see the last tribute will be given by all the villagers, the place he was born, and by the leaders of many political parties in Saifai only. Right now we are waiting for the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav to come here in the Medanta hospital. What doctors have told us that the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav is already on his way along with Ram Gopal Yadav, Shivpal Yadav. All the family members of the Yadav family are already in Gurgaon and are on their way towards Medanta, and later how the mortal remains will be taken to the village, his native town, the place where he is born in Saifai. The entire process, how is it going to take place, will be told by us by the family members shortly. But right now we have got the information that at around 8:16 a.m. Mulayam Singh Yadav took his last breath. He was really critical. He was being treated of kidney and the infection in lungs, and he was also being given CRRT therapy, because we need to see that apart from dialysis there's one CRRT therapy which is being given when a patient couldn't be given dialysis. So this therapy was being given. He was on the life-saving drugs, but his life couldn't be saved. Doctors tried their hard, so he passed away at the age of 82. Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more amongst us. We'll always remember his political career, his graph, the way Samajwadi Party was incorporated and introduced by him. He was also defense minister in the year 1966 when United Front was in the power in the year 1996, and there were also chances of him being a prime minister in the year 1996, which the chances lost by a small mistake. So these are the incidents which has taken place in the life career of Mulayam Singh Yadav. If we talk about the politics of Uttar Pradesh, how Samajwadi Party grew to that large level in politics, we will always remember Mulayam Singh Yadav, how the reign of the Samajwadi Party was given to Akhilesh Yadav. So these are the details we are getting right now from Medanta. Back to you.
Well, of course, talking about the fact that he was battling with his health was deteriorating and it was critical. In terms of Medanta, where he was admitted, have the hospital given any particular statement regarding this unfortunate incident?
See, we are getting to know that the tweet right now. A tweet has been made from the side of Samajwadi Party and Akhilesh Yadav from their official Twitter handle. But if we talk about Medanta, the PRO and the media which handles the Medanta, we are getting to know that no health bulletin has yet been shared by the Medanta hospital. The doctors have not shared the details with the media, with us, as we are standing outside the hospital. But yes, the confirmation has come directly from Samajwadi Party, from Akhilesh Yadav. The doctors and the team of comprehensive team, the strategy, the doctors from AIMS and Medanta Lucknow and Medanta Gurgaon who were treating Mulayam Singh Yadav, a team of 15 doctors, they have shared this news with SAPA chief Akhilesh Yadav, and the news have been confirmed directly from Akhilesh Yadav and SAPA leaders Ram Gopal Yadav, Shivpal Yadav, and it has also been shared from Samajwadi Party Twitter handle that Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more. We are waiting for the health bulletin by doctors that what were the conditions by which Mulayam Singh Yadav couldn't be saved, because he was on a life-saving drugs, he was in the ICU, he was being given CRRT therapy, and what time exactly, because right now we are being told by the Samajwadi Party leaders that the timing is 8:16 AM when Mulayam Singh Yadav took his last breath. But all the details of how he died, what were the last time, what was the last minute when he passed away, the details will be shared by the Medanta hospital shortly. But all are waiting for Akhilesh Yadav to reach Medanta hospital. Everyone is waiting for Akhilesh Yadav to reach here, because then the media bite could happen of Akhilesh Yadav. He could share more details. Already he has tweeted that Netaji is no more. Today he has lost his father. We are waiting for other more tweets, because we have got to know in past few days many leaders from BJP and from other political parties, be it Manohar Lal Khattar, be it Bhupender Hooda, be it Dipender Hooda. There's so many leaders. Even the Kisan leader Rakesh Tikait and Naresh Tikait also came to meet him. So we can see how the life career of Netaji, of Mulayam Singh Yadav was. He was famously known as Netaji in the political circuit. Now we are waiting for the official confirmation from Medanta hospital, but yes, it is confirmed from Akhilesh Yadav directly that Netaji is no more. He died at the age of 82 in Medanta hospital. Back to you.
Harsha continues to be with us. She's reporting from outside the Medanta hospital in Gurgaon. We are going to go back to her shortly, but here's what we know so far. Mulayam Singh Yadav, the founder of the Samajwadi Party, popularly and fondly called Netaji by his supporters, has passed away at the age of 82. He was a veteran politician. He died after spending several days in the ICU of Medanta Hospital in Gurugram, where his condition continued to remain critical. We are standing by for a final statement to come in from the hospital, but it has been confirmed by his son Akhilesh Yadav, who tweeted a while ago to say that his father, his beloved father, is no longer with them. Harsha continues to be live with us, and as Harsha was pointing out, of course, he was suffering from multiple ailments, had been in the hospital for a while now, Harsha. And also, Harsha, talk us through his political legacy, even as we await that statement to come in from Medanta Hospital. We heard a short while ago from his son, Akhilesh Yadav, who's just tweeted saying that my beloved father is no longer with us.
See, if we talk about the political career of Netaji, he first became MLA in 1967. He entered politics in the year 1966. At that time, we know United Front was in power. Netaji also became defense minister. Now the tweets have started pouring in from different leaders as well. We are seeing the tweet from Congress where it is clearly written, Samajwadi Party के संरक्षक, देश के पूर्व रक्षा मंत्री, उत्तर प्रदेश के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री मुलायम सिंह यादव का निधन भारतीय राजनीति के लिए अपूर्णीय क्षति है. Now we are also seeing tweet from Priyanka Chaturvedi from Congress, also Bhupesh Baghel, Sanjay Singh, Aam Aadmi Party have tweeted. If we talk about the politics, because Netaji, whosoever has entered politics, the young leader or the veteran leader or the leaders who have done the politics in the National Front or in the Uttar Pradesh, they know that Netaji's political career was very large. He was very he was very connected to the ground workers in Samajwadi Party, the all workers, all karyakartas, the Jila Mantri, Sangathan Mantri, everyone was very closely associated with Netaji. For Netaji, it was proudly said that anything, any small issue, if any karyakarta has, if any worker had, they will straight go to Netaji's residence and the problem will be surely sorted out. So this was the political career of Netaji. He has always done the politics of OBC and Muslims in Uttar Pradesh, because because if we talk about Samajwadi Party, they were clearly known for the vote bank of OBC, Pichra Samaj and Muslims. It was the MY Samikaran which was clearly the politics of Mulayam Singh Yadav, and he also has served 3 times in the UP as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh from the 1990s. And also if we see about the clash also which took place in the Samajwadi Party in 2016, because in 2012...
All right, I'm going to ask you to hold your thoughts, Harsha. Stay with us. Joining me on the phone line is Mr. Dharmendra Yadav. He's the spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Mr. Yadav, the passing away of Mulayam Singh Yadav ji will leave a huge void in Indian politics. We are, of course, still awaiting a statement to come in from Medanta, but Akhilesh Yadav just confirmed that on Twitter.
जी माननीय नेता जी सिर्फ एक नेता ही नहीं, मतलब एक विचार थे भारत की राजनीति में, और इस दुखद घटना में कहने के लिए सब मेरे पास नहीं है। जिस तरह से उन्होंने गरीबों के लिए काम किया, पिछड़ों के लिए काम किया और भारत की राजनीति को एक उस हाशिए पे रखा जहाँ पे सबको अवसर देने का काम किया, और वो हमारे बीच नहीं है, लेकिन उनके बीच जो विचार हैं वो हमेशा जीवित रहेंगे और हम उनके हमेशा विचारों पर चलने का प्रयास करेंगे। इससे ज़्यादा मैं कुछ कहने की स्थिति में नहीं।
Ji, and we understand that. Dharmendra Yadav, the Samajwadi Party spokesperson, thank you for speaking to us on Republic. I think the Samajwadi Party leaders, of course, still gathering themselves. Do remember that Mulayam Singh Yadav, the former defence minister of the country, a 3-time chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, the political founder of the Samajwadi Party, is a political leader who essentially symbolized politics in this country of a certain era, and he is no more now. He had been suffering from ill health for quite some time. He'd been in and out of hospitals. This last stay of his at the Medanta hospital in Gurugram has lasted for nearly 3 weeks now, and we were hearing, of course, continuous health bulletins that were coming out of the Medanta hospital. Now, of course, early this morning, a confirmation coming in that the Samajwadi Party leader, the former defence minister of the country, and of course 3-time chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, Mulayam Singh Yadav, is no more. His son Akhilesh Yadav had tweeted a while ago. He was suffering from multiple health conditions and had been treated at the ICU of the Medanta hospital in Gurugram. I'm going to go back on the ground to our correspondent who's been covering this. Harsha is joining us live from outside Medanta. All right, we'll get our correspondence in just a bit. But just to tell our viewers a bit about his political legacy, Mulayam Singh Yadav, of course, as I was earlier telling you, is also a long-time parliamentarian. His constituency of Mainpuri in Lok Sabha, he's also served, of course, as the Member of Parliament from Azamgarh as well as Sambhal constituencies, and often referred to as Netaji. He was, his Samajwadi Party began largely as a socialist movement, and that was during the early times when Netaji, as well as several other leaders in the country, in fact, had espoused the socialist cause. So, and that is what you know, the cap that he always wore was red in color, that symbolized the socialist side that he espoused. Samajwadi Party founder, of course, also served in several positions. He was the defence minister, the Raksha Mantri of the country during a coalition government, also the 3-time chief minister, of course, later on passing the reins of his political outfit, the Samajwadi Party, to his son Akhilesh Yadav. The Samajwadi Party contested the last elections, did not do too well. But apart from that, his political legacy rivaled none other in terms of at least politics in Uttar Pradesh. He was someone who was able to get his party a majority for three times. He also, as I was earlier saying, served as a defence minister during a coalition government. He was also very fondly remembered and spoken of as Netaji. We are still trying to get more reactions to this. Of course, a sad day for Indian politics, the loss of Mulayam Singh Yadav. We are also getting reactions right now from various political leaders. We just heard a tweet from Keshav Prasad Maurya, who says the death of the founder of the Samajwadi Party and senior politician and former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Mulayam Singh Yadav, is very sad. Right. We are also now getting a tweet from Piyush Goyal, who has also tweeted about his sad demise. Nivedana is also continuing to be with me from New Delhi. Nivedana, as we were talking about, of course, it's his political legacy that he leaves behind. But we are now beginning to get political reactions coming in from the top leaders of the country, Nivedana.
Well, we're getting in reactions as well coming in after the fact that SP Supremo Mulayam Singh Yadav has passed away. Now, Shehzad Poonawalla has also tweeted by saying that saddened by passing away of the SP Patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav, my prayers for the departed soul and for his family, friends and supporters. On the other hand, Omar Abdullah has also tweeted saying that I join my father and all my colleagues in conveying our heartfelt condolences to Akhilesh Yadav and his entire family. He also went on to say that Netaji was a towering personality and his contribution to UP and the rest of the country will not be forgotten. May his soul rest in peace. Of course, several reactions are coming in after the fact that we've got the unfortunate news of Mulayam Singh Yadav no more. Now, remember, he was, of course, battling with various health issues.
Right. Nivedana, absolutely. Stay with us. Let's also go across and get a word from Mr. I.P. Singh, who is the Samajwadi Party's national spokesperson. Mr. Singh, very, very sad news coming in today. The demise of the founder of the Samajwadi Party and Netaji, as he was fondly called, will be remembered for, the political vacuum that he leaves behind.
ने एक बहुत ही बड़े नेता को खो दिया है। धरती माँ ऐसे सपूत बहुत कम जन्म देती हैं जिनका जीवन आखिरी सांस तक पूर्णतः राष्ट्र को समर्पित हो। धरती पुत्र मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का नाम इस धरती पर युगों युगों तक पिछड़ों के मसीहा के रूप में जाना जाएगा। आज देश ने अपना सबसे बड़ा नेता ही नहीं खोया है, वो नेता जिसका एक पांव मिट्टी में धंसा रहता था और दलित, वंचित, शोषित इन सब की वो आवाज थे। आज वो आवाज खामोश हो गई है। देश में एक विराम सा आ गया है। हम सब उन्हें कोटि-कोटि से नमन करते हैं।
जी मिस्टर सिंह, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने का. So that was I.P. Singh of the Samajwadi Party saying that for the Samajwadi Party this is a loss that is unparalleled. Of course, Mulayam Singh Yadav was in hospital for a while now. He'd been in ICU for about 8 days, and before that, of course, he was in the Medanta hospital for a while. His health has been worsening for quite some time now. Earlier last year also, I think he was in hospital for some time. So we are, of course, still awaiting for a final statement to be released from Medanta Hospital in a short while from now. However, his son Akhilesh Yadav, also the Supremo now of the Samajwadi Party, had tweeted saying that Netaji is no more with them. We are now getting more information in terms of the political reactions that we are getting. The Prime Minister, of course, who has been inquiring very regularly about the health of Mulayam Singh Yadav, will be visiting his family soon. He was 82. He's passed away early this morning. We are told about 8:30 is when the news started to trickle in. So that is the tweet that we have from the Prime Minister. He says Mulayam Singh Yadav ji distinguished himself in Uttar Pradesh and national politics. He was a key soldier for democracy during the emergency. As Defence Minister, he worked for stronger India. His parliamentary interventions were insightful and emphasised on furthering national interest. So that is the tweet that's coming in from the Prime Minister. We're also hearing that he will be visiting Mulayam Singh Yadav's family. And as I was earlier saying, of course, he'd been keeping in touch with the family, asking them if they needed anything from time to time. So Mulayam Singh Yadav, the founder of the Samajwadi Party, someone, as the Prime Minister also spoke about, whose contributions during the emergency, in a sense, gave rise to a new political scenario after the emergency. He was a socialist at heart, and that is why the red cap that he always wore. He also served as the Defence Minister of the country, and under him, the Indian defence, of course, saw a huge amount of advancement as well. 3 time Chief Minister of the Samajwadi Party. I think we've got Mr. Danish Azad on the phone line with us. Mr. Danish Azad, a sad day for Indian politics. Someone who was a stalwart in Uttar Pradesh politics, at least, passing away this morning.
जी देखिए, बहुत दुख की बात है कि आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन हुआ। निश्चित तौर पे भारतीय राजनीति का एक बहुत बड़ा नाम थे मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, और उन्होंने हमेशा ये संदेश दिया कि समाज के हित को सर्वोपरि रखना है। दलगत हमेशा वो सोचते थे। जिस तरीके से वो बेबाक तरीके से ये स्पष्ट सबको संदेश था कि राजनीति में सकारात्मक को सोच रखनी चाहिए, और आज उनके जो है आज वो हमारे बीच में नहीं है। हम तमाम लोगों को इस बात का अफसोस है, और हम उनके आत्मा की शांति की प्रार्थना करते हुए ये यकीन रखते हैं कि उन्होंने जो अच्छे मूल्य जीवन में सिखाए थे, हम सब उससे आगे बढ़ेंगे।
ऑल राइट मिस्टर आज़ाद, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। Nivedana, as we were talking about his Mulayam Singh Yadav's political rise, he was someone who was seen as being connected to Uttar Pradesh in a manner that no other politician perhaps who's risen from Uttar Pradesh during the period of the 70s was.
Right, Nupur, even to talk about the fact that, as the defence minister as well, the first batch of Sukhois were delivered when Mulayam Singh Yadav was in fact the defence minister. In fact, he played a key role in getting opposition support for APJ Abdul Kalam as president as well, and breaking opposition ranks. Mulayam also wished successful return for Prime Minister Modi in the parliament in 2019 as well. So, of course, talking about this unfortunate incident that he has passed away at the age of 82, but his contribution to the field of Indian politics will always be remembered. Now also with all the tributes coming in, we can see from various political leaders as well as to how they regarded him as Netaji as well. Just to shed light on his political career, he of course served 3 non-consecutive terms as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, and also served as the Minister of Defence as well, Nupur.
All right, Nivedana, stay with us. I think we've got from the Samajwadi Party, Mr. Pandya, who's joining us right now. Mr. Pandya, for the Samajwadi Party, this is a loss that is unparalleled for Indian politics also. We've lost a stalwart who was very widely admired.
मैं कह सकता हूँ कि आज ये बहुत दुखद समाचार इसके लिए है और हम समाजवादियों के लिए है। मैं समझता हूँ कि एक युग का अंत हुआ है। जिस व्यक्ति ने एक किसान के परिवार में जन्म ले करके और पूरे जीवन जिस व्यक्ति ने किसानों के लिए, गरीबों के लिए और उन जन मुद्दों के लिए, जिन मुद्दों को कहीं न कहीं लोग छोड़ देते हैं राजनीति में, उनके लिए पूरे जीवन उन्होंने एक लंबा समय सदन से लेकर सड़क तक संघर्ष किया है। अगर आप देखें, आदरणीय नेताजी ही एक ऐसे व्यक्ति थे जो समाज के उस अंतिम व्यक्ति की भी समस्याओं को केवल समझते नहीं थे, बल्कि उसके निराकरण के लिए लड़ाई लड़ते थे। उसकी पीड़ा उनके मन में रहती थी। अगर खास तौर से अगर नेताजी के चेहरे को देखा जाए, उसमें एक किसान नजर आता था, एक बेरोजगारी की पीड़ा उनके चेहरे पर दिखाई देती थी। सदैव उन्होंने डिफेंस मिनिस्टर रहते हुए देश के वो पहले डिफेंस मिनिस्टर थे जिन्होंने सेना में तैनात हमारे उन तमाम बहादुर सैनिकों के पार्थिव शरीर को उनके घर तक ले जाने की व्यवस्था करने का काम किया। अगर आप देखें तो उत्तर प्रदेश में लगातार अपने चीफ मिनिस्टर रहते हुए उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश के किसानों के लिए जितनी बड़ी योजनाएं लाने का काम किया। एक ऐसे व्यक्ति थे जिन्होंने लोकसभा में इस चीज को स्वीकार किया था कि केंद्र और राज्य सरकारों की जिम्मेदारी है कि अगर हम नौकरी नहीं दे पाते, उन्हें बेरोजगारी भत्ता देने का काम करेंगे। तो उनका ये आज जाना, जहां हम सब के लिए एक अपूरणीय क्षत है, मैं समझता हूँ देश के में एक विचारधारा भी कहीं न कहीं आज इससे कमजोर हुई है।
जी, मनोज कुमार पांडे जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। समाजवादी पार्टी लीडर ओवर देयर टॉकिंग अबाउट द लेगेसी।
I spoke to Mr. Akhilesh Mr. Shivpal. I left the hospital with the hope that he would recover well and come out. Now this is very sad news. He is one of the senior political leaders of the country. I had personal relationship with him at the time of the formation of United Front and United Front government. I worked with him very closely, interacted with him very closely. He was one of the very affectionate leaders I found. Whenever he saw me in Parliament or outside, he used to put his hand on my shoulders and speak to me with a great amount of affection. This is personal, but at public life, political life, he was a champion of the cause of the backward class people and poor people in the state of Uttar Pradesh as well as everywhere. And really, it's a great loss for Samajwadi Party. I hope Mr. Akhilesh will overcome this tragedy and he will move forward with commitment which his father had. On behalf of the Communist Party of India, my party, I pay my solemn homage to Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav and I give my salutes to Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav.
Well, that was Mr. Raja over there, of course, talking about the legacy of Mulayam Singh Yadav, but also talking about the personal relationship that Mulayam Singh Yadav had with his political colleagues. And that's something that stood out as far as he's concerned. Look at the diverse voices that we are hearing on his passing away, Nivedana. That, in a sense, encapsulates, how this career politician was someone who not just the opposition, but, people in the government also looked up to.
Right, Nupur, like you're also pointing out the fact that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also rightly said that despite being hostile in politics, this particular tweet that has come in, Mulayam Singh ji had the best relations. Whenever he met him, he would talk about many subjects with a very open mind. Interactions with him on many occasions will always be fresh in my memory. My condolences to his family and supporters in this hour of grief. So, obviously, everybody is...
जानकारी नहीं है कि इकबालपुर एरिया में ऐसा कुछ हुआ. अगर कुछ होता है तो ममता बनर्जी का अधीन जो हमारे स्टेट पुलिस है, कोलकाता पुलिस है, वो लोग कॉम्पिटेंट है इसको मुकाबला करने का. ये सेंट्रल पुलिस बोलना.
All right, so Jairam Ramesh also just tweeting right now. He said Mulayam Singh Yadav was a stalwart Lohaiite and had admirers across the political spectrum. His tenure as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh were very consequential. He played a key national role on two occasions. Deve Gowda in Gujarat government as Defence Minister, and in 2002 when he proposed APJ Abdul Kalam for president. So that's the kind of political admirers that Mulayam Singh Yadav essentially had. He was someone who had friends across all party lines, and we just heard D. Raja over there, the General Secretary of the CPI. He also spoke about not just his politics, but also the fact that he was someone who was admired across the political spectrum. Nivedana, we also had the Prime Minister tweet in a short while ago. He has been in constant touch with the family as well.
Right. We did see Prime Minister Modi tweet about the unfortunate passing of Mulayam Singh Yadav and also hailed his contribution. But on the other side, talking about reactions coming in as well, we've also seen that Manish Sisodia has tweeted in the particular tweet. He has said the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav, former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, who fought for rights of the backward classes in the political world, is very sad. My condolences to his well-wishers, loved ones and supporters. May Lord Sri Ram give his soul a place at his feet and give peace. So obviously everybody echoing the fact that he was a champion for the rights of backward classes as well. On the other hand, we did see Jairam Ramesh also react by saying that Mulayam Singh Yadav was a stalwart laureate but had admirers across political spectrum, which we can clearly see in all the tributes that are coming in. In fact, the President of India has also tweeted, the official handle states that the death of Shri Mulayam Singh Yadav is an irreparable loss to the country. The achievements of Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, who came from an ordinary environment, were extraordinary. Nadharti Putra Mulayam ji was a veteran leader associated with the land. He was respected by people of all parties. My deepest condolences to his family members and supporters. So obviously, Nupur, when we're looking at the tributes also coming in, they are of course echoing the fact that number one, he was the champion for backward classes, and of course praised for his political connections as well.
Absolutely, his political connections, his political acumen, and of course he was someone who worked for the downtrodden, for the backward classes, and that essentially was the vote base where he rose to power from. Of course, the 3 terms of his as the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister were also very, very significant, also served as the Defence Minister in a coalition government. And now, even as we talk about his political achievements, just to quickly brief our viewers on what's happened so far, Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, of course, had been ailing for a while. In fact, he'd been sick as far, I think, as back as 2-3 years ago, and the political baton of his political outfit, that's the Samajwadi Party, had passed on to his son Akhilesh Yadav. Now, this stint in hospital at Medanta at Gurugram has been for about 2 or 3 weeks. The past 8 days he was in the ICU, and he was suffering from multiple illnesses, and that is why he, despite all the kind of medication and treatment that he was given, unfortunately passed away early this morning. Harsha is continuing to bring us updates from Medanta Hospital. Now, Harsha, we are expecting Medanta also to come and speak to the media. But apart from that, is his family already there? All right, we're just going to go back and connect with Harsha on the ground, but we had a tweet that came in early this morning from Akhilesh Yadav, the supremo of the Samajwadi Party currently, where he tweeted to confirm the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav. We are, of course, going across now to Harsha. I think, Harsha, he was, of course, suffering from multiple ailments and had been in hospital for a while now. But is his family now reached there? So give us an update from the hospital.
Exactly, we are getting to know that Akhilesh Yadav has already reached the hospital. Ram Gopal Yadav is on his way. We are literally following the family members who have left from Paldara Park and on their way to Medanta. We are also following them because we are getting to know that apart from Akhilesh Yadav, Ram Gopal Yadav, Shivpal Yadav, the brother Shivpal Yadav, Pratik Yadav, who is the second son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, his wife Aparna Yadav, Dimple Yadav, they all are on their way towards Medanta, because as soon as the news has floated, all the Samajwadi Party leaders who are in Delhi, who are coming to Medanta, Gurgaon on an everyday basis to meet Netaji, who have been with Netaji for so long, who started their political career with Netaji for so long. They all Samajwadi Party leaders, workers, cadres, all are on their way towards Medanta. We are also getting to know about in another 2 to 3 hours after the embalming of the body, the mortal remains will be done. Then the mortal remains will be taken from here straight to Lucknow, and for the last tribute and last time the workers and cadres whoever wants to pay tribute to the mortal remains of Netaji, they will first come to Lucknow, and then in his village Saifai the mortal remains will be taken, and the last rites will be performed in Saifai only, where he is born and where he started his wrestling career. It's very interesting how he started his wrestling career. If we talk about the legacy of Mulayam Singh Yadav, if we talk how he started his political career, it all started from a wrestling match in the year 1966, where he was fighting a wrestling match where he was in that akhada against a man, and that time the leader, the MLA from Jaswant Nagar, Nathu Singh, was watching his wrestling match. From then onwards, he picked wrestler Mulayam Singh Yadav and asked him to enter into the politics. That was the time That was the day when the career of Netaji actually started in the year 1966. At the age of 28, Netaji became the MLA from Jaswant Nagar from the Sayukta Socialist Party. He contested from the side of Sayukta Socialist Party. And as Nivedita was also quoting that at the time when he was the defense minister in the United Front government in the year 1996, at that time how the political graph was grown of Netaji at the time when he was defense minister. So many weapons, so many helicopters and the advanced equipment was bought from Russia and from other lands to the country for the betterment and better structure of the defense in our country. And not only this, if we talk about the Uttar Pradesh, because whenever the politics of Uttar Pradesh we talk about,
और उन्होंने हमेशा उलमाए कराम की बहुत कदर की है और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब जैसा बड़ा सोशलिस्ट लीडर को मुल्क कभी भुला नहीं सकता है और हम लोग उनके साहबजादे अखिलेश यादव साहब और उनके तमाम फैमिली मेंबर्स और तमाम लोगों के साथ अपनी दिली हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं और उनकी इस डेथ से यकीनी तौर पर मुल्क का एक बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है.
All right, so those are reactions that we are getting from across the political spectrum. In fact, that is what symbolizes the legacy of Mulayam Singh Yadav. He had friends not just in opposition parties, but also in the government. And sometimes, of course, also he was criticized for just thinking of his own politics. But notwithstanding that, he was someone who gained a lot of popularity in the 70s. That's when his politics began. The former wrestler, of course, hit the headlines in Uttar Pradesh politics in the late 1980s and the early 1990s when protests and agitations over the Mandal Commission actually set up to identify socially and educationally backward classes in India were at their peak. And that's when the rise of Mulayam Singh Yadav actually began. He was a very staunch follower of Mr. Lohia, and thereafter, of course, was born the Samajwadi Party. And sometimes, as I was saying, he was also criticizing for allying with political outfits which had a completely diverse ideology. Then his case in point, of course, is alliance with the Bahujan Samaj Party. That was very, very critical. It was, of course, short-lived. But as the defense minister, he was responsible for modernizing our defense forces. On the phone line is Ms. Anila Singh. Ms. Singh, thank you very much for speaking to us. Ms. Singh, this of course is a sad day for Indian politics. We've lost a respected leader. We've also lost someone whose politics essentially was about the downtrodden and the backward classes.
My condolences are with Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav's family and his political party, but I will say that this is a moment of grief, not only for the Samajwadi Party or his family, but I think for all of the political scenario of our country, or especially if I talk about Uttar Pradesh. Since I also come from Uttar Pradesh, I knew it very well, the type of struggle he had faced when he was trying to create a place for himself, especially a backward place. It is commendable. He has done so much in UP. As a backward leader, I think he has set an example in our country that how a person coming from a humble background can struggle, can create a face and become the chief minister 3 times. So definitely I will say that this is a very sad moment, and we all are grieving, I can say, because he was like a milestone in Indian politics. And his tenure as chief minister, sometimes very controversial, sometimes very reward-giving, and as a defense minister also, he did his contribution. So one simple thing, he had told the world that even if you are coming from the humble background, you can make your face, you can make an impact in all sectors of the society. And he was one person who said, "मैं मनोकामना करता हूँ कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने." So this shows that he might be in a position, but yes, he knew that who can be the best prime minister for our country. So this shows the dedication for your nation and dedication for the Indian politics as well. And I really hope that coming generations in Samajwadi Party, they take some political lessons, learn from it, and then they do their politics. Definitely not the appeasement one, but yes, for socialism.
Absolutely. Ms. Anila Singh also, as you said, he symbolized the aspirations of Indians. Look at the humble beginnings that he came from. He was a wrestler and then, of course, rose to one of the topmost positions in terms of being the defense minister of the country. He was a chief minister for 3 times.
Absolutely. That is why I'm saying, I will say that his contribution as chief minister in UP was mammoth. He created a history. Uttar Pradesh, which is called the core of Indian politics, creating his place in this state was not easy task, but he did it. So where there is will, there is way. He showed it. Even if you are coming from any caste community, any background, whether you have financial means or not, whether you have a political family or not to support you, but if you really want to do things for your people, you can. That is why he was so very well connected with his worker. A worker might be a common worker or he might be a leader, but he knew that how to deal with them, how to get connected with them. So the presence of Samajwadi Party should take lessons what he did.
All right, Ms. Anila Singh, the spokesperson of the BJP, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. And that's what the kind of political tributes that have been pouring in to talk of his political legacy. They also talk of how Mulayam Singh Yadav had friends across the political spectrum. Several of those leaders we've spoken to have, of course, given him credit in terms of being able to bring forward the development of backward classes. But they've also spoken about the fact that he was someone that they were all friends with. So that's something in politics particularly that is commendable. I think we're also getting a tweet from the Home Minister now where he says that Mulayam Singh Yadav ji remained active in politics for decades with his unique political skills. During the emergency, he raised his voice for the restoration of democracy. He will always be remembered as a grassroots mass leader. His death marks the end of an era in Indian politics. So that is a tweet that's coming in from the Home Minister. Mulayam Singh Yadav, of course, had been suffering from ill health for many years now. And in fact, it was in 2012 when the Samajwadi Party actually won power in Uttar Pradesh again that he passed on the baton to his son Akhilesh Yadav. Akhilesh Yadav, of course, now is the president of the Samajwadi Party. But it was since then that he had constantly been suffering ill health, and in this stint in hospital, he was admitted there for nearly 2 to 3 weeks, and he'd been in critical condition, admitted to the ICU for about a week now. He was suffering from multiple ailments, and this morning, of course, his son Akhilesh Yadav tweeted that his father had passed away. We do know for now that his family has reached the hospital. I think we are going to go across to our correspondent Harsha, who's reporting from outside Medanta Hospital. Now, Harsha, how soon are we expecting a statement to come in from Medanta? And we are also being told that perhaps his mortal remains will be taken to Safai.
Exactly. What we are getting to know that the most of the family members have already reached Medanta. Now the entire the protocol, the final process in the hospital which has to take place. Akhilesh Yadav is in touch with doctors. A team of doctors are with Akhilesh Yadav. After the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav, the other process which has to be followed in the hospital, the embalming and everything, the release of the body, after which the mortal remains which will be taken to Lucknow and then to Safai. We are getting to know all the family members are here. The team of doctors are here inside the hospital because we were getting to know that only the Medanta Gurgaon doctors were not the only one who were treating Mulayam Singh Yadav. Firstly, he was also treated once in AIMS. Doctors from AIMS and also from Medanta Lucknow are also here. So a team of 15 doctors are here which are already telling Akhilesh Yadav how the further process can lead and in how much time the mortal remain can be taken from here, and they also have to decide where they will take the how they are going to take mortal remains by. If it will go through road or they're going to go Lucknow through air ambulance first to Lucknow and and then to Saifai. How the process has to take place after the further discussion with all the family members, with Shivpal Yadav, with Ram Gopal Yadav and the important family members. After the further discussions, only the mortal remains will be taken from the hospital. Akhilesh has reached Medanta 1 hour back only, and other family members have also reached here. So we are getting to know that in a short while, the entire processes will be shared with the media. And also one thing to note, that all the Samajwadi Party leaders who were visiting Medanta hospital from past 10 to 12 days, since the condition of Mulayam Singh Yadav went very critical, all the Samajwadi Party leaders are here, they are gathering here, they are very sad, they are crying. The grief could clearly be seen on the faces of these cadres, of these workers who have worked with Netaji, to whom Netaji has supported for so long. To many, the many have started their political career after the support from Netaji. And not to forget that from 1989 to 2007, Netaji was 3 times CM in Uttar Pradesh. First in 1989 to 1991, then 1991 to then 1993 to 1995, then 2003 to 2007, but always in alliance. Netaji always became CM of the alliance government, but it was in 2012 when Samajwadi Party got the majority, a fluing majority in 2012 in Uttar Pradesh, when the Samajwadi Party veteran, the stalwart, gave the baton to his son Akhilesh Yadav, and then Akhilesh Yadav became the CM of Uttar Pradesh. We have seen how he always tried to maintain the relationship which got very weak in 2016 between Akhilesh Yadav and Samajwadi Party leader Shivpal Yadav. He tried for 2.5 years to maintain that family relation more and more strong, to get back Shivpal Yadav in the party. He tried very hard because he was a very family-oriented man. We know how Ram Gopal Yadav used to be a teacher in Saifai. He was closely associated with Mulayam Singh Yadav in his village in Saifai. From being a teacher to being a leader from Firozabad, how Mulayam Singh Yadav got his family members into politics, gave them the support, gave them the space, and not only that, how his political career and graph was very grown and was very highlighted and very upward in Uttar Pradesh. We talk about the leaders from Uttar Pradesh, as Anila Singh was also quoting. The people who come from UP, I myself come from UP, we have seen the backward people, the Yadav community, the Muslim community and so many others, how much they love Netaji, how much they love Mulayam Singh Yadav, because what he has done for the upliftment and for the development of Uttar Pradesh, nobody would have thought so. If we talk about the development in Mainpuri, Sambhal, Kannauj, Jaswant Nagar, Azamgarh, because he has been contested 7 times MLA from Jaswant Nagar. He was 4 times a member of parliament from Mainpuri. He was 2 times member of parliament from Sambhal. He was 1 time from Kannauj. In 2014, he contested both from Azamgarh and Mainpuri, and he won both the elections. So you can see how much he was loved popularly by the people of Uttar Pradesh, and he was literally known as the stalwart in UP politics. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, reminding us of the illustrious career that Samajwadi Party founder and the party patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav had during his heyday, a champion of the masses of the downtrodden, as Harsha was recalling. And he was a 3-time chief minister of Uttar Pradesh. He passed away this morning at 82. And, tributes and condolences are pouring in. We at Republic also recall some of the memories that he has left behind. Let's listen in. The SP patriarch was known for having very close connections even with his rivals, other party leaders and so on. Let's listen in to know more.
मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को बधाई देना चाहते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने भी सबसे मिलजुल करके और सबका काम किया। ये सही है कि हम जब मिले किसी काम के लिए कहा तो आपने उसी पर ऑर्डर किया। ये मैं आपका यहाँ पर आदर करता हूँ, सम्मान करता हूँ कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सबको लेके चलने का पूरा प्रयास किया। तो आपने जिससे भगवान को चलाया है और सबको खुश रखना बड़ा कठिन काम है, लेकिन फिर भी आपके खिलाफ कोई नहीं बोलता है, न आप पर कोई टिप्पणी करता है। इसे विशेषकर बधाई और धन्यवाद आपको देता हूँ। और मैं चाहता हूँ, मेरी कामना है कि जितने माननीय सदस्य हैं दोबारा फिर जीत जाए। ये हमारी इच्छा है और ये और तो ये भी चाहता हूँ, हम लोग इतना बहुमत नहीं आ सकते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी आप फिर बने प्रधानमंत्री।
Well, that was his participation in a debate in Parliament. But we are just getting to know that the Uttar Pradesh government has announced 3 days of state mourning on the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav. His last rites will be performed with full state honours. So that's a tweet that's coming in from the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath. He's also expressed his condolences and we are given to understand that he will be cremated with full state honours. Now, a news that we were getting earlier seems to suggest that his mortal remains will be taken to Safai. That is his, that was of course his home, and we are of course still awaiting a statement to come in from Medanta, but we are told that Mulayam Singh Yadav's entire family is at the hospital right now, and political tributes of course continuing to pour in. We've been speaking also to a host of political leaders from across the spectrum, and all of them are remembering Mulayam Singh Yadav extremely fondly. His political career of course is something that is unrivaled. He emerged as a political player after the emergency, and thereafter his political outfit of course was able to take power at least 3 times. He was the chief minister, and it was in 2012 that the Samajwadi Party came with a huge majority. However, because of his ill health, he had to pass the baton on to his son Akhilesh Yadav, who then served as the chief minister. Mulayam Singh Yadav also was the defence minister of the country. He's been someone who was closely involved with the procurement of the Sukhois, and his political trajectory, of course, began in the late 80s and the 90s. But let's listen in to the political tributes, I beg your pardon, that have been pouring in for this political stalwart.
It is very sad to know the news about the demise of Sri Mulayam Singh Yadav. A few days back, I had been to Medanta Hospital in Gurgaon. I spoke to Mr. Akhilesh, Mr. Shivpal. I left the hospital with the hope that you would recover well and come out. Now this is very sad news. He is one of the senior political leaders of the country. I had personal relationship with him at the time of the formation of United Front and United Front government. I worked with him very closely, interacted with him very closely. He was one of the very affectionate leaders I found. Whenever he saw me in Parliament or outside, he used to put his hand on my shoulders and speak to me with a great amount of affection. This is personal, but at public life, political life, he was a champion of the cause of the backward class people and poor people in the state of Uttar Pradesh, as well as everywhere. And really, it's a great loss for Samajwadi Party. I hope Mr. Akhilesh will overcome this tragedy, and he will move forward with a commitment which his father had. On behalf of the Communist Party of India, my party, I pay my solemn homage to Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, and I give my salutes to Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav.
श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव जी भारतीय राजनीति के एक बहुत ही धुरंधर खिलाड़ी थे। वो हमारे देश के रक्षा मंत्री भी रहे। कई वर्षों तक वो उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री के नाते से भी उन्होंने काम किया। बहुत अनुभवी राजनेता थे। गठबंधन की राजनीति को चलाने में और बढ़ाने में बहुत माहिर राजनीतिक खिलाड़ी माने जाते थे। और उन्होंने हमेशा देश के पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, पार्लियामेंट के बाहर अपने मुद्दों को, अपने विषयों को बड़ी प्रखरता से रखते थे। हालांकि राजनीतिक अगर विचारधारा की बात करें तो वो उनकी विचारधारा अलग विचारधारा थी भारतीय जनता पार्टी से, और वो एक अलग समूह, अलग गठबंधन में हमेशा यूपीए के साथ या यूपीए के घटक दलों के साथ उनकी दोस्ती रहती थी। लेकिन यकीनन वो भारतीय राजनीति के एक बहुत बड़े कद्दावर नेता थे और उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश की राजनीति से लेकर देश की राजनीति के अंदर भी अपनी मेहनत से, अपने कामों से अपनी छाप छोड़ी। आज उनके निधन से भारतीय राजनीति का एक बड़ा नेता आज इस दुनिया से चला गया और यकीनन लोग, खासकर जो उनके समर्थक हैं, उनको लंबे समय तक याद रखेंगे। शुक्रिया।
Well, on the phone line, joining us right now is Mr. Gaurav Bhatia. Mr. Bhatia, it is a great loss for Indian politics today. Mulayam Singh Yadav ji was someone who was essentially respected across the political spectrum, and in a sense, he symbolized that in Indian politics. Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, if you can hear us, I was saying earlier that this is a great loss for Indian politics. Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, of course, was someone who was respected across the political divide.
His passing away is a great loss for the country. And we all know that he was a man who was concerned about the masses, the underprivileged, and that was his politics and hallmark. The Prime Minister and other senior party lines have offered condolences because it is a loss for the country. And I must, from my personal experience, also say that he was a person who could rise above party politics in the interest of the country. If he was convinced that there is a decision that needs to be taken and it will strengthen our country, he would go out of his way to ensure that he followed that principle. And this is a great personal loss for me as well, for my family, and for many others who have learnt a lot from him. I offer my deepest condolences to the family members of Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, especially Akhilesh Yadav.
Right, Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. I think I'm going to go across on the ground right now to Harsha, who's reporting from outside the Medanta Hospital in Gurugram, where we are expecting a final statement to come in from Medanta over his sad passing away. Harsha, we are now told that there is a state mourning that has been announced by the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. It's going to be a 3-day mourning, and also that his funeral will take place with full state honours. Can you give us a sense of what you are hearing at Medanta right now?
Exactly. First of all, I would like to show you the visuals from outside Medanta, because we are showing you continuously the leaders, the supporters, the family members, all are reaching Medanta Hospital as the news is now that Mulayam Singh Yadav, Netaji is no more. Huge gathering outside Medanta could clearly be seen, and many supporters and workers who have worked with Netaji, who love Netaji, are here outside Medanta. We are joined by supporters who have come straight from Lucknow. आप लोग कितने दिन से यहाँ मेदांता में बाहर थे जब
मैं तो 5-6 दिन से यहाँ पे था और लगातार हॉस्पिटल के बाहर भगवान से प्रार्थना करता था कि हम सभी के नेता, हम सभी के भगवान ठीक होकर के हम सभी के बीच में आए। लेकिन आज जो खबर हम लोगों को मिली, इस खबर को हम लोग बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पा रहे। ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये झूठी खबर है। नेताजी हम लोगों के लिए भगवान है। नेताजी हम सभी समाजवादियों के लिए एक गार्जियन स्वरूप है। नेताजी हम सभी लोगों के लिए, खासकर छात्रों के लिए। हम लोग जब यूनिवर्सिटी में थे, जेल गए, तो नेताजी हम लोगों से मिले और कहा कि जेल जाना कोई अपराध नहीं, आप लोग छात्र हितों की बात करते हो, समाजवादी हो, तो आपको जेल से डर नहीं लगना चाहिए, और पूरी समाजवादी पार्टी हम लोग आपके साथ हमेशा रहेंगे। मैं उनकी बातों को याद करता हूं तो बड़ा दिल पे बोझ सा लगता है कि नेताजी हम लोगों को अभिभावक की तरीके से थे, बच्चे की तरीके से मानते थे। कोई बात होती थी तो डांटते भी थे और प्यार भी करते थे। लेकिन आज ये खबर हम लोगों को एकदम सदमा देकर गई। अब क्या कहूँ, कहने के लिए कोई शब्द ही नहीं है।
हम लोग आपातकाल से लेकर के जब पहली बार नेताजी ने चुनाव लड़ा, साइकिल में उन्होंने अपना प्रचार किया था 1967 में। बाद में जब समाजवादी पार्टी उन्होंने बनाई 1992 में, तब उन्होंने अपने पार्टी का सिंबल भी साइकिल रखा। गरीबों से बहुत जुड़ाव, कार्यकर्ताओं से बहुत जुड़ाव, यहाँ तक कि दिल्ली के अशोका रोड में भी आप सब लोग मुलाकात के लिए जाते थे तो नेताजी बीमार होने के बावजूद भी सबसे मिलते थे। अगर नेताजी के इस पूरे व्यक्तित्व को याद किया जाए तो ऐसा लगता है कि उनके जैसा जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ नेता बहुत कम है।
नेताजी गरीब किसान परिवार की बात करते थे, वो कभी धनपशु धनाढ़ लोगों की बात नहीं किए। हमेशा किसान, नौजवान, गरीब, मजदूर, मजलूम, ऐसे लोगों की बात करते थे। उनके हर हक की लड़ाई लड़ते थे। हमने देखा है नेताजी अपने समय में तमाम नौजवानों को, साइकिल चलाने, रिक्शा चलाने वाले लोगों को, गांव के किसान के बेटों को, तमाम नौजवानों को सदन भेजने का काम किया, विधानसभा भेजने का काम किया। नेताजी राजनीति के लिए,
so we can clearly see how teary-eyed the supporters of Samajwadi Party are here, and we will show you the visuals because huge gathering is here outside Medanta Hospital. As you can clearly see, these all are the supporters and cadres and workers of Samajwadi Party. Many leaders were already staying here in Gurgaon for so long, for a period of almost 10 to 15 days. They all were staying here. They daily used to come here in Medanta, outside Medanta. They used to meet Akhilesh Yadav and inquire about the well-being of Netaji. But today, a very sad news for the people of Uttar Pradesh are the stalwart of Uttar Pradesh politics. Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more. He passed and took his last breath at 8:16 a.m. in Medanta Hospital. He was suffering for various ailments, kidney infection, lung infection, and also it was being told that at the last minutes he was being given not dialysis but the CRRT therapy was being given to him. He was in ICU on life-saving drugs, and also we are again showing you the visuals here. आप सब लोग यहाँ इकट्ठा हैं, नेताजी अब नहीं रहे हमारे बीच। आप सब लोग अगर उनकी उत्तर प्रदेश की राजनीति,
Harsha, we are going to come back to you. I think she can't hear us. She's amongst the supporters of Mulayam Singh Yadav, but tributes continue to pour in, and we are continuing to hear about his political legacy from people across the political spectrum, and that essentially is the legacy of this career politician who was extremely close to the backward classes. He worked for their upliftment, and his politics was all about social justice.
वह पूर्ण नहीं हो जाता था तब तक लगातार संघर्ष करते रहते थे। मुलायम सिंह जी राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में संबंधों पर बहुत ध्यान रखते थे। हर दल के व्यक्ति मुलायम सिंह से संबंधित है। जिससे भी मुलायम सिंह जी का संबंध होता था उसके लिए आउट ऑफ वे जाकर काम करने में संकोच नहीं करते थे। मेरा व्यक्तिगत संबंध मुलायम सिंह जी से अत्यधिक था। मुझे अच्छी तरह पता है कई बार ऐसी घटनाएं घटित हुई जिसे मुलायम सिंह जी ने उसमें मेरे दृष्टि से अच्छा योगदान भी किया। हमारे बीच में वो नहीं है, ये जानकर ही मन को अत्यधिक पीड़ा हो रही है। भगवान से प्रार्थना है कि मुलायम सिंह जी के आत्मा को शांति प्रदान करे और पूरे परिवार पर जो उनके निधन से एक आघात का पहाड़ टूटा है उसको सहन शक्ति करने का भगवान उसको बल प्रदान करे।
So one of the tallest leaders of Uttar Pradesh politics, Mulayam Singh Yadav ji नहीं रहे। स्वतंत्र देव सिंह यूपी कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस मौके पर? इट्स ओवर टू यू।
वास्तव में आदरणीय नेताजी का निधन होने के कारण पूरा राज्य दुखी है और एक कहा जाए दलगत राजनीति से भी ऊपर उठकर वो सभी दलों से लोगों से बात भी होती थी और लोगों का सहयोग भी करते थे। वास्तव में आज न उनके रहने के कारण एक अभाव है और पूरा राज्य दुखी है। मैं ईश्वर से ही प्रार्थना करूंगा कि ईश्वर अपने चरणों में स्थान दे नेताजी को और परिवार को भी, राज्य के लोगों को भी दुख सहन शक्ति दे, ईश्वर शक्ति दे।
Swatantra Dev Singh ji, according to you, what was the political legacy that he leaves behind? He was someone who followed Ram Manohar Lohia very closely. He was actually someone who took to politics for social justice.
आवाज आ रही है?
जी बोलिए। जी बिल्कुल आ रही है।
क्या है कि हमारा भी संबंध, एक बार मैं आदरणीय नेताजी का, हमारे माननीय कल्याण सिंह का देहांत होने के बाद मैं नेताजी के पास गया था पार्टी बात करने के लिए। वास्तव में आधा घंटा बैठकर उन्होंने चर्चा किया। एक अच्छा जमीन से उठे हुए नेता जिस प्रकार चर्चा करते थे, एक गांव से जुड़े हुए और गांव से लेकर रक्षा मंत्रालय तक उन्होंने दायित्व संभाला और वो वास्तव में सभी लोगों की वो चिंता करते थे, दूसरे दल के भी लोगों की चिंता करते थे और एक अच्छे लीडर थे, मैं ही कह सकता हूँ। और अपनी विचारधारा के लिए तो जूझते ही थे, लेकिन वो समाज के भी अन्य लोगों का और अन्य दल के लोग भी जाते थे तो पार्टी से ऊपर उठकर सहयोग करते थे। और वास्तव में ही आज कहूँगा कि लोग दुखी हैं। ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करूँगा कि उनको अपने चरणों में स्थान दे, दुख सहन करने की शक्ति।
जी बिल्कुल। स्वतंत्र देव सिंह जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे रिपब्लिक टीवी में बात करने का। सो ट्रिब्यूट्स एसेंशियली pouring in from across the political spectrum. I think we are also now getting a reaction from Farooq Abdullah on the passing away.
चीफ मिनिस्टर थे,
मिलते थे वहीं पर तस्नात के लिए आपका सेवा रखा जाएगा और सारी पब्लिक आएगी, एक लाइन से देखेंगे और दूसरी गेट से निकल जाएंगे।
फिर इनका नाम था, हम लोगों ने इनका नाम पेश किया। उस वक्त मुसीबत ये हो गई कि फिर यादव में कुछ अनबन हो गई और गुजराल साहब को बनना पड़ा, मगर उसके बाद भी वो खड़े रहे गुजराल साहब को मजबूत करने के लिए, इस वतन को मजबूत करने के लिए और यकजहती को मजबूत करने का। सबसे बड़ी चीज़ तो ये थी, हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई, बौद्ध, जितने भी भारत के लोग थे, सबको एक जैसे जो एक माला में पुरेस कर चलाने की बात करते थे। कभी ये नहीं सोचते थे कि एक ही धर्म जो है वो है, बल्कि हर धर्म की इज्जत करते थे और हर धर्म के लिए लड़ते थे। ये इनकी खासियत थी, बहुत बड़ी खासियत थी इनमें, कि हर वक्त यही सोचते थे कि कैसे ये जो नफ़रतें पैदा हो रही हैं, इन दूरियों को कैसे कम किया जाए, कैसे जोड़ा जाए। वो हर वक्त कहते थे वो परमात्मा तो सबका है, वो किस रंग और किस रूप में आप देखें वो आपकी मर्जी है, मगर जाना उसी के पास है, वही मालिक है। ये एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़ थी इनमें। मैं समझता हूँ कि आज भारत का कोई भी नागरिक नहीं होगा जिनके दिल में इनके लिए आज वो अफसोस नहीं होगा कि ये चले गए, इस वक्त चले गए।
सर, उनका जो बेटा जो इस मतलब
अखिलेश,
उनके लिए कोई संदेश?
मैं यही कहूँगा, अखिलेश से भी कहूँगा और समाजवादी से कहूँगा कि उनका रास्ता नहीं छोड़िएगा, उस रास्ते को मजबूत कीजिएगा, कि भारत को मजबूत कीजिएगा, न सिर्फ यूपी को बल्कि भारत के बारे में सोचिएगा कि कैसे हम लोग सब इकट्ठे रह सकें, सब धर्म इकट्ठे रह सकें और हम लोग तरक्की की तरफ चल सकें और न सिर्फ अपने लिए बल्कि सारे दुनिया के लिए एक अच्छा काम कर सकें।
Well, Farooq Abdullah, the chairman of the NC over there, speaking about the period in about 1996 when actually it was Mulayam Singh Yadav whose name actually went in for the Prime Minister's post. Now, that of course was not to be because that was a post by Lalu Prasad Yadav. So it was in 1996 that actually Mulayam Singh Yadav came very, very close to becoming the Prime Minister of the country. He served as the 3-time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. He was also the Defence Minister of the country, and the defence forces at that point in time did see a lot of modernization that actually took place. A large number of political leaders actually say that he was the man who was responsible for the induction of the Sukhoi into the Indian Armed Forces. But he was someone who at an early age of 15 actually was so inspired by Ram Manohar.
होकर के आएंगे, लेकिन आज दुखद समाचार मिला है। मैं भी इस समाचार से दुखी हूँ और जो उनके परिजन हैं, समर्थक हैं, उन सब को भगवान यह दुख सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करे, ऐसी प्रार्थना करता हूँ।
कितनी बड़ी क्षति है?
देखिए, राजनीतिक दृष्टि से तो मैं अगर कहूँ कि एक युग का अंत हुआ है तो गलत नहीं होगा। मुलायम सिंह जी की जो राजनीति थी वो एक अलग प्रकार की राजनीति थी। मैं व्यक्तिगत तौर से तो उनसे बहुत कभी संपर्क में जुड़ा नहीं रहा हूं, लेकिन उनके बारे में जो सुना हूं, जाना हूं, उसमें यही है कि वह राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में जो भी कभी भी कोई भी समस्या लेकर के आया, वो पावर में रहे हैं तो पावर से बाहर रहें तो भी जितनी मदद करने की उनकी क्षमता होती थी वो मदद करने का काम करते थे और राजनीति में रहने वाले के अंदर यह भाव रहना चाहिए। मुलायम सिंह जी ने एक बड़ी लकीर खींचने का काम किया है अपने राजनीतिक जीवन में और वह जो भी राजनीतिक क्षेत्र के माध्यम से समाज और देश की सेवा करते हैं उनके लिए मिसाल बनेंगे।
डिप्टी सीएम केशव
talking about the political legacy that Mulayam Singh Yadav leaves behind. Just to give our viewers a very, very quick update in terms of the sad news that came in this morning. The Samajwadi Party patriarch and the 3-time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh passed away early this morning. He was 82. He was considered, of course, a very key component of opposition politics, though ill health had forced him out of the limelight on the national stage for the last few years. Now, we are going to dip in and listen into one of the debates where Mulayam Singh Yadav actually participated in 2019.
श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव जी।
मैं मुलायम सिंह यादव जो लोकसभा का सदस्य निर्वाचित हुआ हूँ, ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं वेद द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा तथा जिस पद को मैं ग्रहण करने वाला हूं उसके कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूंगा।
Mulayam Singh Yadav in his heyday in the house there, taking oath of office. He, as we've been telling you ever since that sad news came in of the SP patriarchs having passed away this morning, a little after 8 a.m., that he leaves behind a rich legacy of an illustrious political career. The stories of his youth are legend, and of how he used to travel from village to village on his bicycle, speaking to people about his ideology, a follower of Ram Manohar Lohia, and he passed away this morning and leaving behind a rich legacy of great achievements. 3-time Chief Minister of a state, one of the tallest figures of Uttar Pradesh politics. And today he is no more, Mulayam Singh Yadav, as his contemporaries and those who came much.
मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब की डेथ्स का हम सभी को बहुत गहरा सदमा पहुंचा है। बहुत बड़ा ये एक वाकया है और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब ने एज अ उत्तर प्रदेश चीफ मिनिस्टर जो पूरे स्टेट को तामीर और तरक्की और डेवलपमेंट की राह पर ले गए थे, उनकी इन खिदमात को कभी भुलाया नहीं जा सकता है। और एज अ डिफेंस मिनिस्टर जो उन्होंने मुल्क की खिदमात अंजाम दी हैं वो भी हमेशा याद रखी जाएंगी। और हम सब से उनका बहुत ही गहरा ताल्लुक़ रहा है और उन्होंने हमेशा उलमाए कराम की बहुत कदर की है। और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब जैसा बड़ा सोशलिस्ट लीडर को मुल्क कभी भुला नहीं सकता है। और हम लोग उनके साहबजादे अखिलेश यादव साहब और उनके तमाम फैमिली मेंबर्स और तमाम लोगों के साथ अपनी दिली हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं और उनकी इस डेथ से यकीनी तौर पर मुल्क का एक बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है।
सबसे बड़ी चीज ये कहूंगा कि हमारे बीच में शायद ही कोई ऐसा नेता हो जो जमीन से उठ करके उस ऊंचाई तक पहुंचा, लेकिन जमीन की धड़कन सुनना उसने कभी बंद नहीं किया। उसकी राजनीति का आधार प्रगतिशील लोकोन्मुख राजनीति रहा। मैं अखिलेश जी, पूरा परिवार और उनके चाहने वाले करोड़ों लोगों को ईश्वर शक्ति दे और दिवंगत आत्मा को शांति दे।
The demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav is a great loss to the country in several terms. Mulayam Singh's name will be remembered in the annals of Indian history as a committed fighter in defense of secularism, democracy, and for the rights of the oppressed people. In that struggle, he was 100% committed. He even took the lead for that battle in the Indian heartlands, the North India, the Hindi belts. He played a very significant role. And during the days of Advani's Rath Yatra, the step taken by Mulayam Singh Yadav was remarkable. He was understanding the dangers posed by that Rath Yatra. It really posed a danger.
Well, Mulayam Singh Yadav, of course, had been hospitalized for nearly a month now and was being treated for his various ailments. He passed away earlier this morning. We are now learning that his family, of course, has reached the Medanta hospital, and Harsha is bringing us all the updates from there. So, Harsha, give us a sense of, whether we're expecting a statement from Medanta to come in or not. Also, earlier you were speaking to us about the fact that he will be taken back to Safai. His mortal remains, of course, will be taken back to Safai.
Exactly. Medanta has just shared a statement, an official statement from Medanta has just now, where they have confirmed about the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav in morning at around 8:16 a.m. and the official statement has been shared. All the family members from the Yadav clan are already here inside Mulayam Singh, inside Medanta hospital. But we will show you the visuals from outside Medanta because security has been uptight. Security has been made. The security arrangements have been made. The media has been asked to move to his side at huge gatherings of supporters, cadres and workers and leaders from Lucknow to Saifai to Mainpuri, from every part of the Uttar Pradesh have started coming to Medanta hospital as soon as they got the news of Mulayam Singh Yadav no more. We were telling you about the last rites which will take place in Saifai in his hometown. Etawa is the district which place and Saifai is his village where he is born and brought up, from where he started his political career. That is the place where the last rites of Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav will take place. But first we are getting to know information from the sources of family that first via air ambulance the mortal remains will be taken to Lucknow and the Antim Darshan will be done by all the workers and leaders there in the Lucknow in the Samajwadi Party office, and after that tomorrow the last rites will take place in Saifai. Right now showing you visuals from outside Medanta hospital. We are joined by so many supporters and workers who are here. Sir, आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
हाँ, मैं तो कमलनाथ के शहर छिंदवाड़ा से हूँ, एमपी से है, फिर भी नेताजी के लिए मेदांता अस्पताल के बाहर? जी, मेदांता के अस्पताल के बाहर मेरे यहाँ पे एक पेशेंट भी है और मैं जब से यहाँ पे आया हूँ, जब से मतलब नेताजी भी यहाँ पर एडमिट है और मैं जितना उनके बारे में जानता हूँ, काफ़ी वो समाज सेवी और गरीबों के लिए काम करने वाले व्यक्ति थे और सारे राजनीतिक उसमें भी व्यक्तिगत संबंध उनके सारे लोगों से बहुत अच्छे थे। और आज सभी को ये जो क्षति हुई है
We will show you the visuals from Medanta Hospital as leaders have started coming to Medanta Hospital. We were also getting to know that Lalu Prasad Yadav, Tejasvi and Misa are also supposed to come here at Medanta to visit Akhilesh Yadav, because yes, we were telling you that the mortal remains will be taken from Lucknow to Saifai, and the process, the process to take the mortal remains have already been started. The embalming of the body will be done, because now the mortal remains has to be kept for 2 days. Therefore, the embalming will be done inside the hospital, and after the proper process, the mortal remains will be taken from here. And now one on one, all the leaders have started reaching Medanta. We will take you here because we are showing you the visuals from outside Medanta Hospital. Get a view of this. Visuals from outside Medanta Hospital, huge gathering of supporters and workers from Samajwadi Party who have gathered here. So these are the visuals from Medanta Hospital, and the last rites will take place in
All right,
Saifai.
Harsha, hold your thoughts for a minute. So crowds over there outside, supporters essentially of the Samajwadi Party, and that is how connected Mulayam Singh Yadav was to grassroots politics. In fact, all the leaders we've essentially spoken to have spoken about how he was a grassroots leader. And let's listen into some of those political leaders whose tributes are now pouring in.
श्री मुलायम सिंह जी का एकाएक निधन का समाचार सुनकर मैं स्वयं बड़ा स्तब्ध रह गया। मुलायम सिंह जी राजनीति के एक जबरदस्त पुरोधा थे और राजनीति में संघर्ष के माध्यम से और अपने सैद्धांतिक पक्ष को मजबूत रखते हुए जो बड़े हैं, मुलायम सिंह का उसमें नंबर 1 पर स्थान रहेगा। मुलायम सिंह जी राजनीतिक दृष्टि से बड़े परिपक्व और जो भी निर्णय लेते थे उसे पूरा करने का प्रयास भी करते थे, और जब तक वह पूर्ण नहीं हो जाता था तब तक लगातार संघर्ष करते रहते थे। मुलायम सिंह जी राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में संबंधों पर बहुत ध्यान रखते थे। हर दल के व्यक्ति मुलायम सिंह से संबंधित है। जिससे भी मुलायम सिंह जी का संबंध होता था उसके लिए आउट ऑफ वे जाकर काम करने में संकोच नहीं करते थे।
माननीय नेताजी देश के रक्षा मंत्री के रूप में और कई बार यूपी के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में सेवा करने का काम इन्होंने किया है, और आदरणीय नेताजी की पहचान समाजवादी आंदोलन के एक मजबूत योद्धा के रूप में देश में जाना जाता है। पद से बड़ा इनका कद हो गया, लेकिन आज नेताजी मुलायम सिंह जी हम लोग के बीच नहीं हैं। आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह जी डॉक्टर राम लोहिया के विचारधारा को गांव-गांव फैलाने के लिए गली गली घूमते रहे और समाज के अंतिम जन को जगाने में अहम भूमिका देश में अदा करने का काम किया। आदरणीय नेताजी के साथ बरसों का जो है हम लोग का जो है उनका आशीर्वाद मिला, प्यार मिला और उनसे सीखने का काम किए। पार्लियामेंट में भी उनके साथ रहने का मौका मिला। उन्होंने अपनी पुरानी याद कि कैसे हम लोग बचपन से डॉक्टर राम लोहिया के विचारों को लेकर के गांव-गांव में घूमते रहे और विचारों को फैलाते रहे। आज आदरणीय नेताजी नहीं हैं। माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी उनके परिजनों को और देश के करोड़ों लोगों को जो है दुख सहने की ताकत दे, यही ईश्वर से हम कामना करते हैं।
मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन बहुत ही दुखद है। यूपी की राजनीति की दृष्टि से भी, देश की राजनीति की दृष्टि से भी पूरा यूपी आस में बैठा था कि वो इस समय मेदांता में इलाज करा रहे हैं, जल्द स्वस्थ होकर के आएंगे। लेकिन आज दुखद समाचार मिला है। मैं भी इस समाचार से दुखी हूँ। और जो उनके परिजन हैं, समर्थक हैं, उन सब को भगवान यह दुख सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करे, ऐसी प्रार्थना करता हूं।
कितनी बड़ी क्षति है। आप भी साथ आओ। और बहू जी के साथ वो फोटो खींचा और उस फोटोग्राफर को कहा कि इसकी बड़ी सी फोटो बनाकर इनको देकर आना। ये कुछ ऐसी यादें हैं जो जीवंत मेरे जीवन में तो रहेंगी, लेकिन लाखों करोड़ों देशवासियों के यादों में भी उनकी स्मृति हमेशा क्षुण्ण रहेगी। एक राजनेता के रूप में, एक अभिभावक के रूप में, एक सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में शत शत नमन। बहुत याद आएंगे मुलायम सिंह जी। कैसे याद करते हैं उनको? समाजवादी राजनीतिक युग और जमीन से जुड़ी राजनीति के एक पुरोधा।
Well, Mr. Siddharthnath Singh also joining us on the phone line right now. Mr. Siddharthnath Singh, it's a sad day for Indian politics. We've lost a stalwart who was someone who was so connected to the grassroots. Just looking at his political record, he was an MLA 10 times, an MP 7 times, and, you know, of course, did serve on various seats in terms of the defense minister as well as the 3-time chief minister.
Well, certainly it's a great loss to the nation. And certainly to the UP politics. Very few such leaders are born, and times to come, very few will come to be parallel to Mulayam Singh Yadav ji. And despite our ideological differences, still we all respected in BJP, and the amount of respect certainly our Prime Minister and Amit Shah ji had shown for Mulayam Singh Yadav ji was in itself a sign to all the BJP workers how tall the leader is. And certainly it's not because of the ideologies that the respect was being given. It is because of his stature, his values in what he believed. That's all politics is all about. And certainly Samajwadi Party will not be the same after his demise. But all I can say that we will all miss his guidance from time to time, who's shown the path of how Indian politics of the downtrodden needs to be conducted. And I can only wish well at this hour to Akhilesh Yadav ji and the family.
Absolutely. Mr. Singh, also, he was someone who actually, his politics was about what was best for the nation. He supported different political parties at given points. But one thing that always came through was someone who believed in what was good for the nation. And in that sense, he did rise above political considerations, political ideologies, to do what was good for the nation, or to do what he believed was good for the nation.
No, certainly he stood for the nation. But at the end of the day, there are ideologies based on that the political parties and the systems do function. But at the heart of heart, the nation always remains, and that is what guided him and his politics. And I do recall his certain speeches, and particularly in standing up, although being in opposition, but hailing the good work of Modi ji from time to time. So these are good signs of a tall leader. You don't do it. This is something which has been missing in many leaders of today. So, yes, we must learn, and that will be the true, what you call the Shraddhanjali towards Mulayam Singh Yadav ji.
All right, Mr. Singh, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to cut track on the ground, I think. Right now, we are bringing you visuals of what's happening.
We are showing you the visuals from Medanta Hospital as Home Minister Amit Shah reaches Medanta Hospital. These are the visuals from Medanta Hospital. Just now, Home Minister Amit Shah's cavalcade has reached Medanta Hospital to meet the family members, to meet Akhilesh Yadav. And then as soon as the news of Mulayam Singh Yadav was floated that he is no more, then we saw that the leaders and workers started coming to Medanta. And just now, HM Amit Shah has reached Medanta Hospital to meet the family members, to offer his condolences to the Yadav family as Netaji is no more. At the age of 82, he took his last breath. These are the visuals from Medanta Hospital, and many senior leaders and politicians are expected to reach Medanta Hospital. We were also getting to know that the Lalu Prasad Yadav, son Tejasvi Yadav and Meesa Bharti daughter is also coming to Medanta Hospital to meet Klesh Yadav, to meet the family members and offer condolences. So these are the wishes from outside Medanta Hospital, as after the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav, we saw the tweets, the condolences. It started pouring in from the leaders, from the workers, from the BJP senior leaders and everyone from the political scenario offering their condolences and last tribute to Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav. And now we are also seeing that so many supporters, leaders and workers have gathered outside Medanta Hospital. We are seeing here the leaders from Uttar Pradesh and from several places have started reaching Medanta Hospital. The security has been made uptight and heightened outside Medanta Hospital as the continuous vehicles and continuous reaching of politicians can be seen here at outside Medanta gate.
Right, as Harsha is of course pointing out, there are several leaders who are now making their way to the Medanta Hospital to pay their condolences to the family. Of course, leaders from across the political spectrum have been speaking out and talking about the legacy that Mulayam Singh Yadav leaves behind.
मैं रामपाल वाल्मीकि प्रधान ग्राम सभा से अफ्रीका हूँ और नेताजी के चरणों का सेवक हूँ। हमेशा सेवा की नेताजी के चरणों में। हमें अभी सवेरे अचानक की खबर लगी कि नेताजी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ गई है और करीब 8:20 पर हमें खबर मिली कि नेताजी दुनिया से चले गए। हमारा पूरा क्षेत्र, हमारा पूरा गांव गमगीन है, दुखी है। हमारे प्रभु भगवान श्री कृष्ण का अवतार हम श्री को मानते थे, आज हमें छोड़कर चले गए।
प्रधान जी, कब तक पार्थिव शरीर आएगा ये यहाँ पे, क्या सूचना है?
अभी जैसी समाचार खबर मिली है कि नेताजी शाम तक यहाँ पर आ जाएंगे और जहाँ नेताजी सबसे मिलते थे वहीं पर दर्शनार्थ के लिए आपका शव रखा जाएगा और सारी पब्लिक आएगी, एक लाइन से देखेंगे और दूसरी गेट से निकल जाएंगे।
Joining me on the phone line right now is Mr. Madhukar Jaitley, the former advisor to the government of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Jaitley, it's a sad day for the country. We've lost a tall political leader, someone who worked across the political divide, and he had a lot of respect for himself across the political spectrum.
Yes. Mulayam Singh Yadav was not only a tall leader of the country, but he was recognized as one of the stalwarts of the socialist movement across the country and also recognized in other parts of the world as well. Mulayam Singh Yadav was elected to the assembly, as all know, in 1967, and since then till now, he only lost one or hardly two elections to the state assembly. He was not only the founder of the Samajwadi Party, he built the party, he was the secular leader of the state, which I do not think with anybody else will be able to replace in the coming decades.
Right, absolutely. Mr. Jaitley also... Right, Mr. Jaitley, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. All right. So as you know, several political leaders and several people who worked closely with Mulayam Singh Yadav have been pointing out he was someone who was an MLA for 10 times. 7 times is the number of times he won from Mainpuri and Azamgarh as an MP. He served as a defense minister. Also someone who was very, very connected to the grassroots level.
समाचार है, विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि उनके चरणों में, नेताजी से प्रार्थना।
सबके प्रिय थे, बहुत लंबा समय उन्होंने देश के लिए राजनीतिक और सामाजिक दोनों दृष्टिकोण से अपना जीवन समर्पित किया। उत्तर प्रदेश और वास्तव में तो पूरे देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। उनका सरल स्वभाव, काफ़ी प्यार करते थे, मुझे भी उनका आशीर्वाद सानिध्य मिलता रहता था। उनके देहांत का हमें सबको बहुत दुख है। भगवान उनकी शांति को, उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे और परिवारजनों को, अखिलेश, टिम्पल, सबको मेरी तरफ से संवेदना कि वो इस बहुत बड़े दुखद घटना को सहन कर सकें। देश के लिए क्षति हुई है और मेरा विश्वास है कि उन्होंने जो काम किया वो वर्षों वर्षों तक याद रखा रहेगा। थैंक यू।
Piyush Goyal over there talking about the legacy that Mulayam Singh Yadav leaves behind, also talking about how connected as a leader and as a socialist he was to the grassroots level, and that essentially is where he got his strength from. Now, there was, of course, that moment in 2019 where Netaji actually sprung a surprise. He praised Prime Minister Modi, and he also spoke of him as being someone he believed would be elected for the next term. Right next to him in those pictures, and we'll play out that soundbite for you. As you can see, is Sonia Gandhi, who's a little taken aback by what he's saying, but that was who Mulayam Singh Yadav was. He was someone who actually was a socialist at heart. He was someone who was always open to political possibilities, and there were, of course, always mergers and splits that he was working on, but nobody could take away from him the fact that he was someone who represented his constituency again and again. Harsha is continuing to take us through what's happening at the ground over there at Medanta. Harsha, give us a broad view of what's happening there.
Exactly, Nupur, as we are showing you the visuals from outside Medanta Hospital. Lalu Prasad Yadav has already reached Medanta Hospital. HM Amit Shah has entered Medanta Hospital. The politicians, be it from any political party, BJP, BSP, Samajwadi Party, Congress, NCP, any political party, INLD, all the leaders from the political spectrum are now coming at Medanta Hospital to visit and meet the Yadav family, offer their condolences and pay the tribute, because as we are getting to know that the mortal remains from here will be taken straight to his hometown, his village in Saifai, where the last rites will be performed and where the tribute by all the villagers and the people will be given there in Saifai. And we have also got to know that the mortal remains will not go via air ambulance, but will be taken via expressway, via Agra Yamuna Expressway. It will be taken through Etawah to Saifai. There the mortal remains will reach Saifai, his hometown, late in the evening, and there the villagers, everyone will come to pay the last respects. We'll ask my camera person Anup to show you the visuals as the gathering outside Medanta Hospital is increasing as political leaders are continuously reaching here. We are showing you the visuals from outside Medanta as Tejasvi and Misa are already on their way. So to offer the condolences here, the leaders are...
परमात्मा के चरणों में तो होती ही है जिन्होंने इतना देश के लिए, समाज के लिए काम किया हो। मैं तो यही दुआ करता हूं कि परिवार को और उनके सभी प्रशंसकों को परमात्मा ये दुख सहने का एक बल बख्शे।
So how do you see former Chief Minister and the former Defence Minister of country, Mulayam Singh Yadav, has passed away?
It's indeed a very saddening and shocking news to hear that Shri Mulayam Singh Yadav ji has passed away, both as the Defence Minister of the country and the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh for long. He's done an excellent service to the cause of the people for all their benefits and the country at large. And the passing away of such a great personality is certainly a loss which is irreparable. And well, I do believe that the ultimate abode of such people who have served the nation is in the feet of the Almighty. But I only appeal and pray that the members of the family, Shri Akhilesh Yadav ji, and all his admirers all over the country actually are somehow given the necessary strength to bear this irreparable.
मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब की डेथ्स का हम सभी को बहुत गहरा सदमा पहुंचा है। बहुत बड़ा ये एक वाकया है। और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब ने एज उत्तर प्रदेश चीफ मिनिस्टर जो पूरे स्टेट को तामीर और तरक्की और डेवलपमेंट की राह पर ले गए थे, उनकी इन खिदमात को कभी भुलाया नहीं जा सकता है। और एज डिफेंस मिनिस्टर जो उन्होंने मुल्क की खिदमात अंजाम दी हैं, वो भी हमेशा याद रखी जाएंगी। और हम सब से उनका बहुत ही गहरा ताल्लुक़ रहा है और उन्होंने हमेशा उलमाए कराम की बहुत कदर की है। और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब जैसा बड़ा सोशलिस्ट लीडर को मुल्क कभी भुला नहीं सकता है। और हम लोग उनके साहबजादे अखिलेश यादव साहब और उनके तमाम फैमिली मेंबर्स और तमाम लोगों के साथ अपनी दिली हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं और उनकी इस डेथ से यकीनी तौर पर मुल्क का एक बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है।
सबसे बड़ी चीज ये कहूंगा कि हमारे बीच में शायद ही कोई ऐसा नेता हो जो जमीन से उठ करके उस ऊंचाई तक पहुंचा, लेकिन जमीन की धड़कन सुनना उसने कभी बंद नहीं किया। उसकी राजनीति का आधार प्रगतिशील लोकोन्मुख राजनीति रहा। मैं अखिलेश जी, पूरा परिवार और उनके चाहने वाले करोड़ों लोगों को ईश्वर शक्ति दे और दिवंगत आत्मा को शांति दे।
The demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav is a great loss to the country in several terms. Mulayam Singh's name will be remembered in the annals of Indian history as a committed fighter in defense of secularism, democracy, and for the rights of the oppressed people. In that struggle, he was 100% committed. He even took the lead for that battle in the Indian heartlands, the North India, the Hindi belts. He played a very significant role. And
Right, Mr. Rajgopalan now joining us on the phone line. Mr. Rajgopalan, we have been talking about the political legacy, of course, that he leaves behind. But one thing that, everybody we've spoken to you since this morning has spoken about how he was someone who had respect from the grassroots level and his political credentials actually rose from there.
Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav was a tall leader of Uttar Pradesh and he could exhibit his credentials during his minister as defense affairs in Deve Gowda and Inder Kumar Gujarat government. And at the same time, Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, who is a disciple of Ram Manohar Lohia, Mr. Janeshwar Mishra, Brijbhushan Tiwari, these are all stalwarts of Samajwadi Party, George Fernandez, and also the Socialist Party movement. Praja Socialist, Samyukta Socialist Party movement of 1945, 1950, 1960. These are all certain leaders which Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav adopted the politics from Mr. Chaudhary Charan Singh. So Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise, Mulayam Singh Yadav's passing away is a great loss not only to Uttar Pradesh but also to Mr. Akhilesh Yadav. So things are not that good with Akhilesh Yadav's political party. He was the person who could unite many but important, madam, I tell you, during UPA regime, it was Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav who supported nuclear deal. But for Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav's support, nuclear deal would not have been passed. And he also pacified the Muslim community that nuclear deal is not against Muslims. In this context, I would like to mention that Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise is a great loss to Uttar Pradesh, and moreover, now the guidance of Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav to Mr. Akhilesh Yadav will be missing. I don't know how Akhilesh Yadav is going to work for the unity of the socialist parties. And second, personally speaking, if you go nearer to Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, you should be careful with your shoulders because he had the habit of touching your shoulder and beating your shoulder. That is the affection he has shown to everyone. In Central Hall of Parliament, if he was near to anyone, you can very well say that immediately he can acknowledge your presence and give you a tap on your shoulders. These are all certain personal affections he has exhibited.
Right, Mr. Rajagopalan, when we talk about Mulayam Singh Yadav, they say that he was a fighter, not just in the ring as a wrestler, but also in the political battlefield. Many of this generation do not have any recollection, of his greatness as a politician. But from your memory as a political observer, would you agree with that view that he was a fighter and who showed the way for many others to script a new political history for India?
Of course he was a fighter. Of course he was a fighter. But for his fight, but for his tall leadership, he would not have become the chief minister. He has gone with Madam Mayawati, Mr. Kanshiram, despite the differences of opinion, there were some problems with Mayawati and Mulayam Singh Yadav. But Mulayam Singh Yadav, as you put it, madam, he's a great fighter. Fighting is a birthright of Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav. That's what he used to say. I will fight and I will win. Every time. Now, if you have gone through the condolence messages of the Prime Minister and President and Vice President, it speaks volumes of that. But for the fighting, he would not have got the Samajwadi Party to the fore and to the ruling party in the Uttar Pradesh, and his ability to control at least 40 to 45 Lok Sabha seats in Uttar Pradesh. Combining all these things, if you put it in one nutshell, Mulayam Singh Yadav is a fighter, is a tall leader, and he has been with the Samajwadi Party for longer years. As I told you earlier, he is the product of Karpuri Thakur, he is the product of Mr. even Ram Manohar Lohia. Samajwadi Party, Mulayam Singh Yadav, George Fernandez were all good friends. But for the policy matters, George Fernandez joined the BJP. At that time, Mulayam Singh Yadav also was heckling Mr. George Fernandez. There were tall leaders. During parliament debate, Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Advani, and Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav, Chandrasekhar, they were all debates are very interesting. I used to hear from the press gallery the arguments which Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav put forth about the Akhand Bharat was also important.
Right. Mr. Rajgopalan, appreciate your speaking to us. Do stay with us. We're cutting across to live breaking news that's coming in right now. Reports are coming in of multiple explosions in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Now, the apparent strikes on the city come 2 days after the only bridge that was linking Russia with occupied Crimea was damaged in a blast. We're going to cut across to pictures that we have now accessed of multiple blasts that are being reported in Kyiv. Now, the timing of this is extremely significant because it is today that the Russian President Vladimir Putin is due to chair a meeting of his Security Council to discuss the explosion on the Crimean bridge. So developments that are coming out of Kyiv right now seem to suggest that there seems to be an escalation in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Pictures on your screen coming to you from Kyiv, multiple blasts being reported. Now, what we heard from the agencies, of course, was that there were 2 blasts reported, but there are other inputs that seem to suggest that there have at least been 3 explosions that have been reported in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Now, this is the first time, of course, that Kyiv has been hit for many months now, and the explosions also appear to be much more central than the Russian strikes that have been earlier in the war. Now, the reports of these 3 explosions, 2 according to some agencies, come in even as there have been reports of overnight attacks in Dnipro as well as Zaporizhzhia. This, of course, comes at the back, really, of these strikes that came in to the city of occupied Crimea, and the bridge that actually links Crimea to Ukraine was damaged in that strike. Is this a retaliation from the Russian side? We'll have to wait and watch out for that. But do remember that there have been a lot of developments in this war in the past fortnight or so. We, of course, saw the decree of annexation of at least 4 provinces in Ukraine that was signed by the Russian president. There is a Security Council meeting of the Russian president, which is lined up with his closest advisors, I beg your pardon. That also takes place today. And also we have seen the continuous supply of weapons that have come in from the United States as well as Europe. So in that sense, there have been a lot of developments that have taken place back to back in the past fortnight or so. Now, there has also, of course, been a call for reservists to come and join the Russian army. It has been heavily criticized within Russia, of course, but pictures on your screen right now, on the left-hand side, of course, are of this particular bridge that actually was very, very vital in terms of its connection to Crimea. Now, that was destroyed parts of it was destroyed in some targeted strikes, and in response to it, we are now seeing multiple blasts that have been reported in Kyiv. Now, agencies seem to suggest that there have at least been 3 blasts that have been reported. There seem to have been missile strikes, essentially. Air raid sirens have also gone off some time ago. As I've been talking about, this, of course, is the first time that we have seen Kyiv being hit in the many months of war that we have seen between Russia and Ukraine. And that is the significance of what you're seeing on your screens right now. Plumes of smoke, of course, continuing to rise out of areas that have been hit by these airstrikes from the Russian side. Niranjan Narayan-Swamy also joining me right now. Niranjan, tell us more of what we are hearing right now. Some agencies seem to suggest that there have been 3 back-to-back explosions. Others seem to suggest that there are just 2. But also take us through the latest developments.
We'll report, there are multiple videos. We'll put out the videos on our screen as well. There are about 1, 2, 3, 4 videos that have come in from Kiev. And I'm putting out those videos, one by one. It appears that there's been a missile attack on Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. Multiple missile attacks is what we are hearing. Getting in more information from the Russian media and also the UK media, because each time there's an attack, such an attack, it appears that both sides put out perhaps motivated reports, because none of them will be accurate. Ukraine projecting it as an attack by Russia, and the Russian media also reporting the blast and calling it multiple attacks. But they're calling it multiple explosions, but they're not calling it a missile attack. And we are just looking at pictures right now of different blasts that have taken place in Kiev. Now, the European media and the pro-Ukraine media, if I can call it that, reporting rocket strikes. They're saying it in as many words that this is a rocket strike, and there are some videos also doing the rounds of showing the aftermath of the attack. So we will have to wait. But what I can tell you is that there are pictures and videos showing the destruction. I'd like to put out the multiple videos that are there on your Surface device. There is one video, and there are more videos coming in. Putting out different videos as we have it from different sites. Because what these pictures show you is that there are attacks very close to the presidential office as well, and we are hearing that these were missile attacks. There are some reports suggesting that there are missile attacks, and we're getting an official word that these were cruise missiles. And cruise missiles, on Kiev city center, and they are waiting for more details and more clarity to come in. But there are different videos showing the missile attacks. Ukraine claims most of these attacks were in a residential area. Some videos showing that it may also have been at an official area. So we are keeping a close track. Some of the videos also showing the aftermath of the attack on the city center. Different offices seem to have been also the targets of the strike. So keeping a close track of the situation. We'll come back to this. Back to you for now. We were reporting live on Mulayam Singh's demise. We will go back to that. As and when we have some more information here, we will go across to the pictures from Kiev.
Right. Thank you for that, Niranjan. So pictures on your screen right now are of multiple explosions and blasts that have been reported in Kyiv. Reports seem to suggest that at least there were 2 to 3 blasts that have been reported. This, of course, is the first time that Kyiv has been hit for many months now. Now, these apparent strikes, of course, in Kyiv come only days after the only bridge that linked Russia with the next Crimea was damaged in the blast. Of course, the Russian President Vladimir Putin accused Ukraine of attacking that bridge in an act of terrorism. Now, pictures on your screen are of videos that have emerged of these blasts that have taken place in Kyiv. Certain reports seem to suggest that these were missile attacks, and there have been these reports that have come in of these blasts that took place back to back. So multiple explosions being reported in Kyiv. We're going to continue to bring you the latest on that.
Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Making news this morning, Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the State Assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. He has used derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This has triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very, very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year, the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party, sparking big political fight.
To know the news about the demise of Sri Mulayam Singh Yadav. A few days back, I had been to Medanta Hospital in Gurgaon. I spoke to Mr. Akhilesh Mr. Shivpal. I left the hospital with the hope that you would recover well and come out. Now this is very sad news. He is one of the senior political leaders of the country. I had personal relationship with him at the time of the formation of United Front and United Front government.
You're watching Republic TV. Now it's time for a short break, but on the other side of the break, we will give you all the updates regarding Mulayam Singh Yadav Netaji, who is no more with us. He took his last breath in Gurgaon Medanta Hospital. More updates on what the people in political spectrum have to say about Netaji and about his political career. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
निधन हो गया है। मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, उनका जाना देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। मुलायम सिंह जी के साथ मेरा नाता बड़ा विशेष प्रकार का रहा। जब हम दोनों मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मिला करते थे, वे भी और मैं भी दोनों के प्रति एक अपनत्व का भाव अनुभव करते थे। और 2014 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 14 के चुनाव के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए आशीर्वाद दिए, तो मैंने विपक्ष में भी जो लोग थे जिनसे मेरा पहले से परिचय था, ऐसे कुछ महानुभावों को जो देश के वरिष्ठ राजनेता थे, राजनीतिक रूप से हमारे विरोधी थे, लेकिन उन सबको फोन करके आशीर्वाद लेने का मैंने एक उपक्रम किया था। और मुझे याद है उस दिन मुलायम सिंह जी का वो आशीर्वाद, कुछ सलाह के 2 शब्द, वो आज भी मेरी अमानत है। और मुलायम सिंह जी की विशेषता रही कि 2013 में मुझे उन्होंने जो आशीर्वाद दिया था, उसमें कभी भी उतार चढ़ाव नहीं आने दिया। घोर राजनीतिक विरोधी बातें के बीच भी जब 2019 में पार्लियामेंट का आखिरी सत्र था, पिछली लोकसभा का, और संसद के अंदर मुलायम सिंह जी जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता, उन्होंने खड़े होकर के पार्लियामेंट में जो बात बताई थी, वही देश के किसी भी राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद होता है। उन्होंने संसद में खड़े होकर के कहा था, कोई लाग लगापेट के बिना कहा था, राजनीतिक आटा पाटा के खेल के बिना कहा था। उन्होंने कहा था, मोदी जी सबको साथ लेकर के चलते हैं, और इसलिए मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि वो 2019 में फिर से चुन करके देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। कितना बड़ा दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे। मैं आज आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह जी को गुजरात की इस धरती से, मां नर्मदा के तट से उनको आदरपूर्वक भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनके परिवार, उनके समर्थकों को ये दुख सहने की शक्ति दे। साथियों, इस बार मैं ऐसे समय में भरूच आया हूं जब देश आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। जब भी हम भारत के इतिहास को पढ़ते हैं और भविष्य की बात करते हैं तो भरूच की चर्चा हमेशा गर्व के साथ होती है। इसी धरती ने ऐसी अनेकों संतानों को जन्म दिया है जिन्होंने अपने काम से देश का गौरव बढ़ाया है। जैसे हमारे धरती पुत्र कन्हैयालाल माणेकलाल मुंशी जी, संविधान निर्माण में देश अनेक योगदान को उनको कभी भी भूल नहीं सकता है। सोमनाथ के मंदिर के भव्य निर्माण में
Of course, over there was paying his tributes to Mulayam Singh Yadav, who passed away earlier this morning. The Home Minister, of course, is at the Medanta Hospital with the family.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year, the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post.
demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav is a great loss to the country in several terms. Mulayam Singh's name will be remembered in the annals of Indian history as a committed fighter in defense of secularism, democracy, and for the rights of the oppressed people. In that struggle, he was 100% committed. He even took the lead for that battle in the Indian heartlands, the North India, the Hindi belts. He played a very significant role.
So we are showing you visuals from outside Medanta Hospital, the visuals that the mortal remains of Mulayam Singh Yadav have left from Medanta Hospital towards Saifai as the route we have been
then Agra Expressway, then through Karhal Cut towards Itawa and Saifai. The mortal remains are just now left from Medanta Hospital. All the other family members, if you talk about Akhilesh Yadav, Dimple Yadav, Parna Yadav,
Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
we are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party's sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of a 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है, 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से 1 पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड, तो फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। एनडीआरएफ की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो
Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Making news this morning, Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the state assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. The Samajwadi Party Supremo and the 3-time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Mulayam Singh Yadav, passed away this morning after prolonged illness. The 82-year-old former Defence Minister was admitted to a hospital since August and was shifted to the intensive care unit of the Gurugram-based Medanta Hospital on the 2nd of October. Uttar Pradesh has announced a 3-day mourning period and Mulayam Singh Yadav will be given a state funeral in Safai. The Prime Minister led political leaders in their tributes towards him.
आज सुबह मैं यहां आ रहा था तो एक दुखद खबर भी मिली। आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन हो गया है। मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, उनका जाना देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। मुलायम सिंह जी के साथ मेरा नाता बड़ा विशेष प्रकार का रहा। जब हम दोनों मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मिला करते थे, वे भी और मैं भी दोनों के प्रति एक अपनत्व का भाव अनुभव करते थे। और 2014 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 14 के चुनाव के लिए मुझे प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए आशीर्वाद दिए, तो मैंने विपक्ष में भी जो लोग थे जिनसे मेरा पहले से परिचय था, ऐसे कुछ महानुभावों को जो देश के वरिष्ठ राजनेता थे, राजनीतिक रूप से हमारे विरोधी थे, लेकिन उन सबको फोन करके आशीर्वाद लेने का मैंने एक उपक्रम किया था। और मुझे याद है उस दिन मुलायम सिंह जी का वो आशीर्वाद, कुछ सलाह के 2 शब्द, वो आज भी मेरी अमानत है। और मुलायम सिंह जी की विशेषता रही कि 2013 में मुझे उन्होंने जो आशीर्वाद दिया था, उसमें कभी भी उतार चढ़ाव नहीं आने दिया। घोर राजनीतिक विरोधी बातें के बीच भी जब 2019 में पार्लियामेंट का आखिरी सत्र था पिछली लोकसभा का, और संसद के अंदर मुलायम सिंह जी जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता, उन्होंने खड़े होकर के पार्लियामेंट में जो बात बताई थी, वही देश के किसी भी राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद होता है। उन्होंने संसद में खड़े होकर के कहा था, कोई लाग लपेट के बिना कहा था, राजनीतिक आटा पाटा के खेल के बिना कहा था। उन्होंने कहा था, मोदी जी सबको साथ लेकर के चलते हैं, और इसलिए मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि वो 2019 में फिर से चुन करके देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। कितना बड़ा दिल होगा जो मुझे जब तक जीवित रहे, जब भी मौका मिला, उनके आशीर्वाद मिलते रहे। मैं आज आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह जी को गुजरात की इस धरती से, मां नर्मदा के तट से उनको आदरपूर्वक भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनके परिवार, उनके समर्थकों को ये दुख सहने की शक्ति दे।
Well, joining me on the phone line right now is Mr. Naveed Siddiqui. He's a former state minister from Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Siddiqui, a sad day for Indian politics. We've lost a stalwart, someone who was so connected to the ground.
It's a very sad day today, all of us, as we have lost Netaji, and no words right now. So, यही मैं कहूंगा कि बिछड़ा कुछ इस तरह से कि हैरान कर गया, बिछड़ा कुछ इस तरह से कि हैरान कर गया, एक शख्स सारे मुल्क को वीरान कर गया। नेताजी एक जाने का एक बहुत बड़ा लॉस, एक बहुत अच्छे इंसान, एक खाली राजनेता नहीं, नॉट ओनली अ पॉलिटिकल लीडर बट अ ग्रेट ह्यूमन बीइंग, एंड he was like a fatherly figure. He was a fatherly figure to us, all of us, and he was a guardian to all of us. बहुत बड़ा लॉस है, no words. We are all deeply saddened today. और अल्फाज नहीं है कि उनके बारे में अभी हम कुछ बात कर पाएं, क्योंकि बेहद तकलीफ हम सबको है और देश में सभी को है इस वक्त। जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं और जिस तरह से लोग नेताजी के प्रति अपनी बात रख रहे हैं, अपनी बात, अपनी कुछ यादों को अपने शेयर कर रहे हैं, वो एक युग का अंत हो गया है आज, अल्फाज नहीं।
जी, absolutely. Mr. Siddiqui, I know it's a very sad time for anybody who was connected with him, but if you can talk our viewers through a bit of his political rise and the fact that he was till the very end a socialist at heart. Mr. Siddiqui? Well, I think we seem to have lost that audio connection with Mr. Siddiqui. But as Mr. Siddiqui was pointing out, of course, it's a great loss for anybody who was connected with him. And as a political leader, India has lost a political leader who had friends across political parties, across the political divide. He was someone who symbolized socialism, of course. He was inspired by Lohiya's politics, and thereafter, of course, he rose to power. Now, just to give you a few facts about Mulayam Singh Yadav, who was actually incarcerated for about 19 months during the emergency, and thereafter he rose to form the Samajwadi Party. He was a 3-term chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, came very close to being chosen as the Prime Minister when there was a coalition government that was supposed to come to power in 1996, but his name was opposed by certain political parties, and therefore he could not become the Prime Minister. Was the Defence Minister for about 2.5 years or so, and during his tenure as Defence Minister, of course, India got the Sukhois, so that has been an important contribution. Also, what we've seen largely as far as Mulayam Singh Yadav is concerned, he was criticised for the fact that he He was criticized for the fact that he was someone who allied and broke his alliances very, very quickly, but he always had national interest at heart.
मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन बहुत ही दुखद है। यूपी की राजनीति की दृष्टि से भी, देश की राजनीति की दृष्टि से भी पूरा यूपी आस में बैठा था कि वो इस समय मेदांता में इलाज करा रहे हैं, जल्द स्वस्थ होकर के आएंगे। लेकिन आज दुखद समाचार मिला है। मैं भी इस समाचार से दुखी हूँ और जो उनके परिजन हैं, समर्थक हैं, उन सब को भगवान यह दुख सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करे, ऐसी प्रार्थना करता हूं।
कितनी बड़ी क्षति है?
आदरणीय मुलायम सिंह यादव जी देश के बड़े नेता थे, उनके निधन से अपूर्णीय क्षति हुई है। हम सब बहुत ही दुखी हैं। ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उन्हें अपने सी चरणों में स्थान दे, उनके परिवार को, अनुयायियों को, समर्थकों को इस अदम्य पीड़ा को सहने की ताकत दे।
एक कदावर लीडर जिसकी जबरदस्त आज भारत को जरूरत थी। ये लीडर जो लोगों से जुड़ा हुआ था, जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ था, मेरे साथ पार्लियामेंट में बैठता था।
All right, we are also going to cut across to our correspondents on the ground who continue to bring us the latest from Medanta Hospital in Gurugram, where the mortal remains, we understand, will be shifted in a short while from now to Safai. I think Harsha is continuing to report from there. Harsha, what we are hearing right now, of course, is that his mortal remains will be taken to Safai, and the Defence Minister as well as the Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister will be attending the funeral. He will be accorded a state funeral.
Exactly. We are following because just now from Medanta, 10 minutes before, the mortal remains of Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav has left from Medanta Hospital, has left for Safai, because we are getting to know that via Agra and Yamuna Expressway, the mortal remains is being taken to Etawah, Safai, his hometown, where the last tribute and last rite will take place tomorrow at 3 p.m. And Akhilesh Yadav, Ram Gopal Yadav, Shivpal Yadav, Dimple Yadav, all the family clan, all the Yadav family members are along with the ambulance straight away going to Safai, the hometown. We are following the cavalcade of Akhilesh Yadav, because we are being told that tomorrow 3 p.m. the last rites will be taken place, and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh both will be attending funeral. We have also got to know that few BJP MPs, few BJP leaders like SP Singh Baghel and others will also be attending the funeral of Mulayam Singh Yadav in Safai, as the last rites and last tribute for the religious leaders and the political party leaders, the people who are related to the political spectrum and have spent a lot of time, has admired Netaji's political career, have respected him a lot for his political wisdom in the political scenario. All will be visiting Safai, and we have also got to know that Tejasvi Yadav and Meesa Bharti, they both can also come to Safai, because they were here in Medanta to pay the last tribute, to pay the
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, his demise was announced by his son Akhilesh Yadav earlier this morning to Twitter. Tributes continue to pour in, and we are going to tributes continue to pour in, and we are going to play out those for you in just a bit. But pictures on your screen are of the family now accompanying his mortal remains to Safai. He, of course, is being accorded a state funeral. We are given to understand that Uttar Pradesh government has announced a 3-day mourning, and also the funeral takes place tomorrow afternoon. The family, of course, is political leaders of the Samajwadi Party also on their way currently to Safai. Last rites, of course, will be performed tomorrow afternoon at about 3 o'clock. We are told that the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, along with the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister and various other ministers from across the country, as well as state chief ministers, will be attending the funeral of the giant, really, of Indian politics, Mulayam Singh Yadav, who passed away early this morning. He had been suffering from ill health for quite a few years now. He'd been in and out of hospitals. This last stint, of course, began in September, where he was admitted to AIIMS and thereafter, of course, shifted to Medanta. He spent the last week in the ICU, and he was being given treatment over there under a board of doctors who were constantly consulting with doctors from AIIMS as well. However, he could not survive his last bout of illness and passed away early this morning. His son Akhilesh Yadav announced his demise to Twitter early this morning at about 8:30.
बीच में नहीं रहे पुराने साथी
माननीय मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का नेता के नाम से सारी दुनिया जानती है, नहीं रहे हम लोग। देश भर में समाजवादी आंदोलन को काफी आगे बढ़ाया। डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया, जननायक विचारों से हमारे तो किसी को दे दो ना संबंधी थे। मेरी बेटी घटना है, हमको ये घटना याद है कि जब हम लोग गए तिलक कराने, नेताजी बिहार भर के जितने लोग गए थे सबके लिए अलग अलग इंतजाम करना, अतिथि सत्कार उनके मन में पूरा भरा हुआ था। हर लोग के लिए अलग अलग इंतजाम नेताजी ने किया था। सबको पूछना, खाए नहीं खाए क्या तकलीफ है। ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है, मैंने केजरी से बात किया, क्योंकि चीफ मिनिस्टर जाएंगे, हम क्योंकि सिंगापुर जा रहे हैं, तो हम लोग भगवान से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे, अखिलेश जी और उनके पूरे परिवार को ताकत दें। बड़े भारी ब्याज में
आप भी काफी भावुक हो रहे हैं नेताजी।
सुबह से बिल्कुल।
लालू जी अभी कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
जा रहे हम लोग का कॉन्फ्रेंस था, वहाँ कंडोलेंस कर देता।
आप अपना स्वास्थ्य का ध्यान रखें और फिलहाल ठीक है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav over there talking about the life and times of Mulayam Singh Yadav. The two, of course, have been closely connected to each other in terms of coalition politics. They have often been allies. They have often been allies and have worked together at the central government as well. Mulayam Singh Yadav, of course, was a 10-time MLA, and in those terms, he was unparalleled. He was a 7-time MP as well, and tributes are continuing to pour in for this stalwart of Indian politics.
Fondly known as Netaji, Mulayam Singh Yadav breathed his last at Gurugram's Medanta Hospital this morning at 8:16 a.m. He was elected an MLA 10 times and an MP, mostly from Mainpuri and Azamgarh, 7 times. He was also the Defence Minister from 1996 to 1998 and Chief Minister thrice. For decades, he enjoyed the stature of a national leader, but up largely remained the stronghold where Yadav played out his politics, beginning as a teenager who was influenced by socialist leader Ram Manohar Lohia. For party workers, even when he was no longer the SP president, the mantle passed on to his son Akhilesh Yadav in 2017. Mulayam Singh Yadav sanctioned first batch of Sukhoi as Defence Minister. Mulayam Singh Yadav also became UP's Chief Minister for 2 non-consecutive terms. Served the first term as the CM between 1998 to 1991, the second term as UP CM between 1993 to 1995, and the third term for years between 2003 and 2007. Mulayam Singh Yadav also played a key role in getting opposition support for APJ Abdul Kalam as president. In the final years of his life, the ailing patriarch played a diminishing role in the affairs of the party that he had founded. While UP government has announced a 3-day state mourning, condolences have been pouring in from across the political lines.
प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उन्हें अपने सी चरणों में स्थान दें, उनके परिवार को, अनुयायियों को, समर्थकों को सहनी पीड़ा को सहने की ताकत दें.
It's a great loss for Samajwadi Party. I hope Mr. Akhilesh will overcome this tragedy and he will move forward.
मैं समझता हूं कि अगर उस तरह का स्तंभ जो गया है आज हमारे बीच से अलविदा कह करके, उस क्षति की बात
All right, we're now cutting across to visuals that we are getting right now of Sukanta Majumdar blocked by the police in Chindraghata in Kolkata. Pictures on your screen are coming to you from Bengal. This is the Bengal BJP chief who's been blocked by the police. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents to get more details, but he's been detained by the police. Well, Mr. Majumdar on the phone line with us. Mr. Majumdar, we are now hearing that you've been detained by the police. Tell us, what happened?
Yes, I have been arrested by the police according to the information I received from them. Now I am at Lal Bazar and they have arrested me, and I was trying to reach that area to talk with the people those have been faced atrocities in Mominpur and Iqbalpur area. Police was less active during last 48 hours in Mominpur and those areas, riot-infested areas. But that same police showed proactiveness today, and they blocked the whole Chindraghata junction. And they now, after almost 30 minutes, they have arrested us.
Right, Mr. Majumdar, what are the charges under which they have arrested you, and where are you currently lodged?
See, even we don't know what are the charges. They are saying that they are arrested as we are trying to reach that area. I asked the police whether the 144 is applicable in this area where I am situated now, but they are answerless. And as the 144 is there in the Mominpur Iqbalpur area, they have arrested us. Along with me, ex-IPS R.K. Handa he has been arrested. Our State Secretary Umesh Rai has been arrested, and other Karyakartas and the workers of the party leaders, those have been arrested. And presently we are in the Lal Bazar. That is the headquarters of the West Bengal Police.
Right. Also, Mr. Majumdar, why were you protesting? The police says that this was in contravention to Section 144. But tell our viewers, why were you protesting and where exactly were you protesting?
So see, we are trying to reach the riot-infested area, Iqbalpur and Mominpur area. For last 48 hours, the people, those are minorities there, that is the Hindus, they face several atrocities, and their houses have been attacked, they have been beaten, they are homeless now, and this kind of crucial things are happening for last 48 hours. We have given enough time to the police that literally police was helpless. Police was helpless in that area, and the police was totally surrendered against the rioters.
Right. So, of course, Mr. Majumdar, as you're pointing out, the police have not been able to give you a concrete reason for this arrest. And there are other leaders also who've been arrested with you, Mr. Majumdar. Can you confirm that for us, please?
Yes. Along with me, our State Secretary Umesh Rai, he has been arrested. Ex-IPS officer R.K. Handa, he has been arrested, and some other workers, those have been arrested. Now we are all in Lal Bazar, that is the police headquarters of West Bengal.
All right, Mr. Majumdar, thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. So that is the BJP chief of Bengal saying that he has been unjustly detained by the police. He was on his way to protest. I think we've also got Kishale joining us right now from the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, give us more details of what you're hearing. The BJP, of course, over there saying that this is an unjust arrest that has taken place, that they have been detained without being given the proper reasons by the police.
Well, exactly, Nupur. What we saw was that Sukanta Majumdar, state BJP president, was on his way to this particular place called Mominpur, and he was blocked by the police quite away from that place, many kilometers away from that place, in a place called Chindraghata, which is quite away, which is quite far from that particular place of incidents. So Sukanta Majumdar's car was blocked by Kolkata police. He was stopped from moving, and then he was detained as he was also insisting to go to the place where he wanted to. Therefore, the version of Sukanta Majumdar, as he pointed out in our channel right now, that he has been detained, he has been taken away, and several other leaders have also been detained detained, but he still wants to protest because the incident that happened just right before Lakshmi Puja in Mominpur has been still now going. That tension is still there in that particular area, and therefore Shukanta Majumdar personally wanted to visit that area. He wanted to visit the people who were homeless right now, as alleged by BJP, as alleged by Shukanta Majumdar. There's a huge deployment of force in that area as well. Shukanta Majumdar right now has been taken away to Lal Bajar, the police headquarters in Kolkata, and he will be detained there. And later on we will find out whether he still tries to go there again when he is being released. But right now Shukanta Majumdar is detained, and they are blocked by the Kolkata police from entering that whole area of incidents where the tension is still brewing. Nupur.
Now, also give us a sense, Kishale, of what you're hearing from the police. The police, of course, have imposed Section 144 over there. So tell us what the police are saying and how are they justifying this?
Well, Nupur, there has not been any official statement by the police about this whole incident. However, we saw just the day on Lakshmi Puja, that is yesterday morning, there was the night before that day, there was a huge deployment of police force from Kolkata police. Our sources tell us that might have been some
I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there. Hold your thoughts for a minute. Priyanka Tibrawal on the phone line with us now. Priyanka Tibrawal, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. How do you see this arrest that has been made? Shukanta Majumdar just spoke to us a short while ago. He says he's been detained, and he of course calls this unjust.
We have nothing to say on this issue, but just to mourn, because the situation which is there in West Bengal, this has come and aroused only after the incoming of TMC in West Bengal from the past 10 years. Both the communities, be it Muslims or Hindus, we have always celebrated the festivals together. But who has sown this seed of hatred is Mamata Banerjee. She is the one who said that because of Muharram, Durga Puja cannot happen. So this is what is the result. That on the day of Lakshmi Puja, since Navi Divas was also there, so we have seen that this hatred is coming out. It was never there in Bengal. The only reason and the only person behind this is Mamata Banerjee. Now you see, yesterday night was a fearful night, a frightful night for us. We could not sleep because we were getting continuous phone calls. I was awake till 4 o'clock because the kind of mishap and things which were happening there at Mominpur and Kidarpur. No media was allowed inside. Forget the forces, forget the police. Where were they yesterday? They did not even have the courage to be in the police station because they were bashed out from the police station. These people from this community, they entered the police station. And police ran from the spot. They were not present. People were screaming. Their homes were, ransacked, and they were thrown out of their houses. Stones and bombs were being hurled entire night. And today they impose a 144. Did they have the courage to do this yesterday? Right. We have seen that Mamata Banerjee also says that, she will dismiss this minister and that minister. The minister in charge of that area is Bobby Hakim.
Right.
Does she have the guts to dismiss him?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Tibrawal, thank you very much for joining us. The BJP, of course, alleging high-handedness by not just the police, but also the government in West Bengal. So pictures on your screen right now are of Shukanta Majumdar being detained by the West Bengal police. The detention just happened a while ago and was confirmed by the BJP chief of West Bengal himself to Republic. After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very, very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak teen who escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa. His alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's mission superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of a 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है, 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से 1 पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड, 2 फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो
Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that every
Tragic accident that had taken place in Nashik, that at least 11 passengers as of now have lost their lives.
Fire that has been reported on 12th floor of ground plus 12th floor residential building in Chembur.
The Air Force is celebrating the 90th IFJ.
Top headlines at 12:30. After a week-long battle, Samajwadi Party founder Mulayam Singh Yadav passes away at the age of 82 years. India loses one of its tallest socialist icon, tributes pour in from across the country. Bengal BJP chief Sukanta Majumdar blocked and detained in Kolkata. Days after Crimean bridge explosion, multiple blasts reported in the Ukrainian capital Kiev. CBI news tightens Liquorgate. Bonpally Abhishek arrested in Liquorgate. CBI alleges his partner collected bribes on his behest. After a power-packed day one, Prime Minister Modi set to kick off for day 2 inauguration of mega projects lined up. Thanks for tuning in this Monday afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Straight up starting with breaking news coming in from Ukraine, where multiple explosions have been reported in the center of capital Kiev. Now we are being told that multiple explosions have been reported in the central Kiev following the sounds of incoming missiles. Explosions, we are told, were also heard in Lviv, Zhytomyr and Zaporizhia as well. So multiple missile strikes that have been reported in central capital city of Kiev. In fact, President Zelensky also posted on his Telegram account saying, and I quote, on the 229th day, they are trying to destroy us and wipe off the face of the earth. In general, destroy our people who are sleeping at home in Zaporizhia, kill people who go to work
in Dnipro and Kiev. In fact, the tweet that has been put out, beg your pardon, that's a Telegram post that has been put out by the Ukraine president. Multiple visuals also that have surfaced of the missile strikes that have been reported in Ukraine's capital city, Kiev. Remember, this comes after a Russian president called the explosion that happened at the Crimean Bridge as a terrorist attack. And just days after that, we have missile attacks that have been reported, multiple blasts that have been reported in the capital city, Kiev. Kiev's mayor has also tweeted, and I quote, that the capital is under attack from Russian terrorists. So the Ukrainians suspect that the attack was carried out by the Russian forces. And Nivedna also joining us from the Delhi newsroom to give us more updates. Nivedna, what is known so far? We're now getting to know it's not just one blast, multiple blasts that have been reported in the central Kiev.
That's right, Samiksha. What we're understanding so far is that multiple blasts have been reported. On the other hand, we're also understanding that the air alert has been declared across all Ukraine, where the RIA Nostot is citing Ukraine's presidential office. Now, one also has to remember that the multiple, it comes just 2 days after the blast destroyed part of the Russia-Kerch bridge as well. Now, on the other hand, Russian President Putin is set to convene a meeting of the National Security Council and has called the Kerch bridge explosion a terrorist attack carried out by Ukraine. Now, you can also look at those visuals as well, showing currently happened in Central Crete, and multiple blasts have, of course, been reported in this area.
All right, Nivedna, thank you for getting us all those details. We are now getting to know that an air alert has also been declared across Ukraine. So alerts sounded across Ukraine. This, of course, after multiple blasts that have been reported in central Kiev. We are told 3 explosions have been reported in Kiev, and an air alert that has also been sounded following the multiple blasts that have been reported. We are yet to know if any casualties, if at all, but we're getting to know these are massive explosions to have occurred in central Kiev. In fact, the apparent strikes in Kiev come days after the only bridge linking Russia with annexed Crimea was damaged in a blast. Remember, Russian President Vladimir Putin has accused Ukraine of attacking the bridge in an act of terrorism. So the Russian president calling the attack on the bridge as an act of terrorism and accusing Ukraine of carrying out that attack. Following that, we have another news of the blasts that have been reported in the central city of Kiev. So the latest what we're getting to know is that an air alert that has also been sounded across Ukraine. More information that is just trickling in that the series of explosions which rocked Kiev was around 8 local time. The mayor of the Ukrainian capital also said that there were several blasts in central city of Kiev, and more details are yet to come, but these are 3 missile attacks to have happened in Kiev. Those are the fresh visuals coming in of the devastation that has been wrought as a result of the multiple blasts that have been reported. And this is, in fact, remember, President Vladimir Putin has blamed Ukrainian intel services for what he called an act of terrorism on the blast that happened at that bridge that links Crimea with Russia, and just a day after that, multiple blasts that have been reported in Kiev. So, Russia, of course, has not yet claimed responsibility for carrying out these attacks, but what we know so far is that this comes just a day after that blast explosion that was reported in that particular bridge that links Crimea with Russia. And more news that is just coming in that explosions have also been heard in Lviv, Zhytomyr and Zaporizhia. Nivedna continues to be with us. Nivedna, any word coming in from the Ukrainian officials and also the Russians at this point in time probably claiming a responsibility for the same, for these multiple attacks?
Nothing on that front, Samiksha, so far, but talking about the videos that we can clearly see those visuals right now, of course, posting on social media, if you look at the visuals as well, black smoke is rising above several areas in the city, which we can clearly see in these particular visuals. Talking, of course, about the attacks as well, coming back to the series of loud explosions that, of course, rocked Ukraine's capital as well. Now, this comes after a day after Moscow blamed Ukraine for a deadly blast on the bridge linking Crimea to Russia, like you pointed out. Now, the explosions which we're talking about is being reported happened around 8:15 a.m. local time is what we're understanding so far. These are the details, of course, which will continue to track in terms of what other, whether the casualties also have been reported, but nothing so far right now.
Yes. All right, Nivedana, stay with us. Just to apprise the viewers of all that's been happening since morning, the blasts that have rocked the central city of Kiev at around 8:15 local time. And what we're getting to know is that the Ukraine president has in his Telegram post said that these were strikes that were carried out in many cities in Ukraine. So not just Kiev, you're getting to know in several cities the blasts have been reported, including Zhytomyr and Lviv as well. More details are awaited if at all, but remember the last strikes on Kiev took place on 26th of June. The several explosions that rocked the Ukraine capital Kiev have caused deaths and injuries as well. Details are yet to come if any casualties that have happened as a result of these blasts that have been reported, but as you can see, complete devastation there. Our senior editor Shravan also joining us. Ask Shravan if you could give us more details that you're picking up on these blasts that have been reported in Kiev.
Well, in fact, Samiksha, the timing of this attack on the capital city of Kiev is extremely important because this comes days after the attack that took place in Crimea. And remember, the Ukrainian authorities had taken no responsibility for it. Having said that, Russia on the other side has basically heaped an attack on Ukraine, saying that if at all there is any attack on Crimea, the repercussions would essentially be disastrous for the Ukrainian authorities. Now, if you keep that statement in mind, and now missiles being launched targeting the capital city of Kiev, then it certainly can be seen as yet another escalation on the side of Russia. Now, we do not have enough details with regards to where the missiles were basically launched from, because given the fact that if it is in the capital city of Kiev, it essentially would be from down south or from the eastern borders. It's important to point out here, remember, over the last few weeks, Russia has seen some humiliating defeat. Not to forget the retreat that they had to make from the capital city of Kiev. Then, of course, losing some parts down south, especially in the Donbas region. And with the retreat that has also taken in the Donbas region, was largely seen as a massive military failure on the part of Russia. Having said that, this war is now, it's almost going to complete a year in the next couple of months. And one does not really see a scope of a ceasefire at this point in time, despite, European nations coming together and even the United States now stepping in, indicating that a thaw in the relations between Ukraine and Russia is the need of the hour. There were certain reports suggesting that for the first time since the war actually began, there was a slim possibility of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin could come together in a meet that's going to take place sometime in November in Bali on the sidelines of the G20. Whether that's going to happen, that's not very sure. But with these attacks now taking place, one, the attack in Crimea, and now in the capital city of Kiev, it's very unlikely that things are going to see any sort of normalcy.
Shravan, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you now. We'll keep coming back to you, but for now, there's more breaking news coming in. And we continue to track the big story, this one from Gujarat, where the AAP Gujarat chief, Gopal Italia, was seen hurling insults at Prime Minister Modi. BJP has now hit back at AAP.
4 साल से गुजरात में सरकार चला रही है। इतने साल सरकार चलाने के बाद अब चुनाव का टाइम आया। अब जनता पूछ रही है कि 27 साल में आपने क्या किया। तो बीजेपी वाले जनता को बोल रहे वीडियो देख लो भाई, हमने तो कुछ किया नहीं है। जनता ये पूछ रही है कि बेरोजगारी कब दूर होगी गुजरात में। बीजेपी वाले बोल रहे गोपाल का वीडियो देख लो भाई। जनता ये पूछ रही है कि इतनी महंगाई क्यों है? बीजेपी वाले बोल रहे कि वीडियो देख लो गोपाल का। यही बच गया है मुद्दा। अगर उन्होंने कुछ काम किया होता, अगर गुजरात में कुछ अच्छी चीज़ें बनी होती, तो इस तरह की चीज़ों में नहीं जाना पड़ता उनको। तो ये जो
गोपाल जी, जो ये वीडियो आया है उसमें आपने कुछ अपशब्द तो इस्तेमाल किए हैं, ये आपको मानना पड़ेगा क्या? उसके लिए
शब्द है मुझे बताइए।
मैं उसको आपको रिपीट नहीं कर सकती, पर जिस तरह
नहीं तो क्या बोलोगे? बताइए कौन सा शब्द है मुझे।
जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, आपने नीच बोला है प्रधानमंत्री को, और आपने कुछ एक सी वर्ड करके भी बोला है, तो क्या आप उसको
क्या मतलब होता है
वो आप बताइए।
सी का मतलब है क्लीन। जिस तरीके से
क्या वो क्लीन आदमी, आप ऐसा बोल रहे हैं?
सुनिए ना, माइक इधर रखिए तब मैं बताऊंगा। सी का मतलब है क्लीन। जिस तरीके से बीजेपी के नेता केंद्र में बैठे हुए लोग जनता की जेबों को क्लीन कर रहे हैं, भारत का पैसा क्लीन करके अपने उद्योगपति दोस्तों को 10 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा माफी कर रहे हैं और जनता के जेब से पैसा क्लीन कर रहे हैं, उसको सी बोलते हैं ना, क्लीन कर।
और ये जो नीच आपने कहा है उसके बारे में आप क्या बोले?
किसने क्या कहा, किसने क्या नहीं कहा? जनता ये कहती है कि 27 साल का हिसाब दो, हमें वीडियो नहीं देखना है। क्यों जबरदस्ती आप जनता को बोल रहे हैं कि 27 साल के बाद वीडियो देख के हमें वोट दे दो? आप अपना काम गिनवाइए। 27 साल में क्या किया, कितने रोजगार दिए, कितने स्कूल बनवाए, कितने अस्पताल बनवाए, कितनी सड़कें अच्छी करी, आप बताइए अपना काम। जब आप अपना काम नहीं बता पाते तब जनता को बोलते हैं कि 10 साल पहले किसी ने कुछ बोला था, ये वीडियो अभी देख लो और अभी के अभी हमें वोट कर दो। ये क्या
गोपाल भाई, आपकी बात सही है कि ये एजुकेशन की अगर आप बात करें तो उनको भी ये सवाल पूछने चाहिए, पर इस वीडियो की अगर हम बात करें, माना कि ये काफी पुराना वीडियो है और अब NCW ने भी आपको एक नोटिस दे जाए, ये नोटिस मेरे पास में है अभी, 13 अक्टूबर को 12:30 बजे NCW ने आपको समन्स भेजा है कि आपको अपना क्लैरिफिकेशन देना पड़ेगा, तो आप उसमें क्या बोलेंगे? क्योंकि इसमें आपने शब्द तो
अभी तो मुझे ये कुछ मिला नहीं है, देखते हैं, अब मिलेगा तो देखेंगे आगे।
पर आप बिल्कुल मना कर रहे हैं कि आप माफी नहीं मांगेंगे।
मुद्दा बेरोजगारी का है। आप पूछिए बीजेपी वालों से, बेरोजगारी क्यों है गुजरात में? 17 लाख लोगों ने पटवारी के लिए,
वो हम पूछेंगे, पर आप इस वीडियो के बारे में
मैं उसके बारे में तब जवाब दूंगा ना जब वो मेरी महंगाई का जवाब दे। बेरोजगारी का, आप बेरोजगारी से बचने के लिए ये बोल रहे हो जनता को वीडियो देख लो भाई, बेरोजगारी पे सवाल मत पूछो, महंगाई पे सवाल मत पूछो, बीजेपी के लोगों ने जो भ्रष्टाचार मचा रखा है उस पर सवाल मत पूछो, वीडियो देखते जाओ, वोट देते जाओ। ये नहीं चलेगा। अब जनता जाग चुकी है, चाहे कितना मर्जी इतना गड़बड़ कर लो, नहीं चलेगा। आप बीजेपी के लोग, गुजरात में हर साल जहरीली शराब से लोग मरते हैं, लट्ठा कांड जिसे गुजराती में बोलते हैं। जवाब दीजिए। पेपर लीकेज होता है, हजारों लाखों बच्चों का भविष्य बर्बाद हो रहा है। बताइए ना, जवाब दीजिए, कौन पेपर लीक कराया? गोपाल इटालिया ने कराया पेपर लीक। गोपाल इटालिया ने लट्ठा कांड करवाया है। ये टूटी हुई सड़कें मैंने तोड़ी।
गोपाल इटालिया ने वीडियो में तो ये बातें की,
तो वीडियो मुद्दा ही नहीं है ना। मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ, मुद्दा बेरोजगारी है, जिससे बचने के लिए जनता को बता रहे हैं कि वीडियो देख लो, बेरोजगारी पे सवाल मत करो, महंगाई पे सवाल मत करो। और जो क्लीन किया ना, जनता की जेबों को क्लीन किया है, साफ कर दिया, जनता के जेब में पैसा नहीं रहने दिया, अपने उद्योगपति का 10 लाख का कर्जा माफ कर दिया। किसने माफ किया? गोपाल इटालिया ने माफ किया। जब आप बता नहीं पाते कि जनता को देने के लिए आपके पास पैसा नहीं है और आप जब कर्जा माफी आती है तो कर देते हो, ये जवाब नहीं है, इसलिए जनता को बोलते हो। आप देख लो वीडियो।
And BJP Shehzad Poonawalla also joining us. Sir, if you just heard the AAP leader coming up with this brazen defense, from the face of it, it looks that the AAP is completely on a different tangent when we talk about Gujarat polls.
You know, this is called Chori or Sinazori. The one who has committed such a horrible act is now coming out and brazening it out because he has blessings of Kejriwal. Look, the word used by Gopal Italia, the leech word, is not only an abuse of Prime Minister and constitutional position, it's an abuse to the OBC Samaj, and also the words used in that entire statement are very misogynistic against the women. And therefore, NCW has also taken cognizance of it, I am told. And this is not his only video. I believe Republic has many other videos. In one of the videos, you are seeing him say very horrible things about Hindus going to Qatar. Now, are all these videos fake? If they were fake, what action did he take on them till now? Because these are old videos. Why didn't he go file a police complaint or a defamation suit? So these are his videos. But this is the brazening that is happening is because Kejriwal, who is the mastermind behind these statements, is the one who is backing him and endorsing these statements. That's why you see Rajinder Pal, he has given his istifa, but it has not been accepted. And this is only a cosmetic action that is being done. Similarly, Gopal Italia too, the words he's speaking are Kejriwal's words. If they are not, Kejriwal would have sacked both of them. But Kejriwal has neither sacked Rajinder Pal nor will he sack Gopal Italia because this is Kejriwal's part.
All right, Shehzad Poonawalla, thank you for giving us your reaction. Let's straight away cut across to Yogi addressing an event.
की राजनीति में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका का निर्वहन एक लंबे समय तक उन्होंने किया। उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा और विधान परिषद में लंबे समय तक प्रतिनिधित्व करने और 3 बार प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य को नेतृत्व प्रदान करने, देश की संसद में 7 बार प्रतिनिधित्व करने और देश के रक्षा मंत्री के रूप में भी एक उल्लेखनीय सेवा उन्होंने देश की। आज वे हमारे बीच में नहीं हैं। मैं दिवंगत आत्मा की शांति की कामना ईश्वर से करता हूं। शोक संतप्त परिजनों के प्रति, समर्थकों के प्रति अपनी संवेदना भी व्यक्त करता हूं। राज्य शासन ने मुलायम सिंह जी यादव जी के दुखद निधन पर 3 दिन की राजकीय शोक की घोषणा की है और प्रदेश शासन की ओर से राजकीय सम्मान के साथ उनके अंतिम संस्कार की कार्रवाई को भी संपन्न करने की पूरी व्यवस्था के लिए निर्देश दिए गए हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी इस अवसर पर अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त की है और मैं स्वयं भी सेफई जाकर के प्रदेश शासन की ओर से दिवंगत आत्मा को विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करूंगा। उनकी सेवाओं का स्मरण करते हुए प्रदेश की जनता की ओर से भी उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करूंगा। मैं इस अवसर पर एक बार फिर से ईश्वर से दिवंगत आत्मा की शांति की कामना करता हूं।
सर, कोई संस्मरण
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi parties, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है। 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से 1 पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड, 2 फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की, खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो
Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to
And continue to track all the latest coming in from Ukraine. These are the fresh visuals coming in of the multiple explosions that have been heard in capital Kiev. Remember, Ukraine President Zelensky has in the latest said that there have been casualties and there have been those injured as well in these explosions that have rocked the capital city of Ukraine. Meanwhile, remember these blasts took place early this morning at around 8:15 local time in Ukraine's capital city. Ukraine president there saying that the country is under missile attack. Meanwhile, Russia's president has accused Ukraine of orchestrating the blast that rocked the Kerch bridge that links Crimea with Russia. So yes, it's an escalation of war between Russia and Ukraine. Back-to-back blasts that have been reported, and this is the fresh visual coming in right now. We're getting to know that explosion was also heard in Belgorod. So back-to-back multiple explosions that have rocked not just capital city Kiev but in other districts as well. Our senior editor Shravan also is with us. Shravan, take it away. Give us more details.
Well, in fact, now reports also coming in, Samiksha, of explosions heard in Belgorod side. This is in Russia's Belgorod where the explosions have taken place. Not very sure at this point in time, Samiksha, who's really responsible for it. But in the last 24 to 48 hours, what's essentially seen is escalation from both sides, starting from the attack on the transportation line in Crimea. Remember, that's the first attack that's actually taken place in Crimea. And secondly, with regards to the fact that soon after that, we are seeing explosions taking place in Kiev. Now, explosions in Kiev comes after several months put together in this war, after the retreat of the Russian forces from the nearby areas of the capital city of Kiev. This perhaps is the first time that we are looking at the attacks taking place right in the heart of the capital city of Kiev, which only is an indication that this is perhaps seen as a response coming in from the Russian side following the attack that has taken place in Crimea. As far as the attack in the transportation line in Crimea is concerned, remember the Ukrainian authorities have taken no responsibility for the same. But having said that, Russia essentially believes that Ukraine is behind the attack in Crimea. And if you remember the previous warnings that have been actually given by Russia, that if at all any attack takes place in Crimea, then there is going to be massive repercussion. And that's exactly what it seems right now. These are more largely seen as retaliatory attacks that are taking place. But currently, the picture that we are basically showing you, these are the images now coming in from the Russian side of Belgorod, which is basically closer towards the eastern side of Kharkiv. That's the city just opposite Belgorod. So whether at all these explosions are connected, that is not known at this point in time. We'll have to wait for some more information to come in from both sides, the Russian as well as the Ukrainian side. But clearly, it appears that this is an escalatory move. Now, this comes at a time when there are also been reports suggesting that both the leaders could actually meet on the sidelines of G20. Whether that's going to happen, that's not very clear. But with these escalatory moves taking place, things are only turning out to become far more difficult.
All right, Shravan, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Shravan, they're getting us all those details on the multiple explosions to have rocked Ukraine's capital city, Kiev.
Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
making news this morning. Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the State Assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. He has used derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This has triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
The headlines at this hour. After a week-long battle, Samajwadi Party founder Mulayam Singh Yadav passes away at the age of 82. India loses one of its tallest socialist icons. Tributes pour in from across the country.
मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, उनका जाना देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्षति है।
Bengal BJP chief Sukanta Majumdar blocked and arrested in Kolkata. And breaking news coming in now, here on Live and Breaking. Days after the blast on the Crimean Bridge, multiple explosions were reported at the center of Kyiv. And multiple explosions rocked the city of Ukraine early this morning, following months of relative calm. And Nivedana joining us live from the newsroom on the story. Nivedana, it's over to you to tell us what's happening. We are hearing of multiple explosions in the Ukrainian capital.
That's right, Rukma. Like you pointed out, several explosions occurred all across Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, since morning. Now, what we understand so far is that these explosions took place at local time 8:15 a.m. On the other hand, after these explosions that occurred in Kyiv, we're also understanding now that an explosion has reportedly been heard in Russia's Belgorod as well. Now, the loud explosions and its suburbs are the result of ammunition at the training ground being destroyed. Now, on the other hand, talking about these particular videos that we also see on the screen, clouds of black smoke could be seen rising from buildings in the videos as well. Talking about reactions coming in as well, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine also went on to tweet saying that multiple Russian missile strikes across Ukraine. Now, Putin's only tactic is terror on peaceful Ukrainian cities, but he will not break Ukraine down. This is also his response to all appeasers who want to talk with him about peace. He also went on to add that Putin is a terrorist who talks with missiles. So that is the latest that we have coming in terms of reactions as well. But of course, multiple explosions have rocked the capital city of Kyiv, of Ukraine, beg your pardon. And of course, on the other hand, we're also getting in reports of these blasts being reported in Belgorod of Russia as well. Rukma.
Right. So, well, when we talk about, there's a war of words as well erupting over this. Putin making a number of allegations earlier.
That's right, and also this
Nivedana.
incident comes after the fact that the incident took place at the Crimea Bridge as well. Now, talking about the fact of Ukraine's presidency says attacks are taking place as many cities in Ukraine a day after the fact that Moscow blamed Kyiv for an explosion on a bridge connecting Crimea to Russia. Now, of course, Putin was also going to call in that Security Council meeting as well. But the latest being in terms of these explosions that have rocked the entire city of Kyiv, that we can clearly see in the visuals. Now, an air alert has also been issued across Ukraine after this incident, and central Kyiv, of course, has been attacked by Russia, as per reports, Rukma.
Right. And joining us now on the program is Alexei Melnik, who's the co-director of Foreign Relations and International Security programs. Mr. Melnik, when we talk about these explosions, media reports suggest that they are the result of apparent missile strikes. What are you hearing? What can you tell us about them? They come after relative calm in the Ukrainian capital.
I'm in Kyiv, and during the last 2 hours, there are a number of explosions. There have been a number of explosions. There are already evidences of casualties, destructions, mostly civilian targets. There was a children's playground hit in the center of Kyiv, and also there are missile strikes all around Ukraine, particularly cities in Ukraine, not military targets.
So the visuals show tremendous damage. Can you explain them to us, what we are seeing right now? And we also believe that there's an alert warning people to continue to stay in shelters. Is that right?
Yes, people are advised to stay in shelters, but the problem is that Kyiv city has about 3 million population. So it's simply impossible to all of them to find shelters. It's very useful for us that we have underground, metro stations that are used now as the most safe places. But still, there are a lot of casualties, a lot of destructions in Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities for the moment. So it's clearly an act of terrorism performed by the Russian Federation.
But earlier, is this a war of words we are looking at, that we're hearing? Because earlier, with regards to the Crimea Bridge blast, Putin has accused Ukraine of terrorism.
It's rather strange that Putin has openly accused Ukraine, because previously Russian propaganda downplayed any role of Ukraine in attacks like on Crimea Peninsula or seeking the flagman of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, Moscow cruiser. But this time, Putin was very quick to put blame on Ukrainian side. And it was actually an announcement of the retaliation, acts of retaliation. However, I can say that there is not 100% clear that there was Russian-Ukrainian involvement in the strikes of the Kerch Bridge. Because, as we know, Russians performed...
Right. Mr. Melnik...
Yes.
Mr. Melnik, I'm joined by my colleague from the Mumbai studio, and she will be taking over now. Please stay with us. Samiksha, it's over to you.
Well, thank you for that, Rukma. So yes, these are multiple explosions to have rocked, not just one, multiple explosions to have rocked the Ukraine capital city of Kiev. The visuals here explain the extent of damage that has been wrought as a result of these multiple explosions. This is the aftermath showing the kind of destruction. What President Zelensky has also said that yes, there have been casualties reported. We do not yet know the number of casualties, but yes, President there confirming that the explosions have been so intense that people have died and wounded as well. well. Remember, air alerts have also been sounded across Ukraine, not just in the capital city of Kiev, but across Ukraine. Air alerts have been sounded. In fact, we've blurred those visuals in which one of the person is seen dead. That is, in fact, a post that has been put out by one of the civilian there that shows, the exact very moment when that blast rocked the capital city of Kiev. Now, remember, what we're getting to know is that the blast were reported at around 8:15 a.m. local time of Ukraine. And in this visual that has been put out by one of the civilians, which shows it was a normal hour, when the blast happened. It was around 8:15 a.m. local time when people were rushing to their workplace. This, of course, comes at a time when there has been a relative calm for some time now. And the blast coming at a time when there was a blast that also happened at a particular bridge that links Crimea with Russia. The visual here that we've blurred right now is of a civilian who is lying in an unconscious state. And this visual coming in from the capital city of Kiev, where you can see the buildings that have been shattered, the buildings that have been damaged as a result of these missile attacks that have been reported. Remember, Russia has not really claimed any responsibility as of now, but these blasts come at a time just a day after that explosion that rocked that particular bridge that links Crimea with Russia. So Russian president there calling it a terror attack that happened at this particular bridge. And we have a guest also joining us right now. We have Vadim Trukhan, former diplomat, joining us from Kiev. Sir, if I can get more details from you, the extent of damage that has been wrought, and also if any casualties so far when we talk about these missile attacks to have occurred.
Good morning. This is actually an unfortunate situation when Russia made a decision to widen its terrorist activities, and now they're trying to shut infrastructure and civilian objects all around Ukraine. What is known for now, they were trying to hit pedestrian bridge in Kyiv, and they have damaged one museum, children place for playing, and some civilian houses. It was reported that about 10 people were died and approximately 25 were injured. I am afraid that these attacks will continue because Putin made a decision to make pressure on Ukraine, on our capital, on our leadership. But there are two conclusions from this situation. First, Kremlin made a decision not to use nuclear weapons right now. They are trying to use more frequently and more widely massive which they have in possession. This is first. And second, as for now, I think that for partners from the West, for our de facto allies from the West,
yes,
it will become much more complicated issue.
Yes, just hold your thoughts there. Yes, I'll take the same point across to Nikita Mendukvich, also political analyst joining us from Russia. First up, if you could talk to us more about how much of an escalation in war do you see between Russia and Ukraine? Because let's not forget, there has been a relative calm that's been seen across Ukraine all this while, and all of a sudden there is definitely a fresh escalation.
First of all, we can hardly speak about any kind of escalation of this war after terrible terrorist attack committed by Kiev forces. They are killing civilian population. They attacked the bridge in Crimea. They killed civilians in Kupiansk. Suspicions in collaboration with Russia. They're killing mass of people, and Russia has no choice to respond it. Many times our leaders said that if these cross lines, red lines, will be crossed, our response will be hard.
So, yes.
And now...
So could you confirm it for us that is this an escalation from the Russian side, the multiple missile attacks that have rocked?
No escalation from the Russian side. The escalation took place from the Ukrainian side. Ukrainian side started this war. Ukrainian side killing civilians in the occupied territories. They committed terrorist attacks against Russian objects and Russian civilians. There is no escalation from the Russian side.
But
we tried to avoid this war from the beginning. And Ukraine started and continued this terrible war against civilian population, not against Russian army or any kind of military force. They are fighting against usual people in Ukraine, killing those citizens for everyday practice. That is the reason of the conflict. That is the reason of the problem. That is the escalation we should talk about. We should talk about Ukrainian crimes committed against those population. We should talk about what your country can do to stop terrible Ukrainian aggression and defend Ukrainian people from official Kyiv. I think that now, after all these terrible attacks committed by Ukrainians, your country should break diplomatical relations with Kyiv officials. There is no power there. There is no government. There is only a group of terrorists controlling the Kyiv and killing Ukrainian people. Stop this butchery.
Sir,
please.
just to continue on this point that you're mentioning, the bigger question here, like you're saying, is what really explains the attack, if, as claimed by you, the attack by Ukraine on its own civilians?
Because Ukrainian people are not loyal for this occupation government. As I said, it is not government in fact. It is NATO occupation forces, NATO puppets, which control the Kyiv beginning from 2014. These people, for all these 8 years, are killing population, Russian-speaking, Ukrainian-speaking, because Ukrainians want to be independent. They don't want to be under NATO control. And now Ukrainian people, not Russian army, but Ukrainians, are fighting against Kyiv regime. And Kyiv, with the NATO forces, killing these people for the will of freedom. It is not a government, as I said. It is a terrorist organization controlling the Kyiv. And when Russia trying to liberate Kyiv, when it attacks so-called government centers in Kyiv, we are attacking terrorists. We are fighting for the lives of Ukraine and Russian people. We are fighting for those freedom.
Yes. All right. Thank you for speaking to us. We'll leave it at that. So that was political analyst from Moscow saying that this is not an attack from the Russian side. Let's take a look and try to have a better understanding of these blasts that have rocked the capital city of Kiev. Now, this shows this is the exact moment when that missile attack happened in this particular capital city of Kiev. This is in central Kiev where the attack happened. Now, remember, this attack comes 4 months after that last attack that happened in Kiev. There has been a relative calm of sorts in Kiev and other cities as well. But what we are seeing at this point is another escalation from the Russian side. Yes, Russia has not really claimed responsibility, but important to note here, the attack that happened in this particular bridge that links Crimea with Russia, in which Russia, of course, saying that it is a terrorist attack or by the Ukraine side. So Russia perplexed by the kind of attack, the explosion that happened in this particular bridge that connects Crimea with Russia, following which we are seeing multiple attacks that have been carried out in the Ukraine cities, not just in Kiev, but in Zhytomyr as well. These are multiple visuals that we are putting on our screens right now. This is this is that very bridge in which that attack took place in the wee hours at around 8:15 local time in Ukraine. Russia, of course, not having said a word about these blasts till now, but the Ukraine President Zelensky, they're saying that there have been casualties, there have been people wounded in these attacks that were carried out. And we'll go across to other political analysts as well to get their perspective. But remember, this is being seen as another escalation when we talk about the Russia-Ukraine war. Almost a year now since the war could get, when it will be almost a year to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Russia, they're showing no signs of retreating, as it is definitely a fresh attack. Let's take a look at another video which is quite dramatic of sorts with respect to these explosions that were heard this morning in the Ukraine cities. Let's take a look at another visuals coming in. This one is of that very particular moment when that blast, that terrible blast that happened. We do not know the number of casualties, but yes, President Zelensky, they're confirming that there have been casualties, there have been people wounded in this attack. This comes just 4 months after that last attack which happened in the capital city of Kiev. Also, what we're getting to know is that the blasts have not just happened in the capital city of Kiev, but in other adjoining areas, including Zhytomyr and Lviv as well. And as we were discussing earlier, that this is another escalation. These are some reactions. Let's take a closer look. There are some sound bites as well on this. Let's take a look.
У мене трясуться руки, тому що я щойно побачила, як летить ракета. І я почула це. У мене трясуться руки, тому що я щойно побачила, як летить ракета. І я почула це. У мене трясуться руки, тому що я щойно побачила, як летить ракета. І я почула це.
And let's get a quick perspective from our senior editor Shravan as well, who's joining us. Shravan, you've been on the field, you've been covered the Russia-Ukraine war for months at a stretch from the ground. Talk to us about how much of this escalation do you see when we talk about this conflict which shows no signs of abating?
Well, in fact, Samisha, let me first begin by getting us the latest updates that are coming in, then perhaps also put this into perspective. The latest report that we're getting in from the Ukrainian President's office. This was an update that was put out by the President's office in which the President's office has confirmed that the strikes which started late last night continued a series of Russian missile strikes that was near Zaporizhia, which they have now confirmed that at least 43 people have died since the 3rd of October in 1 week itself. There have been strikes in Kharkiv and the cities of Donbass and other cities of Ukraine. They are saying that Iranian drones have actually been used. Airstrikes have actually taken place. Now, that's what the President's office had to say with regards to, remember, this is the 229th day of the full-scale war. And the Ukrainian President essentially says that this is yet another attempt to destroy Ukraine and wipe them off the face of the earth. And the fact that this is an attack which has taken place in the Ukrainian capital. It has been targeted by missile strikes for the first time in months with central areas that have been struck. Apart from that, explosions have been reported in other cities across the country, which includes Lviv, Dnipro, and Zaporizhia. It certainly appears to be one of the most widespread set of Russian attacks since the early weeks of the war. At least 2 blasts were basically heard in central Kiev. That was shortly after 8 o'clock Kiev time, and thereafter more actually followed. The defense minister has said that Russian attacks essentially will not deter the Ukrainians from the fight. Now, just to put this into perspective, now this wave of attacks comes 2 days after the only bridge that links Russia with occupied Crimea was damaged in the blast. Russian President Putin is likely to chair a meeting of the Security Council today to discuss the explosion of the Crimean bridge. But important to point out here is the very fact that the Crimean bridge attack that has taken place, which the Ukrainian authorities have completely distanced themselves. They say that Ukraine has got absolutely nothing to do with it. But having said that, Russia has not taken it lying low. Russia has been extremely, clear about the fact that the attack, they suspect, is from the Ukrainian side, and the fact that it has targeted Crimea is going to have its own repercussions.
Well, absolutely. And also, Shravan, with both sides not willing to retreat, what is the end game of this is the question which is on everybody's minds.
Well, as far as the end game is concerned, important to point out here that it does not seem that there is an end game anytime soon, because there were reports suggesting that both the leaders could actually meet in the next coming few days. I'm being told that the Deputy Foreign Minister is joining us on the phone line. Deputy Foreign Minister is actually joining us on the phone line. Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Ma'am, if you could just take us to the latest details of the attack that took place around 6 o'clock Kiev time. What's the situation like?
Well, indeed, thank you for your reaction as a media. My morning started awful. I saw first 3 airstrike missiles bombing the city center as I'm staying at the city center. And this is what we have today, not only the city center of Kyiv, but also Dnipro, Mykolaiv, Khmelnytsky, Lviv, and Zhytomyr. These are the cities that have been already shelled. And as a result of these airstrikes, the critical infrastructure has been ruined, mostly the electric stations in Kyiv, Tripilsky and Pridnestrovsky. We also have casualties. We also have civilians dying because of these airstrikes. And this is what we have already been saying to all our partners, including India, that we have to be decisive in our reaction, because our hesitation and inability to react properly causes these kind of airstrikes and causes this aggression that we see from Russia today.
Ma'am, if I can just take one more question with you with regards to the current situation and the casualties that could have been inflicted because of the multiple missile strikes. Could you confirm how many missile strikes have already taken place in the capital city? And in terms of casualties, is there any number that you could share with our viewers at this point in time?
I cannot do it as of now, but I hope that we will have information to share. But these are 10 airstrikes, actually. These are 10 of missiles that has already been launched by Russia to my country and against my country.
When Russia, ma'am, says that there would have been repercussions as far as the attack on the bridge, the link between Russia and Crimea, the bridge that was attacked, they say that there would have been repercussions. Ukraine hasn't taken any responsibility for the attack on the Crimean bridge. What do you have to say about it from the foreign ministry? What's the response coming in from Ukraine as far as the attack on the Crimean bridge is concerned? Because it appears
I understand your question, but believe me, I think that this question is a bit of distant from reality. We are taking responsibility in our country and we are fighting for our country. The whole story started in 2014, and since 24th of February, this was an unprovoked provocation, an unprovoked war, and we did nothing to have these shellings. So when Russia says that there will be repercussions for the breach, it's something that Russia has been already doing since 24th of February, already been shelling our cities, already been killing our people. And these are not repercussions only for the breach, and this is what we've seen. So, Ukraine is doing its best to first survive, second, face international principles as such, and third, to stop aggression. Because if it's not stopped, it always becomes bigger, and you know it, and all of human beings know it.
One final question before I let you go. In terms of what is the response really now coming in from the Ukrainian authorities? Because there were reports suggesting that there could be a slim possibility that both the leaders, Ukrainian president and the Russian president, could actually meet on the sidelines of the G20. With the attacks that have taken place in the capital city of Kiev, does that mean that all talks are now going to be put on the back burner?
I don't see the potential of negotiation as of now, especially with regards to the barbaric treatment to civilians and barbaric destroyal of Ukrainian critical infrastructure. Indeed, we've been always open for diplomatic efforts, and we've been always not only saying but also initiating this meeting. I mean, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, has already several times approaching Russian side to have a meeting, and we always had President Putin who didn't want to meet. But as of now, the main point of my president is that any negotiation might start only when the withdrawal of Russian forces will happen. So the occupation of the territories, and then we can start speaking, and then we can negotiate.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am, for speaking to Republic TV.
Thank you so much.
All right, Shravan, they are senior editor, getting us all those details on the multiple explosions that have been reported across Ukraine. And as the deputy minister, foreign minister, was also speaking to Republic, telling us about the extent of damage that has happened post these blasts. We'll slip into a very short break, but we'll continue with a live coverage from ground, minute by minute updates on the devastation that has been wrought in Ukraine following the blasts.
Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Making news this morning, Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the state assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. He has used derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This has triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, mission.
Top headlines at 1:30. Dramatic escalation in Ukraine-Russia war. Multiple missile attacks reported in Kiev. Ukrainian capital Kiev comes under attack 2 days after explosion at Crimean Bridge.
पाल जी, क्या आप उसके बारे में बताएंगे, क्योंकि ये वीडियो पूरा वायरल हो चुका है, किस तरह से ये पूरा आपके बारे में भी बोला जा रहा है और आपने कई सारे जो अपशब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं उसके बारे में क्या?
मुद्दा जो है वो वीडियो नहीं है। बीजेपी 27 साल से गुजरात में सरकार चला रही है। इतने साल
See for clean, that's what AAP Neta says when confronted by Republic on his abuse to the Prime Minister. Bengal BJP chief arrested while trying to visit violence-hit areas near Kolkata. After a power-packed day 1, Prime Minister Modi all set to kick off day 2 inauguration of mega projects lined up. After AAP Gujarat chief Gopal Italia hurled insults at the Prime Minister, BJP has now hit out at the party, saying AAP must have some control. And Mulayam Singh no more passes away at the age of 82. And tracking the big story, we are covering this afternoon, the big story coming in from Gujarat, where the AAP leader, the AAP Gujarat chief, hurled insults at Prime Minister Modi. Republic there confronting the AAP leader who remains defiant, continues to put up a brazen defense, saying that he did not use any such derogatory word for the Prime Minister of that, for the Prime Minister of the country. Let's listen into that confrontation with the AAP leader.
हो चुका है, किस तरह से ये पूरा आपके बारे में भी बोला जा रहा है और आपने कई सारे जो अपशब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं उसके बारे में क्या?
मुद्दा जो है वो वीडियो नहीं है। बीजेपी 27 साल से गुजरात में सरकार चला रही है। इतने साल सरकार चलाने के बाद अब चुनाव का टाइम आया। अब जनता पूछ रही है कि 27 साल में आपने क्या किया, तो बीजेपी वाले जनता को बोल रहे वीडियो देख लो भाई, हमने तो कुछ किया नहीं है। जनता ये पूछ रही है कि बेरोजगारी कब दूर होगी गुजरात में, बीजेपी वाले बोल रहे गोपाल का वीडियो देख लो भाई। जनता ये पूछ रही है कि इतनी महंगाई क्यों है, बीजेपी वाले बोल रहे कि वीडियो देख लो गोपाल का। यही बच गया है मुद्दा। अगर उन्होंने कुछ काम किया होता, अगर गुजरात में कुछ अच्छी चीज़ें बनी होती, तो इस तरह की चीज़ों में नहीं जाना पड़ता है उनको। तो ये जो
गोपाल जी जो ये वीडियो आया है उसमें आपने कुछ अपशब्द तो इस्तेमाल किए हैं, ये आपको मानना पड़ेगा क्या? उसके लिए
शब्द है मुझे बताइए।
मैं उसको आपको रिपीट नहीं कर सकती, पर जिस तरह से
नहीं तो क्या बोलोगे, बताइए कौन सा अपशब्द है मुझे
जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, आपने नीच बोला है प्रधानमंत्री को और आपने कुछ एक सी वर्ड करके भी बोला है, तो क्या आप उसको
क्या मतलब होता है
वो आप बताइए।
सी का मतलब है क्लीन। जिस तरीके से
क्या वो क्लीन आदमी आप ऐसा बोल रहे हैं?
सुनिए ना, माइक इधर रखिए तब मैं बताऊंगा। सी का मतलब है क्लीन। जिस तरीके से बीजेपी के नेता केंद्र में बैठे हुए लोग जनता की जेबों को क्लीन कर रहे हैं, भारत का पैसा क्लीन करके अपने उद्योगपति दोस्तों को 10 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा माफी कर रहे हैं और जनता के जेब से पैसा क्लीन कर रहे हैं, उसको सी बोलते हैं ना, क्लीन कर रहे।
और ये जो नीच आपने कहा है उसके बारे में आप क्या बोलेंगे?
किसने क्या कहा, किसने क्या नहीं कहा? जनता ये कहते कि 27 साल का हिसाब दो, हमें वीडियो नहीं देखना है। क्यों जबरदस्ती आप जनता को बोल रहे कि 27 साल के बाद वीडियो देख के हमें वोट दे दो? आप अपना काम गिनवाइए, 27 साल में क्या किया, कितने रोजगार दिए, कितने स्कूल बनवाए, कितने अस्पताल बनवाए, कितनी सड़कें अच्छी करी, आप बताइए अपना काम। जब आप अपना काम नहीं बता पाते तब जनता को बोलते हैं कि 10 साल पहले किसी ने कुछ बोला था, ये वीडियो अभी देख लो और अभी के अभी हमें वोट कर दो। ये क्या
गोपाल भाई आपकी बात सही है कि ये एजुकेशन की अगर आप बात करें तो उनको भी ये सवाल पूछने चाहिए, पर इस वीडियो की अगर हम बात करें, माना कि ये काफी पुराना वीडियो है और अब एनसीडब्ल्यू ने भी आपको एक नोटिस भेजा है। ये नोटिस मेरे पास में है अभी 13 अक्टूबर को 12:30 बजे एनसीडब्ल्यू ने आपको समन्स भेजा है कि आपको अपना क्लैरिफिकेशन देना पड़ेगा। तो आप उसमें क्या बोलेंगे, क्योंकि इसमें आपने शब्द तो इससे
अभी तो मुझे ये कुछ मिला नहीं है, देखते हैं मिलेगा तो देखेंगे आगे।
पर आप बिल्कुल मना कर रहे हैं कि आप माफी नहीं मांगेंगे।
मुद्दा बेरोजगारी का है। आप पूछिए बीजेपी वालों से बेरोजगारी क्यों है गुजरात में। 17 लाख लोगों ने पटवारी के लिए,
वो हम पूछेंगे, पर आप इस वीडियो के बारे में
मैं उसके बारे में तब जवाब दूंगा ना जब वो मेरी महंगाई का जवाब दे। बेरोजगारी का, आप बेरोजगारी से बचने के लिए ये बोल रहे हो जनता को वीडियो देख लो भाई, बेरोजगारी पे सवाल मत पूछो, महंगाई पे सवाल मत पूछो, बीजेपी के लोगों ने जो भ्रष्टाचार मचा रखा है उस पर सवाल मत पूछो, वीडियो देखते जाओ, वोट देते जाओ। ये नहीं चलेगा। अब जनता जाग चुकी है, चाहे कितना मर्जी इतना गड़बड़ कर लो, नहीं चलेगा। आप बीजेपी के लोग, गुजरात में हर साल जहरीली शराब से लोग मरते हैं, लट्ठा कांड जिसे गुजराती में बोलते हैं। जवाब दीजिए। पेपर लीकेज होता है, हजारों लाखों बच्चों का भविष्य बर्बाद हो रहा है। बताइए ना, जवाब दीजिए, कौन पेपर लीक करा है? गोपाल इटालिया ने करा है पेपर लीक। गोपाल इटालिया ने लट्ठा कांड करवाया है। ये टूटी हुई सड़कें मैंने तोड़ी है।
गोपाल इटालिया ने वीडियो में तो ये बातें की,
तो वीडियो मुद्दा ही नहीं है ना। मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ, मुद्दा बेरोजगारी है, जिससे बचने के लिए जनता को बता रहे हैं कि वीडियो देख लो, बेरोजगारी पे सवाल मत करो, महंगाई पे सवाल मत करो। और जो क्लीन किया ना, जनता की जेबों को क्लीन किया है, साफ कर दिया, जनता के जेब में पैसा नहीं रहने दिया, अपने उद्योगपति का 10 लाख का कर्जा माफ कर दिया। किसने माफ किया? गोपाल इटालिया ने माफ किया। जब आप बता नहीं पाते कि जनता को देने के लिए आपके पास पैसा नहीं है और आप जब कर्जा माफी आती है तो कर देते हो, ये जवाब नहीं है, इसलिए जनता को बोलते हो। आप देख लो वीडियो।
So, as you just heard, that was the brazen defense by the AAP leader who hurled abuses at the Prime Minister, now saying that he did not use any such derogatory word for that matter. And this, of course, comes at a time when we are just months ahead for the Gujarat polls. We'll go across to Priyanka as well to get her quick perspective on this. But the AAP leader who continues to remain defiant and coming up with this defense. Priyanka is live with us. Priyanka, if you could once again put this into context, the kind of statements that were made earlier by this AAP leader and what he's really said when you confronted him.
Samiksha, I couldn't quite hear your question, but we do see how the reaction of the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has come. In fact, he's tried to justify his comments that he had made with respect to the Prime Minister. He had stated those words, calling him those caste slurs that he had also used, and of course, then he's tried to justify those words. And he has said that what he meant by the word is that he is clean. Now, he's tried to say that he is a clean person. In fact, he's somebody who cleans the money out of the pockets of the people.
કટુ વાણી નથી નીકળી, એમના વ્યવહાર ઉપર ક્યારે કોઈ આંગળી નથી જીતી. આનાથી વધારે ગુજરાત માટે રૂડું શું હોઈ શકે ભાઈઓ? એવા ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ અને આમ જોઉં જાજે તો હો કેસરીયો સાગર હિલોળા રહી રહ્યો છે. જ્યાં નજર પહોંચે કેસરીયો સાગર દેખાઈ રહ્યો છે. વટ પાડી દીધો. આમાં તો સરદાર સાહેબની ભૂમિ છે ને, કાંઈ વટ પાડે ભાઈ. કેમ છો બધા? એકદમ જોરમાં, ઉત્સાહમાં, ઉમંગમાં. આનંદ હોય ને આનંદ ના હોય એવું કેવું બને ભાઈ? અને આજે આણંદની ધરતી પર આવ્યો છું ત્યારે પૂજ્ય બાપુ સરદાર સાહેબ, ભાઈ કાકા, આવા દીર્ઘદ્રષ્ટા મહાપુરુષોના ચરણોમાં વંદન કરીને હું અત્યંત ગૌરવ અનુભવું છું.
I feel pride coming to the land of these great leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Patel. Today all of you have come in large numbers to bless me, and how much ever I thank you is less. Many times people say that Modi is doing well in Delhi.
મોદી સાહેબ નથી કરતા.
Do you
એ તો સરદાર સાહેબના પદચિહ્નો પર ચાલે છે ભાઈઓ, એટલે કામ થાય. તમે જુઓ દેશના એકીકરણનું કામ સરદાર સાહેબે રાજા રજવાડોને મનાવ્યા, સમજાવ્યા, ભારતને એક બનાવ્યું. પણ એક કાશ્મીર બીજા એક ભાઈએ માથે લીધો.
several of the princes and kings to integrate them in the country.
પરંતુ સરદાર સાહેબની ધરતીના મને સંસ્કાર હતા, સરદાર સાહેબના પદચિહ્નો પર ચાલતા હતા, એટલે કાશ્મીરની સમસ્યા પણ પૂરી કરી અને સરદાર સાહેબને સાચી શ્રદ્ધાંજલિ આપી દીધી. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, ગુજરાત અને ભાજપ આ બંનેનો અતૂટ નાતો છે, અતૂટ નાતો. આજે ક્યાંય પણ કોઈ ગુજરાતની વાત કરે ને ભાજપ દેખાય, ભાજપની વાત કરે ગુજરાત દેખાય. અને આ નાતો, આ રિશ્તા એ માત્ર રાજકારણના નથી, આટાપાટાના નથી. એ તો દિલનો પ્રેમ છે, પહેલા દિલનો પ્રેમ છે. પોતાપણું છે, પોતિકાપણું છે, અપણત્વની ભાવના છે. અને તમે જ આ કમળને ક્યારે હંમેશા ખીલતું રાખ્યું છે અને તમારા પસીનો પાડીને ખીલતું રાખ્યું છે ભાઈઓ.
The lotus blooming.
ભાઈઓ બહેનો, આજે ગુજરાતનો એક એક બાળક જાણે છે,
Today,
પ્રત્યેક વ્યક્તિ જાણે છે.
every child of Gujarat and every person of Gujarat knows
સેવા. ગુજરાત ભાજપ એટલે
Gujarat and BJP means service.
સુરક્ષા. ગુજરાત
Gujarat and BJP means safety of women. It means
કોઈ માથું
peace.
ના ઊંચું કરી શકે. અને ગુજરાતમાં ભાજપ એટલે વ્યાપાર કારોબાર માટે ઉત્તમમાં ઉત્તમ વાતાવરણ.
BJP in Gujarat means development.
હુલ્લડોથી મુક્તિ, હુલ્લડોને દેશ વટો, કર્ફ્યુને દેશ વટો. ગુજરાત ભાજપ એટલે સમાજની તોડવા વાળી તાકાતો ઉપર જીવલેણ પ્રહાર કરવાની શક્તિ. ગુજરાત ભાજપ એટલે શાંતિપૂર્વક બધા જ લોકોના ઉત્સવો ઉજવાય, તહેવારો ઉજવાય, ગરબા બી થાય, તાજિયા બી નીકળે. આ મારું ગુજરાત ભાઈઓ. અને ગુજરાત એટલે ગુડ ગવર્નન્સની દિશામાં ઉત્તરોત્તર પ્રગતિ, નિત્ય નવા પ્રયોગો, નિત્ય નયા પ્રયાસો. અને ગુજરાતમાં ભાજપનો મતલબ છે આ મારા ગુજરાતીઓનો દુનિયામાં જય જયકાર. અને એટલે જ કહું છું, ગુજરાત ભાજપ એટલે સબકા સાથ સબકા વિકાસ. આપણે અહીંયા કહેતા હતા સૌનો સાથ સૌનો વિકાસ. કરી બતાવ્યું કે ના કરી બતાવ્યું? તમે જેટલો સાથ આપ્યો, અમે એટલો વિકાસ આપ્યો. અને એમાંથી વિશ્વાસ પ્રગટ્યો. અને આજે વિશ્વાસ હિન્દુસ્તાનના ખૂણે ખૂણે ભાજપાનો ઝંડો લહેરાવી રહ્યો છે. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, ઘણીવાર એમ થાય કે આજે 20-25 વર્ષના જુવાનિયાઓ છે, આપણી દીકરા દીકરીઓ છે, એમને ખબર હશે કે પહેલા ગુજરાતની કેવી દશા હતી. 20-22 વર્ષ પહેલા કેવા કઠિન દિવસોમાં આપણા લોકોને સમય કાઢવો પડતો હતો. નાની નાની વાતમાં દેશ છોડી જવું પડે એવા સ્થિતિ લોકોને આવી. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, આજે ગુજરાતની બેટી ભણી ગણીને આગળ વધી રહી છે, નિશ્ચિંત થઈને ગૌરવભેર જીવી રહી છે. ભાઈઓ, રાત રાત સુધી આપણી દીકરીઓ સ્કૂટી લઈને બહાર જાય, મા બાપને ચિંતા જ ના હોય, ના તો દીકરી સાંજ આવી જશે, મોડેથી આવી જશે. અને આ વાત ગુજરાતને ન સમજાય. ઘણી જગ્યાએ જઈએ ત્યારે ખબર પડે કેવી મુસીબતમાં લોકો જીવતા હોય છે. આપણે ગુજરાતને મુસીબતોમાંથી બહાર કાઢી દીધું.
And see how people face these difficulties of law and order.
માતા બહેનો દીકરીઓને સન્માન, એના માટે થઈને આપણે પ્રયાસ કર્યો છે. મા બાપની ચિંતાઓ આપણે ઓછી કરી દીધી.
Respect for our mothers and daughters and
આજે જયારે
safety for
પ્રગતિની
our
રાહ પર આપણે
parents.
જઈ રહ્યા છે ત્યારે મંદિરોમાં, બજારોમાં
We are going on the path
આવવા
of
જવાની
development.
કોઈ ખતરા નહીં સાહેબ. શાંતિથી બધું થાય છે કે નથી થતું? ગૌરવભેર થાય છે કે
There is
નહીં?
no danger
કોઈ
at
ઉચાટ
all.
રહે છે?
Doesn't
આ મને
everything
યાદ
happen
છે,
with peace?
અમારા શેઢીના તો કાયમ આંદોલનો ચાલ્યા કરતા. અને અમારા
how they were
શેઢી
back to
કહો
back
કે
the
અમારું
protest.
મહી નદી કહો, નાના નાના પુલ અને રસ્તા પર જામ જ રહે સાહેબ. અને ઘણી વાર તો એમ
And
કે
there used to be smaller
કે
bridges
આણંદથી
and there
જાન
used to be
સમય પર
always a
નીકળી
jam.
હતી, પણ વડોદરા પહોંચતા પહોંચતા મુહૂર્ત જ જતું રહ્યું. આવું કહેતા હતા કે નહોતા કહેતા? જાન રસ્તામાં જ રહી જાય. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, એ દિવસો એવા હતા, કનેક્ટિવિટી ખરાબ, ભયનો માહોલ. અને આવું જયારે હોય ને ત્યારે વિકાસ હા પડખે નો
and fear in the atmosphere.
મુસીબતમાં બધા એમ કે હશે ભાઈ અમારા નસીબ આમ નામ કાઢીશું, પરંતુ આપણે દરેક વાતને ગંભીર લીધી. ગામ ગામ પાકી સડકો બનાવી, ચારે તરફ નેશનલ હાઈવે મજબૂત કર્યા.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very, very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
And more breaking updates coming in on the multiple explosions that have rocked the capital city of Ukraine, Kiev. Ukraine MP telling Republic that the first set of strikes were heard at around 6 a.m. local time, even as sporadic strikes continue on air alerts that have been sounded across Ukraine. Reports suggest that the strikes have also taken place in other parts of Ukraine, which includes Lviv, Zaporizhia as well. In fact, the Ukraine's first deputy defense minister also said that more than 70 missiles hit Ukraine, out of which 41 were stopped by anti-missile systems. So that's the response coming in from the Ukraine officials. The Ukraine Deputy Defense Minister saying that more than 70 missiles hit Ukraine, out of which over 40 missiles were stopped by the anti-missile system. And we'll slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the latest as multiple explosions continue to rock Ukraine with an air alert sounded across the country.
Mission superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport. After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's mission superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy.
An explosion caused the partial collapse of a bridge linking the Crimean Peninsula with Russia. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will declare Gujarat's Mulayam village as India's first solar-powered village.
Open firing has been reported in the national capital, where the miscreants opened fire at a shop in Daryapur area. Updates coming in, this one from Bengal, where the Bengal BJP has now written to the Prime Minister. BJP there escalating the Bengal violence issue, and it's Swapan Das Gupta of the BJP who's written to the Prime Minister to apprise him of the violence that happened in Kolkata. So more details are awaited, but having accessed that letter that has been written by the BJP leader to Prime Minister Modi, remember earlier a letter that was also written by Suvendu Adhikari to the Home Minister as well as the Bengal governor, seeking central paramilitary forces deployment in the state to tackle the law and order situation in the state of Bengal. And now Bengal BJP writing to the Prime Minister over the law and order situation, and this one over specifically over the Mominpur issue. Bengal BJP writing to the Prime Minister saying that there is absolute mayhem and the deteriorating law and order situation in the state needs to be taken care of. Swapan Das Gupta, who's written to this letter to the Prime Minister. We'll go across to our Bangla newsroom as well. But more updates coming in on this big story coming in. BJP seeking centre's intervention with regard to the violence that have rocked the state of Bengal. And Shubhendu Adhikari having written a letter earlier to the Home Minister as well as the Bengal Governor seeking central forces deployment in the state.
ફાર્મા હબ તરીકે થશે એવી જ રીતે સેમી કંડક્ટર હબ તરીકે પણ થવાની છે.
A very short break, lots on the other side. After a power-packed day one, Prime Minister Modi set to kick off day two, inauguration of mega projects lined up.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of a 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं. तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी. आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है. उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई. इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है. 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं. उसमें से वन पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड. तो फेटल हो गया. एक बच्ची है 4 साल की, खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है. अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है. NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो
Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny.
Alright viewers, BJP leader Swapan Das Gupta has written to PM Modi, and this is coming in just after we saw some hectic development there where Bengal BJP chief Samajwadi was blocked and arrested in Kolkata. A lot of developments there coming in right now at this point of time from West Bengal as the BJP continues to escalate the Bengal violence issue. In fact, the BJP has held several rallies earlier as well, where they have highlighted the law and order situation in West Bengal. And what we are learning so far right now is that Bengal BJP chief Sukanto has now been detained. This is coming in at this point of time on Republic TV. Then also, we are also learning that BJP leader Swapan Das Gupta has written to PM Modi. Big news coming in from West Bengal at this point of time right now, where a BJP leader has been detained as the BJP is raising issues of law and order in West Bengal. So big news coming in as this is coming out of West Bengal at this point of time. Now, West Bengal BJP President Dr. Sukanto Majumdar is raising the issue of the law and order situation and the violence in the state. In the previous elections, there was a lot of violence. They have asked for jobs for the victims of those who lost their lives, and the agitation continues there in West Bengal. That's what we are learning right now. A short while back, we just learned that Bengal BJP chief Sukanto Majumdar has been blocked and arrested in Kolkata. Let's have a look at the reactions coming in on this big story.
देखिए 48 आवर्स से मोमिनपुर इकबालपुर इलाके में दंगा चल रहा है। दंगा बोलना भी इसे गलत है। एक तरफा मार चल रहा था, वहाँ पे अनुसूचित जाति के लोग जो हिंदू वहाँ पे है उनके ऊपर आक्रमण चल रहा है और सारे टीएमसी ही करते थे। ऐसा नहीं कि बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता है, उनके ऊपर आक्रमण चल रहा था। पुलिस भाग रही थी, पुलिस कभी टेबल के नीचे छुप रही थी, थाना पूरा हाईजैक हो गया था, थाना दखल कर लिया था दंगाइयों ने और पुलिस पूरी तरीके से हेल्पलेस दिख रही थी। और जब हम उस इलाके में जा रहे थे, हमें चिंगरी घाटा मोड़ से अरेस्ट किया गया, जो इलाके से उपद्रवित इलाके से बहुत दूर है। वहाँ पे 144 नहीं था, फिर भी वहाँ पे अरेस्ट किया गया, क्योंकि जो कॉन्स्पिरेसी चल रही है पश्चिम बंगाल को पश्चिम बांग्लादेश बनाने के लिए, हिंदुओं को वितारण करके, जैसे कैराना में कभी यूपी में हुआ करता था, ऐसे ही मोमिनपुर इकबालपुर में है कि उस बस्ती को वहाँ से हटा के वहाँ पे उसका दखल लेना चाहते हैं कुछ ग्रुप के लोग, एक विशेष धर्म संप्रदाय के लोग। और इस कॉन्स्पिरेसी लोगों के सामने, भारतवर्ष के लोगों के सामने ना आए, इसलिए हमें वहाँ के नजदीक तक भी जाने नहीं दिया गया, क्योंकि अगर हम जाते तो हमारे साथ मीडिया चली जाती और मीडिया के सामने सारा सच आ जाता।
All right, so this is the big news we are getting for you right now. There was some violence reported in West Bengal's Mominpur area yesterday, and it quickly turned violent. And what we are learning so far is that after the violence erupted in Mominpur, the situation in Bengal is deteriorating at this point of time. All right, viewers, some big breaking news coming in right now. Days after blast in Crimean Bridge, multiple explosions were reported in the center of Kyiv. That's what we are learning so far. And we're getting some fresh updates as well. A new wave of explosions have been reported in Kyiv. Big news coming in, viewers, right now. The big international development that we are tracking at this point of time, where explosions have rocked multiple cities across Ukraine, including missile strikes on the capital Kyiv for the first time in months. This is happening hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin called the Saturday explosion on the huge bridge connecting Russia to its annexed territory of Crimea a terrorist act and masterminded by Ukrainian special services. So after that incident happened, we saw that Russia had blamed Ukraine for that incident which happened on Saturday, where there was a huge explosion on a bridge connecting Russia to Crimea. Now we're learning is that multiple people, in fact, have also been killed in Kiev. All right, we're getting Patrick Lancaster, who's joining us live from Crimea. Thank you for joining me, Patrick. I hope you can hear me right now. We are getting some fresh updates that a new wave of explosions have been reported in Kiev. Can you just confirm that to us?
To the Crimean Bridge, which was, as you mentioned, hit by a bombing just 2 days ago. And there was a death toll of 6 people so far have been confirmed on that attack. Now, that attack was carried out by reportedly a truck bomb that was driven across the bridge with so far as a driver that was unaware he was carrying this explosive device in the back of the civilian car, and purportedly the Ukrainian services set this attack up using the civilian car, which in itself is a war crime. What's going on in Kiev? There's many images coming out of Kiev of horrible things happening, and Russia told Ukraine that if they would continue the attacks on the 4 areas that were taken control of by Russia, and also including Crimea, that it would be like an attack on Russia, and there would be a swift response. And it seems that these attacks across Ukraine right now are the response of the attack on the Crimean Bridge.
Patrick, you're just behind that bridge which was attacked, the Crimean Bridge, because this is coming 2 days after the only bridge linking Russia with occupied Crimea was damaged in the blast. What is the state of the bridge? Could you just show it to us and tell us about it?
Right here behind me is the bridge just past these grain silos. We're not too close, but the situation is, right away, Russia got traffic going again on the bridge. It was part of the bridge was completely destroyed, but they were able to, within hours, do some repairs and get part of the bridge going in one direction. So at first they were just letting 60 cars through at a time, and from both ways, 60 cars from one side, 60 cars from the other side. Now today, it's been raised to over 100 cars at a time. So there's still about a 4-hour wait to get across the bridge, but it's going. There's somewhat of a gas shortage, fuel shortage here in Crimea because of the attack on the bridge, because all of the supplies are coming by ferries now, because the larger trucks cannot go across the bridge because of weight constraints. They're only letting smaller cars. So there are some things that are happening here that are putting the lives of the residents in danger to run out. But Russia is in full gear trying to detrap.
All right, Patrick, you lost your audio there. I think if you can just confirm you can hear us. I think you can hear us. All right, great. So right now we are seeing a war of words also erupt right now, because Russia is blaming Ukraine for what happened on Saturday when that bridge was bombed as well. Could you just tell a little bit about what is the situation like right now? Because we are getting multiple angles coming from multiple authorities. What is the situation right now? Who is saying what?
Yes, I mean, there's really no question who that bombing of this bridge. Ukrainian special forces, they've admitted to it online. The Minister of Defense for Ukraine has also commented online saying how the attack was done to hurt Russia, and that's what it is. It's hurting the Russian people in Crimea. And of course, Russia is blaming Ukraine, as you said, because they're the ones that did it. And it seems, as I said, that today's attacks across Ukraine are in response, direct response to this what the people here in Crimea and the Russian government are calling a terrorist attack made by the Ukrainian state. And I mean, if you look at what a terrorist attack is, this is something that this attack was carried on by a civilian commercial vehicle with purportedly a driver that was not aware of it and remotely detonated when it got underneath a fuel tanker train car. And it killed at least 6 people. So it seems this fits the level of what a terrorist attack is.
All right. We're getting a tweet as well from the Defense Ministry of Ukraine, Patrick. I just want to read it out. They are directly blaming, I mean, I can't read it out because it's attacking Russia, so the words being used are a little provocative here, but they are basically attacking Russia, saying that you just don't get it, do you? Your terrorist strikes only make us stronger. We are coming after you. That's one part of the tweet. So we are seeing a war of words also being played on Twitter right now, Patrick.
Yes, both sides are accusing each side of terrorist attacks. It is a horrible thing. And unfortunately, there are people that are celebrating the attacks on both sides. In any way, civilians being killed cannot be tolerated. That's not a form of modern warfare right now. But, for example, in Kiev yesterday, after the attack on the bridge here in Crimea, there was large pictures set up of the pictures of the bridge with explosions on it. And people in Kiev were taking selfies in front of it. And that enraged the Russian people. I mean, that type of thing should not be tolerated on any side of any war. The celebration of killing civilians should not be tolerated.
Right. And Patrick, Ukraine is saying that multiple civilians have also been killed and injured after that missile strike. Could you tell us a little bit about the figure right now when it comes to the death toll? Because we are hearing that some people have lost their lives after those missile strikes.
Well, I think there's no question that, yes, unfortunately, some civilians have died today, as they've been dying every day for the last 8 years since the war actually started in 2014. That's what a lot of people don't understand, that this war didn't just start in February of this year. This has been going on since February of 2014, when two of the regions of eastern Ukraine held the first referendum to break away from Ukraine, and subsequently Ukraine invaded those areas to try to retake control from the local militias, and that's what this 8-year war is about. And unfortunately, thousands and thousands and thousands of people have been dying every year for the last 8 years. Of course, this is the most intense year of this war, but it's always unfortunate to see civilians killed on whatever side of any conflict.
Right. And Patrick, has any response come from the US right now? US has condoned the war between Ukraine and Russia. Has any kind of response coming from the allies of Ukraine?
Well, they've continued their response with continuing to supply, as they call it, lethal aid to Ukraine to help in the fight against Russia, which many of the civilians on the Russian-controlled side of the contact line look at this aid from the West as just being supplied to help kill civilians on this side. And as far as the local population here in Crimea, I went around asking many locals yesterday what they thought about the attack and who was responsible. And some of them, all of them virtually said it was a terrorist attack by Ukrainian forces, but some even blamed the United States for this attack. That's kind of an overall theme in the Russian-controlled areas with the ethnically Russian people, is that they blame the West and the United States for fueling the fire to continue this war.
Right. Also, we are hearing right now that some steps will be taken as well, where we are learning that very soon Russian president could chair a meeting with his Security Council and his other leaders with him to discuss the explosion on the Crimean bridge. So we're expecting that Vladimir Putin might come out with a statement later on after meeting his Security Council. Do we have any information on that, Patrick?
Well, I would say every day now it could be the beginning of the new segments of this war. And it seems like today might be one of those important days. Now, we could be expecting anything from as extreme as a declaration of formal war against Ukraine, which would free his hands quite a bit to make more attacks and get more military into Ukraine. And we could also be hearing something about a increase in the level of the mobilization or Russia's draft. As we know in the past there's been 300,000 people mobilized, and it's in the process of being mobilized. Now, they say that's just 1% of their possible mobilization force. So it's also expected that that is going to increase as well. As of right now, it's just people, former military members that have experienced battle in the past and with specializations like a tank driver, something like this, that are being mobilized now. But civilians are expecting that that's going to increase heavily all the way down to the people being mobilized.
All right. Well, thank you, Patrick Lancaster, for joining us for now. You please stay safe. We'll be coming back to you as we get more developments from what's happening there. International story that we're tracking here. The big story is that Kyiv has now been bombed with missiles. A fresh wave of explosions have been heard as well. Let's move on to the other big story we're tracking right now. There's a BJP press conference. Let's go to that and see what is being said.
यही वो मणिशंकर अय्यर है जिन्होंने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को नीच कहा था। ये नीच किस्म के आदमी है। पूरे देश में कांग्रेस का क्या हाल हुआ, ये हमने और आपने देखा है। और आज ठीक उसी प्रकार के भाषा का प्रयोग आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल कर रहे हैं। क्या फर्क है अरविंद केजरीवाल और मणिशंकर अय्यर में, मैं ये आपसे पूछता हूं। गोपाल जी के उस वीडियो में केवल नीच शब्द का प्रयोग किया गया हो प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, ऐसा नहीं। उसके अलावा उन्होंने कहा है पूरा देश जो है वो सी बन रहा है। यह जो नीच आदमी है वो पूरे देश को सी बना रहा है, कोट अनकोट सी। और सी का अर्थ क्या है आप समझते तो है ना। आप सोचिए, इस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग भारत के नागरिकों के लिए गुजराती नीच है और हिंदुस्तान के जो लोग हैं वो कोट अनकोट सी है। यह भाषा का स्तर आम आदमी पार्टी के गुजरात के अध्यक्ष का है। यह हारने की बौखलाहट है। कई सर्वे आए हैं, हमने सर्वे भी देखे। 0 to 1 सीट, अधिकांश सर्वे में तो आम आदमी पार्टी की 0 सीट दिखा रही है गुजरात में। तो स्वाभाविक है जब जमानत जब्त होता है तो इसी प्रकार के भाषा का प्रयोग किया जाता है। और पहली बार नहीं है जब केजरीवाल जी इस प्रकार की भाषा का प्रयोग उन्होंने किया है। आप याद करिए, ये वही केजरीवाल जी है जिन्होंने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री को कावर्ड एंड साइकोपाथ, डरपोक और पागल कहा था। प्रधानमंत्री, क्योंकि केजरीवाल जी भी प्रधानमंत्री बनने की राह पे निकले पड़े थे। वो पूरे देश में गए थे प्रचार करने के लिए और उस समय उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को कावर्ड और साइकोपाथ कहा था। क्या नतीजा हुआ वो आपने देखा है। ये वही केजरीवाल जी है जिन्होंने पुलवामा हमले के समय यह कहा था कि पाकिस्तान ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सहायता की है और ये जो अटैक हुआ है यह मिली भगत है भारत और पाकिस्तान की। इस प्रकार की सोच अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की। ये वही अरविंद केजरीवाल है जिन्होंने 2017 में जब गोवा और पंजाब के चुनाव थे उस समय ट्वीट करके प्रधानमंत्री को शेमलेस डिक्टेटर, बेशर्म तानाशाह, मतलब डरपोक, पागल, बेशर्म, पाकिस्तान से मिला हुआ, इस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने और उनकी पार्टी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए किया है। इतना ही नहीं, उनके प्रवक्ता नितिन त्यागी जी, आप याद करिए, उन्होंने क्या कहा था। उन्होंने कहा था ये जो प्रधानमंत्री है ये एक बीमारी है, वी हैव टू एलिमिनेट दिस डिजीज, इस बीमारी को समाप्त करना होगा। आज ये हिंदुस्तान के लिए गर्व का विषय है। प्रधानमंत्री किसी पार्टी के नहीं होते, पार्टी का तो बाद में विषय आता है। लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुने हुए प्रधानमंत्री देश के होते हैं। उस प्रधानमंत्री को नीच कहना यह देश के लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाओं का अपमान है। इट इज एन इंसल्ट टू द डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस ऑफ इंडिया, टू द पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसेस ऑफ इंडिया। कोई भी प्रधानमंत्री, कोई भी व्यक्ति नीच नहीं होता है। जन्म से वो किसी भी जाति या किसी भी धर्म का हो, कोई व्यक्ति नीच नहीं हो सकता है। एक ओबीसी प्रधानमंत्री को, जो पिछड़े वर्ग से आते हैं, जो एक गरीब और साधारण परिवार से आते हैं, उनको बार बार नीच कहना, यह गाली किसको है? क्या आप पिछड़े वर्ग के लोगों को नीच कहना चाहते हैं? क्या एक साधारण गरीब परिवार से अगर व्यक्ति उठ करके प्रधानमंत्री बनता है लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया में, तो वो नीच होता है? ये नीचता नहीं है। परिश्रम करना, देश के लिए काम करना, भ्रष्टाचार समाप्त करना, 80 करोड़ जनता तक राशन पहुंचाना, 2 वैक्सीन के माध्यम से कोविड के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ना, ये नीचता के लक्षण नहीं है, ये अंत्योदय के लक्षण है। ये लक्षण है गरीबों के साथ खड़े होने वाले प्रधानमंत्री का। उसको आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने नीच कहा। 2 दिन पहले गुजरातियों को कंस का औलाद बता रहे थे, और कुछ समय से हम देख रहे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी खुद को भगवान बचाने से बस 1 इंच की दूरी में है। मैं तो कृष्ण हूं, मैं तो अवतारी पुरुष हूं, खुद कृष्ण, खुद अवतारी पुरुष, और बाकी गुजराती जो हैं वो कंस के औलाद। और बाकी जो गुजराती, आज अगर प्रधानमंत्री पूरे विश्व में ग्लोबल सर्वे में 75% की उनकी रेटिंग है, 75% की रेटिंग किसी भी विश्व की नेता की नहीं है, आज प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की है। यह गर्व का विषय हिंदुस्तान के लोकतंत्र के लिए है। यह गर्व का विषय केवल गुजरातियों के लिए नहीं, यह हिंदुस्तान के लिए। इसलिए किसी पिछड़े वर्ग के व्यक्ति को, एक गरीब गुजराती को नीच कहना, यह गुजरात का भी अपमान है, यह हिंदुस्तान का भी अपमान है, यह लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाओं का अपमान है। पूरी पार्टी में, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने देखा 2 दिन पहले हिंदू देवी देवताओं के प्रति गाली, हिंदू देवी देवताओं के प्रति टॉलरेंस नहीं है। तो स्वाभाविक है, जब भगवान तक को बख्शा नहीं जा रहा है, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी तो और नेतागण तो मनुष्य हैं, उनको तो गाली देंगे ही ये लोग। मगर याद रखिए, ये भारतवर्ष है, यहां की जनता बहुत बुद्धिमान है। सोच समझकर कौन गरीबों के लिए काम करता है और कौन कोट अनकोट नीच इत्यादि कह करके देश का अपमान करता है, यह जानती है जनता। जनता जनार्दन जवाब देगी। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछें। सर संजय जी।
हमने अरविंद केजरीवाल को देखा, वो कह रहे हैं कि मेरा जन्म जन्माष्टमी के दिन हुआ, मतलब खुद को कृष्ण बताते हुए कह रहे हैं कि कंस की औलादों का विध्वंस करने के लिए मेरा अवतार है।
देखिए, ये तो बड़ा आश्चर्य का विषय है। विगत कुछ महीनों से देख रहे हैं कि बार बार अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अपने आप को भगवान कृष्ण के साथ तुलना कर रहे हैं। ये भारत की संस्कृति नहीं है। भगवान भगवान होते हैं। अपने आप को भगवान के पायदान पे खड़ा करना, अपने आप को कृष्ण कह के यह प्रोजेक्ट करना कि मैं ही चक्रधारी हूं और मैं आके यहां पर कंस की औलादों को समाप्त करूंगा। ये हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति में ऑपोजिशन के लोग कंस के औलाद होते हैं? क्या गुजरात के लोग कंस के औलाद हैं? आज अगर एक गुजराती देश का प्रधानमंत्री है तो आप उसको कंस की औलाद कहेंगे? किसको आप कंस का, और आप गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री को कंस के औलाद कहेंगे? ये उचित भाषा है क्या? और खुद को भगवान कृष्ण बताएंगे? ये पराकाष्ठा है घमंड की, ये पराकाष्ठा है अहंकार की। और याद रखिए, भगवान कृष्ण सब कुछ सह सकते हैं, अहंकार कभी नहीं सहते हैं। पूनम जी। अच्छा, मैंने देखा नहीं है, वो वीडियो देखने के पश्चात मैं इस पे कमेंट अवश्य करूंगा। ये तो बताएंगे, गोपाल जी बताएंगे।
समित जी, जिस तरह से आप बता रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री का अपमान किया जा रहा है, वो ऐसी है, उनका ये कहना है कि बीजेपी जो है वो कुत्तों का ज्यादा सम्मान करती है मुसलमानों से ज्यादा।
देखिए, ऐसे भाषा का प्रयोग मुझे लगता है किसी को नहीं करना चाहिए। जिस प्रकार से वो बता रहे हैं, ये इट डजंट डिजर्व अ कमेंट ऑल्सो। धन्यवाद।
All right, viewers, the Samajwadi Party, remember, big leader from there. In fact, just a short while back, Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party President Gopal Atalia had in fact used indecent words for the Prime Minister, and right now we are seeing a press conference by the BJP where they're saying the Aam Aadmi Party is mirroring Congress's abuses and has insulted the Indian democracy. That's what the BJP is saying. Time for a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side. We continue to be live and breaking this Monday afternoon.
Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Making news this morning, Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the state assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Atalia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. He has used derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This has triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Hello and welcome viewers, I'm Ankit Prasad and you are watching Live and Breaking on Republic. We're tracking a lot of stories today from India and beyond, and to start with we'll be heading to Ukraine, but first the headlines. Dramatic escalation in the Ukraine-Russia war, multiple missile attacks reported in the capital Kiev. Ukrainian capital Kiev comes under attack 2 days after explosion at the Crimean Bridge.
सी का मतलब है क्लीन। जिस तरीके से बीजेपी के नेता केंद्र में बैठे हुए लोग जनता की जेबों को क्लीन कर रहे हैं, उसको सी बोलते हैं ना, क्लीन कर।
C for clean, that's what the Aam Aadmi Party neta says when confronted by Republic on his abuse against the Prime Minister. West Bengal BJP chief arrested while trying to visit violence-hit area near Kolkata. Day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Mission Gujarat, inauguration of mega projects lined up. After a week-long battle, Samajwadi Party founder and one of India's tallest political leaders, Mulayam Singh Yadav, is no more. Viewers, as promised, we begin in the Ukraine, where in capital Kiev there has been a heightening of the rocket attacks by Russia. We have these visuals which are playing on your screen of the moment a rocket hits a bridge on Kiev, and from what we are being told, there were a total of an estimated 70 missiles that were fired by Russia. Around 41 of these were intercepted by the anti-rocket defense. However, a number of them did strike the capital city of Kiev, and according to the National Police of Ukraine, at least 5 people have been killed and around a dozen or so more are injured. And this comes even as in the last few weeks we've seen a number of moves, particularly and first by Russia, but then also by Russia's enemies, and it is unclear exactly whom, against it. Most notable and recent among these was the attack on the bridge that Russia has built for access to Crimea, a multi-billion-dollar bridge that was also attacked, and Russia clearly believes there is a Ukrainian hand in the attack on its bridge in Crimea. We've also seen how just a week before that, Russia was up in arms over its Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines, allegedly also being sabotaged and now no longer delivering gas to mainland Europe. And so, after Russia had conducted these referendums in 4 Ukrainian areas and had then decreed that those areas were joining the Russian Federation, hence giving it a land bridge to Crimea, which was one of the erstwhile stated goals by analysts of what Putin really wanted from this war. We've seen a lot of reprisal now. There is a danger alongside the nuclear rhetoric that has also been spoken of from Russia's side, of the violence escalating once again. There is, to repeat, panic again in the streets of Kiev. We have Shavan joining us, the person who has traveled the length and breadth of Ukraine when this war had broken out. Shavan, what exactly are we looking at? To what degree is Russia claiming Ukrainian involvement in the attack on the Crimea bridge, and is what we are witnessing a reprisal for that?
Well, Ankit, let's make no mistake that this is a sign of escalation from the Russian side. When you have 75 missiles being targeted towards the Ukrainian land, then it is very clear that the Russians essentially believe that the attack that took place 2 days ago at the bridge that connects between Russia and Crimea, that was attacked, that was one of the major transportation links. Russia essentially believes that Ukraine is behind it. Now, what's very important to point out here is that Ukraine, till date, hasn't really taken responsibility of carrying out the attack. Let's not forget, in the past also, when in the Black Sea, Russian ships were basically attacked, Ukraine was asked to take responsibility for it, saying that they were responsible for sinking in some of the biggest ships of Russia in the Black Sea. As far as the Crimean bridge is concerned, till date, there has been no confirmation from the Ukrainian side. Let's not forget, Russia has indulged in the propaganda war right from the beginning. That allegation can also be leveled from the Ukrainian side too. But having said that, just to focus on what's really happened, since the retreat that took place from Kiev, this is perhaps the first time when we are seeing that missiles are being rained over the capital city of Kiev. Starting from 6 o'clock this morning, over 70 missiles were all trained towards the capital city of Kiev. As of now, we are picking up most of these missiles were launched from the Belarusian soil. What is going to be the impact, or what is going to be the response, that is not known. But a short while back, when the Deputy Foreign Minister spoke to Republic TV, she made it abundantly clear that the negotiations is going to take a backseat, because there were reports that were suggesting that both the leaders, for the first time since the war began, could actually come together on the sidelines of the G20 meeting that's scheduled for some time in November in Bali. But whether that's going to happen now, following the escalatory move from the Russian side, one will have to wait and watch. The Ukrainian foreign minister, who's on a tour to Africa right now, we are given to understand he cut short his trip. He is on his way back to Ukraine. One will have to wait and watch to see what is going to be the response from the Ukrainian side. Now, just to put this into perspective, 229th day into the war, we have seen that to a greater extent, there has been massive failures witnessed by Russia, starting from their retreat in Kiev to even down south in the Donbas region when they had to retreat from some of these areas. Ukraine was in a position to recapture some of those areas, and that is the reason why it has been a major setback. What Russia has been calling a special military operation, it has rather been a disastrous military operation for the Russians inside Ukraine. But the fact of the matter is that with Kiev being attacked, there is absolutely no doubt about the fact that this is yet another escalatory move on part of Russia.
Absolutely. Shravan Sen, breaking down everything that's happened in the last several months, and particularly this escalation that we are witnessing now, and it remains to be seen whether there will be a further heightening. Will Ukraine respond in any capacity, and will this be the last of the rocket attacks on Kiev? We'll be back with Shravan for more information on this. We are moving on for the moment only. Viewers, back in India, there is a development in the court. Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court has sent Samir Mahindru to judicial custody till October the 20th. This is with regards to his arrest in the Delhi excise policy case, the Liquorgate scandal. Now, just a couple of days back, his ED custody had been extended, and now once again, the court has decided to extend custody, but this time it is judicial custody. So that is another 11 days of judicial custody into which Samir Mahindru has been sent. We've seen how there have been a number of arrests up till now in the Delhi Liquorgate scandal, 3 as of the latest count. We have Piyush Ori now joining us for more. Piyush, what were the contentions in court? Does this mean that the ED is now done with its interrogation into Samir Mahindru?
So yes, hi, good afternoon, Ankit. And yes, the trouble seems to be mounting for Samir Mahindru, who again has been remanded to judicial custody till October 20th. Now, this custody, this remand is equally significant, and it comes at a time when CBI has arrested one more person who was associated with Samir Mahindru in terms of getting the proceeds of crime through this. So today, CBI was able to arrest a person from Telangana known as Abhishek Rao, and his custody has also been extended to 3 days. So from this arrest which has been made by CBI and the judicial remand of Samir Mahindru, it is now going to be interesting to see that how exactly are the investigating agencies going to form a link between these two arrests. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. So trouble mounting for Samir Mahindru, no relief in sight. He's been remanded to judicial custody till October the 20th. I thank Piyush Ori for joining us. Viewers, we have a lot more news coming up. There has been a dramatic escalation in the Russia-Ukraine war. Multiple missile attacks have been reported in Kiev. And the Ukrainian capital has come under attack just 2 days after the Russian-built Crimean bridge was also damaged. Is there a link? More details coming up after a short break. Stay with us.
Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Making news this morning, Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the State Assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. He has used derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This has triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Steady amid recession. steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC floor.
और ये जो नीच आपने कहा है उसके बारे में आप क्या बोलते?
किसने क्या कहा, किसने क्या नहीं कहा, जनता ये कहती है कि 27 साल का हिसाब तो हमें वीडियो नहीं देखना है। सी का मतलब है क्लीन। जिस तरीके से बीजेपी के नेता केंद्र में बैठे हुए लोग जनता की जेबों को क्लीन कर रहे हैं, अपने उद्योगपति दोस्तों को 10 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा माफी कर रहे हैं, उसको सी बोलते हैं ना, क्लीन।
Viewers, there has been a dramatic escalation in the Russia-Ukraine war. We had seen how numerous political moves had been made. After that, Vladimir Putin accused Ukraine-backed terrorists of attacking the Crimea bridge just 2 days ago. And now we have seen Russia firing rockets towards Ukraine's capital, Kiev, for the first time in months. And that's not all. Rocket attacks have also been carried out in other cities, including in Lviv, which, if you'll remember, was also left out of the first initial war that the two sides had fought, the military operation that Russia had launched to rid Ukraine of what it called were the Nazis at that time. However, Ukraine has held very strongly, and now there is a big debate over whether or not Russia has managed to achieve its political objective. In this process, after it captured 4 key areas after what the Ukraine says is a sham referendum, this dramatic uptick in violence has once again been reported. We've seen the visuals on our screens right now. This is earlier from today, the bombing of Kiev by an estimated 70 Russian rockets. Let's listen into what happened.
Хуй его знает, дядька.
У мене трясуться руки, тому що я щойно побачила, як летить ракета. І я почула це.
bombing just 2 days ago, and there was a death toll of 6 people so far have been confirmed on that attack. Now, that attack was carried out by purportedly a truck bomb that was driven across the bridge with so far as a driver that was unaware he was carrying this explosive device in the back of his civilian car, and purportedly the Ukrainian services set this attack up using the civilian car, which in itself is a war crime. What's going on in Kiev? There's many images coming out of Kiev of horrible things happening, and Russia told Ukraine that if they would continue the attacks on the 4 areas that were taken control of by Russia, and also including Crimea, that it would be like an attack on Russia, and there would be a swift response. And it seems that these attacks across Ukraine right now are the response of the attack on the Crimean Bridge. Right here behind me is the bridge, just past these grain silos. Not too close, but the situation is right away. Russia got traffic going again on the bridge. It was part of the bridge was completely destroyed, but they were able to, within hours, do some repairs and get part of the bridge going in one direction. So at first they were just letting 60 cars through at a time, and from both ways, 60 cars from one side, 60 cars from the other side. Now today, it's been raised to over 100 cars at a time. So there's still about a 4-hour wait to get across the bridge, but it's going. There's somewhat of a gas shortage, fuel shortage here in Crimea because of the attack on the bridge, because all of the supplies are coming by ferries now, because the larger trucks cannot go across the bridge because of weight constraints. They're only letting smaller cars. So there are some things that are happening here that are putting the lives of the residents in fear to run out. But Russia is in full gear trying to the traffic.
Українці, українки, ранок важкий, маємо справу з терористами, десятки ракет, іранські шахіди. У них 2 мішені – енергооб'єкти по всій нашій державі. Київщина і Хмельниччина, Львів і Дніпро, Вінниця, Франківщина, Запоріжжя, Сумщина, Харківщина, Житомирщина, Кіровоградщина, південь держави. Вони прагнуть паніки і хаосу, хочуть знищити нашу енергосистему, вони безнадійні. Друга мішень – це люди. Спеціально обрали такий час і такі цілі, щоб завдати якнайбільше шкоди. Але ми, українці, допомагаємо одне одному, віримо в себе, відновлюємо усе зруйновано. Зараз можуть бути тимчасові перебої з електрикою, але ніколи не буде перебоїв з нашою впевненістю у перемозі. Чому саме такі удари? Ворог хоче, щоб ми злякалися, щоб люди побігли, але бігти ми можемо тільки вперед і демонструємо це на полі бою. Так буде і надалі. Працюють зараз рятувальники, працюють наші ППО. Вже на зараз 38 повітряних цілей збито. Сьогодні будьте, будь ласка, в укриттях. Завдяки допомозі наших військових все буде нормально. Завжди дотримуйтесь правил безпеки. Завжди пам'ятайте, Україна була до того, як з'явився цей ворог. Україна буде і після нього. Слава Україні!
You just heard that the Ukrainian president speaking about the dramatic escalation in the war in Ukraine. More pictures and details on the other side. Stay with us on Republic.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very, very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy.
Viewers, the reason there has been an escalation in Ukraine, particularly in Kiev, is thought to be because there was an attack on the Russian-built Crimea bridge, the Kursk bridge, which is the longest in Europe, just 2 days back. And Putin said that it was an act of Ukraine-backed terrorists. We have Patrick Lancaster, who reported from the bridge. Take a look at what he filed.
I mean, there's really no question who that bombing of this bridge. It's Ukrainian special forces. They've admitted to it online. The military, the Minister of Defense for Ukraine has also commented online saying how the attack was done to hurt Russia, and that's what it is. It's hurting the Russian people in Crimea. And of course, Russia is blaming Ukraine, as you said, because they're the ones that did it. And it seems, as I said, that today's attacks across Ukraine are in response, direct response to this, what the people here in Crimea and the Russian government are calling a terrorist attack made by the Ukrainian state. And I mean, if you look at what a terrorist attack is, this is something that this attack was carried on by a civilian commercial vehicle with purportedly a driver that was not aware of it and remotely detonated when it got underneath a fuel tanker train car. And it killed at least 6 people. So it seems this fits the level of what a terrorist attack is.
So there you just saw our report from the bridge in Crimea. There's been an escalation in the Russia-Ukraine war. We'll be back with more details in just a few seconds. Stay with us.
Mission superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has.
और ये जो नीच आपने कहा है उसके बारे में आप क्या बोलते हैं?
किसने क्या कहा, किसने क्या नहीं कहा, जनता ये कहती है कि 27 साल का हिसाब तो हमें वीडियो नहीं देखना है। सी का मतलब है क्लीन। जिस तरीके से बीजेपी के नेता केंद्र में बैठे हुए लोग जनता की जेबों को क्लीन कर रहे हैं, अपने उद्योगपति दोस्तों को 10 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा माफी कर रहे हैं, उसको सी बोलते हैं ना, क्लीन।
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla. We have a news-packed Monday afternoon today. Let's have a look at all the updates on Superfast 15. Let's get started. At least 6 explosions were reported across Kyiv in Ukraine days after a bridge. An explosion was reported at the Crimean bridge at Ukraine. Footage poured in from Kiev as missiles hit the city, with a citizen recording the moment the projectiles hit the Ukrainian capital. Evidence of casualties further emerged from Kyiv, confirming casualties at the city as a result of the latest strikes. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on the 229th day of the war claim stated that the ones that carried out the attacks were attempting to wipe the Ukrainians off the face of the earth. The president further requested the people of Kiev to remain at their shelters and be strong. Russian President Vladimir Putin was expected to chair a Security Council meeting amid Russia sustaining losses of personnel in Ukraine. Samajwadi Party Supremo Mulayam Singh Yadav passed away following health complications at the Medanta Hospital in Gurugram at the age of 82. The founder of the Samajwadi Party was admitted to the hospital on the 22nd of August, with him being shifted to the ICU of the hospital on the 1st of October. Prime Minister Modi at a rally in Gujarat condoled Mulayam Singh Yadav's death, calling his passing away a major loss to the nation.
सुबह मैं यहां आ रहा था तो एक दुखद खबर भी मिली। आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन हो गया है। मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, उनका जाना देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। मुलायम सिंह जी के साथ मेरा नाता बड़ा विशेष प्रकार का रहा है।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah paid tribute to veteran at the Gurugram's Medanta Hospital after his demise was announced. UP CM Yogi Adityanath, while speaking about the Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise, spoke about how the leader has been chosen as the Chief Minister of UP, thrice further stating that he would go to Sefai to pay homage.
विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। शोक संतप्त परिजनों और समर्थकों के प्रति भी अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। श्री मुलायम सिंह यादव जी एक जुझारू और संघर्षशील नेता थे। समाजवादी विचारधारा से जुड़े एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ थे।
The Samajwadi Party leader is to be cremated at Sefai, the hometown of the former leader, as well as a long-standing Samajwadi Party stronghold. Mulayam Singh Yadav's childhood friend and Sefai Pradhan Ramphal Valmiki has stated how all Sefai was sad about his demise, further stating that how he had worked under Mulayam Yadav for most of his life.
Well, मैं रामफल वाल्मीकि प्रधान ग्राम सभा से अफ्रीका हूँ और नेताजी के चरणों का सेवक हूँ। हमेशा सेवा की नेताजी के चरणों में। हमें अभी सवेरे अचानक की खबर लगी कि नेताजी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ गई है और करीब 8:20 पर हमें खबर मिली कि नेताजी दुनिया से चले गए। हमारा पूरा क्षेत्र, हमारा पूरा गांव गमगीन है, दुखी है।
Rajasthan Governor Kalraj Mishra released a statement following Mulayam Singh's loss, calling his demise a loss, a great stalwart of politics.
मुलायम सिंह जी राजनीति के एक जबरदस्त पुरोधा थे और राजनीति में संघर्ष के माध्यम से और अपने सैद्धांतिक पक्ष को मजबूत रखते हुए जो बड़े हैं, मुलायम सिंह का उसमें नंबर 1 पर स्थान रहेगा।
Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur stated that the country had lost a tall leader.
एक बड़ा नाम मुलायम सिंह जी का था। आज उनके निधन की दुखद खबर हमें मिली है और मैं उनको उनके योगदान को स्मरण करता हूं। उत्तर प्रदेश में बहुत लंबे समय तक वो मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर रहे, 3 बार मुख्यमंत्री, और देश की राजनीति में भी एक पहचान उनकी अलग से रही है क्योंकि केंद्र में मंत्री भी रहे।
Union Minister stated that the former politician had devoted his life to the nation.
नेताजी सबके प्रिय थे। बहुत लंबा समय उन्होंने देश के लिए राजनीतिक और सामाजिक दोनों दृष्टिकोण से अपना जीवन समर्पित किया। उत्तर प्रदेश और वास्तव में तो पूरे देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। उनका सरल स्वभाव, काफी प्यार करते थे, मुझे भी उनका आशीर्वाद सानिध्य मिलता रहता था।
PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti expressed her condolences on Mulayam Singh's death, stating that he had empowered a backward community.
मुलायम सिंह यादव जो है बहुत ही बड़े लीडर थे। मुफ्ती साहब के साथ उन्होंने काम भी किया है। बड़े सेक्युलर लीडर थे जिन्होंने न सिर्फ पिछड़ी जातियों को बल्कि जो माइनॉरिटीज थी, खासकर जो मुसलमान थे, न सिर्फ उनको हिफाजत दी, उनकी सुरक्षा की, बल्कि उनको एम्पावर भी किया। मुलायम सिंह यादव बहुत कम लीडरों में ऐसे लीडर थे जिन्होंने कम्युनल फोर्सेस का न सिर्फ डट के मुकाबला किया बल्कि उनके सामने सरेंडर करने से इनकार कर दिया।
National Conference, Farooq Abdullah has hit out at Samajwadi Party Supremo. Farooq Abdullah has now stated that the former three-time CM had fought for the equality of the people.
Our leader, जिसकी जबरदस्त आज भारत को जरूरत है, ये लीडर जो लोगों से जुड़ा हुआ था, जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ था, मेरे साथ पार्लियामेंट में बैठता था और हर वक्त पार्लियामेंट की डिबेट में कहीं ना कहीं कोई अच्छी बात ज़रूर कहता रहता जो हुकूमत सुन सकती थी। सारी ज़िंदगी इन्होंने लोगों की खुशी के लिए, गरीब को उठाने के लिए, उसकी बीमारी, उसकी बदहाली, उसकी बेकारी को दूर करने के लिए ज़िंदगी दी।
RJD leader Manoj Jha, while condoling Mulayam Singh's demise, called the leader down to earth.
सबसे बड़ी चीज ये कहूंगा कि हमारे बीच में शायद ही कोई ऐसा नेता हो जो जमीन से उठ करके उस ऊंचाई तक पहुंचा, लेकिन जमीन की धड़कन सुनना उसने कभी बंद नहीं किया। उसकी राजनीति का आधार प्रगतिशील लोकोन्मुख राजनीति रहा। मैं अखिलेश जी, पूरा परिवार और उनके चाहने वाले करोड़ों लोगों को ईश्वर शक्ति दे और दिवंगत आत्मा को शांति दे।
UP Deputy CM called Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise an end of an era.
मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का निधन बहुत ही दुखद है। यूपी की राजनीति की दृष्टि से भी, देश की राजनीति की दृष्टि से भी पूरा यूपी आस में बैठा था कि वो इस समय मेदांता में इलाज करा रहे हैं, जल्द स्वस्थ होकर के आएंगे। लेकिन आज दुखद समाचार मिला है। मैं भी इस समाचार से दुखी हूँ और जो उनके परिजन हैं, समर्थक हैं, उन सब को भगवान यह दुख सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करे, ऐसी प्रार्थना करता हूं। कितनी बड़ी क्षति है।
Maulana Khalid Rashid will now express his grief for Mulayam Singh's loss, stating that he has done great work as the defense minister and the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh.
मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब की डेथ का हम सभी को बहुत गहरा सदमा पहुंचा है। बहुत बड़ा ये एक वाक़या है और मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब ने एज उत्तर प्रदेश चीफ मिनिस्टर जो पूरे स्टेट को तामीर और तरक्की और डेवलपमेंट की राह पर ले गए थे, उनकी इन खिदमात को कभी भुलाया नहीं जा सकता है। और एज डिफेंस मिनिस्टर जो उन्होंने मुल्क की खिदमात अंजाम दी हैं, वो भी हमेशा याद रखी जाएंगी।
Madhya Pradesh Home Minister called Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise an unfortunate death of a supreme leader.
समाचार है, विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि उनके चरणों में और परम पिता से प्रार्थना उनके समर्थकों को, परिवार वालों को यह गहन दुख सहन करने की शक्ति।
The major development in Liquorgate, CBI made another arrest early morning today. The Bonpalli Abhishek, associate of Arun Pillai and the co-owner of Robin Distribution LLP, has been arrested. The arrest marks third big breakthrough in Delhi's excise policy. Amid PM Modi's Gujarat visit, Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy now, and in a viral video he can be seen using derogatory language against Prime Minister. This triggered major political storm between BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The National Commission of Women took cognizance of the MLA from Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat. Gopal Italia has called the comments made by the MLA against the Prime Minister. The Commission called the MLA's comments gender biased and misogyny as well. In those comments has been called in the Minister to appear before the Commission in person. Republic confronted Gopal Italia, asking him about his particular remarks against the Prime Minister, where he states that he referred to, in fact, mean clean, alluding to the manner in which the government had cleaned away the pockets of the people.
जो है वो वीडियो नहीं है। बीजेपी 27 साल से गुजरात में सरकार चला रही है। इतने साल सरकार चलाने के बाद अब चुनाव का टाइम आया। अब जनता पूछ रही है कि 27 साल में आपने क्या किया। तो बीजेपी वाले जनता को बोल रहे वीडियो देख लो भाई, हमने तो कुछ किया नहीं है। जनता ये पूछ रही है कि बेरोजगारी कब दूर होगी गुजरात में। बीजेपी वाले बोल रहे गोपाल का वीडियो देख लो भाई।
Sources state that a new symbol for the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena was discussed at the official residence of the Chief Minister and Mumbai. Possible symbols to be chosen by the party include a mace, a Marathi trumpet and a sword. Samna, the Marathi newspaper linked to the Shiv Sena, called Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde a devil not seen in the past 5,000 years, further comparing the Mughal rulers' rise to the Mughals attempting to finish off Maratha pride. 2 terrorists were reported and killed at an encounter that was undertaken by the police and security forces at Anantnag in Jammu and Kashmir. West Bengal LOP Suvendu Adhikari writes to Union Home Minister Amit Shah in West Bengal, a governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of the Mominpur violence. Amid escalating Bengal violence issue, Bengal BJP chief Sukant Majumdar was detained today, and confirming his detention by the Kolkata police now. The Sukant Majumdar has said that several leaders have also been detained. Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he had launched a schedule for a slew of projects worth over 14,000 crore. The PM will also address gatherings ahead of the state assembly polls due later this year. In a major breakthrough now, days after gangster Deepak Katinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, this has now alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of Punjab police from Mumbai airport. A tragic incident, a building collapsed near the Lahore gate in the national capital. Now the incident has claimed life of a 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है। 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से 1 पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड, तो फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए, और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो उसकी हम लोग जान बचा पाएं।
Amid a push for 3 capitals by the YSRCP government in Andhra Pradesh, now Congress leader MP Manikram Tagore has now alleged that the YSRCP MP Vijay Sai Reddy has been involved in land deals in Visakhapatnam with the Prime Minister, further demanding a CBI probe into the matter. Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur inaugurated and laid the foundation stone of 23 development projects worth about 62 crores for the Kinnaur Assembly constituency, and said that the state government is working by staying close to the poor. Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot has been battling criticism since sharing the stage with Adani during the 2-day Invest Rajasthan summit last week as the BJP asked him why he was accepting investments from an industrialist who the Congress has frequently attacked. The CM asserted that there was no division in the Congress after industrialist Gautam Adani has promised massive investment in the state, alleged the opposition was misleading the people on this show. 2 labourers died while 2 others were injured in a quad collapse at the under-construction showroom in Mohali city centre being built on Mohali Airport Road. A total of 8 labourers were buried under debris with the injured shifted to the hospital. Heavy rain lashes over a dozen districts in UP, including its capital city. At least 9 people lost their lives as the state continues to face heavy downpour. Meanwhile, authorities have ordered schools to remain closed till October 12th. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar at a joint press conference between Australia and India spoke on the Indo-Pacific region, further stating that the region remains stable and prosperous while the countries in the region make their own choices. Addressing India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the minister said that both the countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Mr. Wong said, we've had really a very, very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my...
Shiv Sena staged a protest against the centre over the price hike of essential commodities, further demanding that the centre to provide relief during the festival season. North Korea fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles toward its eastern waters on Sunday, the latest of a recent barrage of weapons test. This comes a day after it warned the redeployment of U.S. aircraft carrier near the Korean peninsula was inflaming regional tensions. Anti-abortion supporters marched through Mexico City in a protest which had been called in favor of women. The organization claimed that at least 1 million people had attended similar marches in 31 states. It was the second consecutive year that the march in the country's capital had taken place. Brazilian presidential candidate Lula has now campaigned in Belo Horizonte, a city where he polled behind incumbent Jair Bolsonaro in the first round of the country's election. And from the back of a vehicle, he paraded through a massive crowd of supporters. Colombian President Gustavo Petro has toured neighborhood in the San Andres Island that had been impacted by Hurricane Julia. It lashed the island after strengthening from a tropical storm on Saturday. A landslide fueled by flooding and days of torrential rain swept through a municipality in central Venezuela, leaving at least 22 people dead as it dragged mud, rocks and trees through neighborhood. And the official death toll has now risen to 22 after the recovery of 20 bodies on Sunday. Erik ten Hag, Manchester United head coach, now has congratulated Cristiano Ronaldo after his 700 club career goal seal a 2-1 win over Everton for Manchester United. This lifts the Red Devils up to 5th in the English Premiership table.
That is really impressive when you score 700 goals. That is it's a huge performance, and I'm really happy for him. I congratulate him with that performance, and I'm also happy that this is his first goal this season. He had to wait for it in the Premier League then, and I'm sure there will come more goals.
Barcelona edged Celta Vigo 1-0 for its 7th straight victory in the competition, regaining first place and restoring some confidence going into a decisive Champions League game against Inter Milan. Minnesota United booked their place in the MLS Cup playoffs for the 4th consecutive year after a 2-0 win over Vancouver Whitecaps on Sunday. The Franco opened the scoring on 17 minutes before substitute Jonathan Gonzalez wrapped up the points with 13 minutes to go. Minnesota will now play FC Dallas in the knockout stages. FC Cincinnati has clinched their first ever appearance in the MLS Cup playoffs in convincing style with a 5-2 away win against Wayne Rooney's woeful DC United on Sunday. Cincinnati now powered their way to 5th place finish in the Eastern Conference just 1 year after finishing bottom of the same table. Plus, Union Berlin defender Paul Jakel's late goal was enough for the capital club to lead the Bundesliga for the 4th consecutive weekend with a 1-0 win at Stuttgart on Sunday. Nico delivered a corner that Paul headed in off left post in the 77th to win a game of attrition with few highlights.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party's, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है। 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से 1 पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड, तो फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की, खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो
Last year we were all geared up. This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower. Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness.
Viewers, top headlines at 3:30 p.m. this Monday. Dramatic escalation in Ukraine. Russia warned multiple missiles attacks reported in Kiev. Ukrainian capital comes under attack 2 days after explosion at the Crimean Bridge. See for clean. That's what Aam Aadmi Party Neta says when confronted by Republic on his abuse to the Prime Minister. Bengal BJP writes to Prime Minister, State Chief detained. Big showdown as BJP hits out at Mamta government over Mominpur violence. All right, viewers, getting some big updates right now where we can see visuals which are coming in from West Bengal. BJP protesting in Kolkata. A short while back, violence had broken out in Bengal's Mominpur, and the BJP state chief is already held. The BJP is also demanding central force deployment. So major developments coming there from West Bengal, viewers. This has come after violence erupted in West Bengal's Mominpur. After there were some clashes reported there, and so far what we are learning so far is that after that violence we are seeing that the BJP is protesting in Kolkata. In fact, a short while back Subhendu Adhikari has written to the Home Minister Amit Shah requesting urgent deployment of central forces in West Bengal, and he has also written demanding the ransacking of the Iqbalpur police station, the ransacking of the police station also as well. So a letter being written by Subhendu Adhikari there to Amit Shah as well. Let's have a listen in to exactly what is happening there in Kolkata.
शिकायत करने के लिए तुम्हारा मेरा पकड़ना যেটা জানিয়েছিলেন সিএমকে যেভাবে কার্যত শুধুমাত্র শহর কলকাতা দক্ষিণ পশ্চিম কলকাতা নয়, রাজ্যের বিভিন্ন প্রান্তে যেভাবে সাধারণ মানুষের উপর আক্রমণ নেমে আসছে এবং রাজ্যের মানুষের উপর যেভাবে আক্রমণ উদ্দেশ্যপ্রণীতভাবে নামিয়ে আনা হচ্ছে, সেই বিষয় নিয়ে তারা কিন্তু প্রতিবাদ জানাবেন। লা গণেশনের কাছে তারা কিন্তু প্রতিবাদ জানাবেন।
All right, let me just go straight to Kishale, who's joining us live from the Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishale, take us through what is happening right now. We are seeing multiple updates coming in from West Bengal.
Well, exactly what we are seeing now, live visuals are there. BJP is staging a protest all over Kolkata, and mainly they're today supposed to visit Raj Bhavan as well. The Governor House, we can see Subhendu Adhikari holding posters because previously Shukanto Majumdar was arrested, and he was arrested from Chingrigata while he was trying to visit the area where this violence happened, and therefore it's very natural that BJP will start their protest all over the state as well as announced already. Therefore, right now we can see Subhendu Adhikari protesting very specifically the arrest of Shukanto Majumdar, the state BJP president, and also they are supposed to visit Raj Bhavan, the House of Governor. They'll first of all stage their complaint against everything that has happened since 2 days, the communal clashes that had occurred, and then they will be also protesting against the arrest of Shukanto Majumdar from Chingrigata when he was trying to visit the particular place where this whole occurrence happened. Therefore, we can see BJP actively protesting the incident that happened and also the arrest of Shukanto Majumdar, state BJP president. Back to the studio.
All right, I'm being joined by Shukanto Majumdar right now, who's with us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Majumdar, what is happening over there? Because we believe that you were held by the police while you were protesting against what's happening there in West Bengal.
Yes, I have been arrested along with my State Secretary Umesh Rai, our senior leader, and ex-IPS R.K. Handa, and some other district level leaders. And just our crime is that we were trying to reach to the victims of the riot that happened in last 48 hours in the Iqbalpur and the Mominpur areas of the West Bengal. So this is the scenario of the West Bengal, and they are trying to marginalize the minorities there, and the Hindus are the minorities in those areas. And they have been marginalized, and they have been attacked by the goons and by the hooligans, and police was totally helpless. This is the perfect word to describe the situation of the police in West Bengal in case of communal riot, especially where the Hindus are in minority.
All right. Well, thank you, Sukanda Majumdar, for joining us here. Bengal BJP chief speaking Republic TV, saying that he has been arrested by the police while he was trying to reach the Mominpur area to meet people after the clashes which were reported in Mominpur in West Bengal. Let's move on to the other big story we are tracking right now. This is the international story, and the biggest international story coming in from the Russia versus Ukraine war. Fresh escalation in Russia versus Ukraine war. Multiple explosions have rocked the capital of Ukraine. According to the National Police of Ukraine, at least 5 people were killed, at least 12 were injured by Russia's multiple missile strikes on Kiev in the morning of October 10th. However, let's go straight to Kuldeep. Kuldeep is there in Kiev. Kuldeep, what is happening where you are right now? Is the situation there a little bit more calm? Because we heard that there was a fresh round of explosions also being heard.
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. सुबह जो एक्सप्लोजन्स हुए थे वही हुए हैं. उसके बाद ऐसा नया कुछ भी नहीं आया है. लेकिन सब जगह पर, जैसे लिविव में हुआ है, रीवना में हुआ है, जितोमीर में, खिमलिंस्की, दिनेपर पेट्रोव में हुआ, खारकोव में हुआ, पलतावा में हुआ है, कनातोप में हुआ, सब जगह पे मिसाइल अटैक्स हुए हैं. लिविव में जैसे इस समय लाइट गर्म पानी की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, ऐसा ही खारकोव में भी है. लेकिन हमारे यहाँ पर ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. कीव में अभी हम लोग ठीक है. जो अटैक्स हुए हैं उसमें 8 कैजुअलिटीज, मेरे ख्याल से 8 डेथ्स हुई हैं और कुछ और कैजुअलिटीज हैं जो कि मुझे एग्जैक्ट फिगर नहीं मालूम, क्योंकि अभी एग्जैक्ट फिगर लोग दे नहीं पा रहे हैं. 23-24 बता रहे हैं, लेकिन ये फिगर कहीं ऊपर जा सकती है.
ऑलराइट, कुलदीप, कैन यू एक बार हमको ये बोल दीजिए कि अभी क्या हो रहा है? बिकॉज व्लादिमीर ज़ेलेंस्की बोल रहे हैं दैट जो यूक्रेन में है, जो उनके सिटीजन्स हैं, दे हैव टू रिमेन स्ट्रॉन्ग. दे सेइंग दैट दे हैव टू रिमेन स्ट्रॉन्ग, एंड उन्होंने ये भी बोला है कि रशिया इज ट्राइंग टू वाइप अस ऑफ द फेस ऑफ द अर्थ. सो एनी काइंड ऑफ वर्ड कमिंग इन फ्रॉम व्लादिमीर ज़ेलेंस्की? कुलदीप, आप मेरी आवाज सुन सकते हैं? All right, so Kuldeep is there. Kuldeep is there in Kiev while we're getting multiple updates coming in from the Russia versus Ukraine war, which is happening. A fresh escalation was being reported earlier. I believe that we have some more information coming in where multiple missiles have been reported to have struck Ukraine, many areas of Ukraine, after the bridge which connected Russia to Crimea was bombed on Saturday. There's a report which has been filed by a bureau. Let's have a look to understand what exactly has been happening since morning in this big international story.
A bombing just 2 days ago, and there was a death toll of 6 people so far have been confirmed on that attack. Now, that attack was carried out by purportedly a truck bomb that was driven across the bridge with, so far as a driver that was unaware he was carrying this explosive device in the back of his civilian car. And purportedly the Ukrainian services set this attack up using the civilian car, which in itself is a war crime. What's going on in Kiev? There's many images coming out of Kiev of horrible things happening. And Russia told Ukraine that if they would continue the attacks on the 4 areas that were taken control of by Russia, and also including Crimea, that it would be like an attack on Russia, and there would be a swift response. And it seems that these attacks across Ukraine right now are the response of the attack on the Crimean Bridge. Right here behind me is the bridge, just past these grain silos. We're not too close, but the situation is right away, Russia got traffic going again on the bridge. It was part of the bridge was completely destroyed, but they were able to, within hours, do some repairs and get part of the bridge going in one direction. So at first they were just letting 60 cars through at a time, and from both ways, 60 cars from one side, 60 cars from the other side. Now today, it's been raised to over 100 cars at a time. So there's still about a 4-hour wait to get across the bridge, but it's going. There's somewhat of a gas shortage, fuel shortage here in Crimea because of the attack on the bridge, because all of the supplies are coming by ferries now, because the larger trucks cannot go across the bridge because of weight constraints. They're only letting smaller cars. So there are some things that are happening here that are putting the lives of the residents in fears to run out. But Russia is in full gear trying to the traffic.
All right, viewers, that was a report we are getting for you. Our reporters are on ground now. Volodymyr Zelensky has spoken as well. He had said very categorically that Russia is trying to wipe us off the face of the earth. Let's listen in to what Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, had to say a short while back.
Українці, українки, ранок важкий, маємо справу з терористами, десятки ракет, іранські шахіди. У них 2 мішені – енергооб'єкти по всій нашій державі. Київщина і Хмельниччина, Львів і Дніпро, Вінниця, Франківщина, Запоріжжя, Сумщина, Харківщина, Житомирщина, Кіровоградщина, південь держави. Вони прагнуть паніки і хаосу, хочуть знищити нашу енергосистему. Вони безнадійні. Друга мішень – це люди. Спеціально обрали такий час і такі цілі, щоб завдати якнайбільше шкоди. Але ми, українці, допомагаємо одне одному, віримо в себе, відновлюємо усе зруйновано. Зараз можуть бути тимчасові перебої з електрикою, але ніколи не буде перебоїв з нашою впевненістю у перемозі. Чому саме такі удари? Ворог хоче, щоб ми злякалися, щоб люди побігли, але бігти ми можемо тільки вперед і демонструємо це на полі бою. Так буде і надалі. Працюють зараз рятувальники, працюють наші ППО. Вже на зараз 38 повітряних цілей збито. Сьогодні будьте, будь ласка, в укриттях. Завдяки допомозі наших військових все буде нормально. Завжди дотримуйтесь правил безпеки. Завжди пам'ятайте, Україна була до того, як з'явився цей ворог. Україна буде і після нього. Слава Україні!
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side of the short break. A dramatic escalation in Ukraine. More pictures and details on the other side. We continue to be live and breaking.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superfast.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi parties, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of a 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
जिसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है। 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से वन पर्सन इज ब्रॉट डेड। तो फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की, खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो
Last year, we were all geared up. This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower. Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Making news this morning, Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the state assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. He has used derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This has triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up. We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower. Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story.
All right, viewers, getting some fresh updates right now. President Putin has confirmed the strikes on a range of locations in Ukraine this morning. A couple of points coming in. He is saying that the Kiev regime has been using terrorist methods for a very long time. Couple of points coming in from the speech. And he has said that long-range missiles have hit energy, military and communication facilities. I just want to go straight across back to Kuldeep, who's joining us from Kiev. Kuldeep, we are getting to know that President Putin has now made a couple of points in his speech. Take us through what he has said.
अब मैंने आपकी वो स्पीच सुनी नहीं है बिल्कुल भी, तो लेकिन मैं आपसे यहाँ की सिचुएशन के बारे में मैं आपसे बता रहा था। अटैक्स चल रहे हैं यहाँ पर, लोगों में पैनिक नहीं है, आज भी लड़ने को तैयार हैं। जस्ट मैं सुन नहीं पा रहा हूँ स्पीच को।
अच्छा, तो ये बोले कि रिएक्शन क्या है, जो यूक्रेन के लोग हैं वहां पे वो कैसे रिएक्ट कर रहे हैं अभी? Some of them have been asked to stay in shelters as well. अभी रिएक्शन क्या आ रहा है यूक्रेन के लोगों के?
बिल्कुल हाँ, नो पैनिक, कोई पैनिक नहीं कर रहे हैं लोग। शेल्टर्स लिया है लोगों ने बच्चों को, क्योंकि हर आदमी सोचता है अपने बच्चों को शेल्टर दिला दिया जाए। बच्चों ने शेल्टर लिया है, लोग सड़कों पर वैसे ही गाड़ियां चल रही हैं जैसे चलती थी, क्योंकि अब इन लोगों के लिए एक आम बात हो गई है। ये बात हो रहा है कि आज कीव में जो अटैक हुआ, पहले पिछले कई महीनों में ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ, और ना सिर्फ ये कीव में हुआ बल्कि सारी सिटीज जो यूक्रेन की है हर जगह पर ये अटैक हुआ है। मैंने जैसे आपको बताया, ये खिमिलिंस्की में हुआ, वेस्ट में जाएं तो लिविव में हुआ है, इवानो-फ्रांकोव्स्क में हुआ है, रेवना में हुआ है, इस तरफ को साउथ में जाते हैं तो दिनेपर पित्रोस ओडिशा में हुआ है, और खारकव में हुआ, कनातोप में हुआ। तो अटैक सारी जगह पे किए गए हैं। कुछ जगह पे लाइट नहीं है, कुछ जगह के ऊपर, जैसे लुवीव में कुछ सिटी में कुछ जगह के ऊपर लाइट नहीं है, गर्म पानी की प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन उसको जल्दी से जल्दी ठीक कर दिया जाएगा। जनरेटर्स ऑन कर दिए गए हैं, तो उसको जल्दी से जल्दी ठीक कर दिया। ऐसा नहीं है कि सड़कों पे आ गए हैं लोग और लोगों ने भागना शुरू किया है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है जो 24 फरवरी के बाद हुआ था। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, लोगों में पैनिक नहीं है, उनको लगता है कि नहीं, और लड़ने को हर आदमी तैयार बैठा हुआ है, लड़ने से पीछे कोई भी नहीं हट रहा।
All right, thank you Kuldeep for joining us there live from Kiev. Multiple updates coming in viewers right now, and Kuldeep is getting us the scenario of what is happening on ground in Kiev. But we can also tell you that Putin has also said and confirmed, he said that massive strike with precision guided weapons on Ukrainian infrastructure was carried out in the morning. So Putin has confirmed the strikes which happened in the morning. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. We will be getting you all the updates of what is happening, the big global story coming out from the Russia-Ukraine war.
Last year, we were all geared up. This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower. Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Making news this morning, Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the state assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. He has used derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This has triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up. We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower. Now there's a new goal, Mission
साउथ ईस्ट सुदीप सरकार ডিসি পোর্ট জাফর আজমল কি দোয়াই ওসি এবং কনস্টেবল নিচের তলার পুলিশ বাদ দিয়ে 3 জন আইপিএস সিএমআরআই তে আছে। বিরোধী দলনেতার কথা যদি মিথ্যা হয়, 3 জন আইপিএস কে দিয়ে মিডিয়ার সামনে 2 ঘন্টার মধ্যে প্রেস করান, বলুন যে না আমরা আক্রান্ত হইনি। এরপরে আপনি কি করছেন? সব প্রেসকে সেখানে ঢুকতে দিচ্ছেন না, মোবাইলের ইন্টারনেট বন্ধ করেছেন, অপোজিশন এবং সোশ্যাল অ্যাক্টিভিস্ট কাউকে ঢুকতে দিচ্ছেন না। বিজেপির রাজ্য সভাপতিকে বেলা 12:10 মমিনপুর থেকে 20 কিলোমিটার দূরে চিংড়িঘাটাতে অবৈধভাবে গ্রেপ্তার করে তার সঙ্গে রাজ্য সম্পাদক উমেশজি ছিলেন, তাদের লালবাজারে এখনো আটকে রেখেছেন। উনার পূর্ব নির্ধারিত বোলপুরের সভায় উনি যেতে পারেননি। এই কালচার, মেন অপোজিশন, প্রিন্সিপাল অপোজিশন, তার স্টেট প্রেসিডেন্ট তো 144 ধারার অনেক বাইরে ছিল। ডিমান্ড নম্বর 1, ডিপ্লয়মেন্ট অফ সেন্ট্রাল আর্ম পুলিশ ফোর্সেস। ডিমান্ড নম্বর 2, ইমিডিয়েট ড্যামেজ অ্যাসেসমেন্ট করে 100% ক্ষতিপূরণ স্টেট গভর্নমেন্টকে দিতে হবে। ডিমান্ড নাম্বার 3, নবান্ন অভিযানের পরে 20 দিন ধরে ভিডিও ফুটেজ চালিয়ে
Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
Making news this morning, Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day visit to Gujarat, where he's all set to launch a slew of projects worth about 14,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister will also address gatherings ahead of the state assembly elections that are due later this year. West Bengal's leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the West Bengal governor demanding urgent deployment of central forces in the wake of Mominpur violence. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Gujarat visit, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia has sparked a fresh controversy in a viral video. He has used derogatory language against the Prime Minister. This has triggered a major political storm between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on mission superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting
Viewers, big breaking coming in right now. Amid symbol war in Maharashtra, senior Congress leaders have met Uddhav Thackeray in Mathusri to show their support. And you can see the visuals of that right there on your screen, viewers. And this is coming in as the symbol war continues there in Maharashtra. And this, in a way, we can say is that Uddhav is getting Congress support amid symbol war. Big news coming in after Election Commission had frozen the symbols and the name before the bipolar elections. And right now, the top update we're getting for you right now is that senior Congress leaders have met Uddhav Thackeray in Matoshri to show their support amid the symbol war. Heavy political developments in Maharashtra. It's time for a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side. The Prime Minister is in Gujarat and it is day 2. More details on the other side.
Steady amid recession. Steady amid inflation. Goal is global dominance. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. 2021, the Indian economy was all geared up.
We are headed for greatness as a nation. We will be a superpower. If there's something that I want to see in our lifetime, it is to have our best living years as a citizen of a superpower.
Now there's a new goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission
Hello and welcome viewers, I am Ankit Prasad and you are watching India's #1 English news channel Republic TV this Monday afternoon. There has been a dramatic escalation in the Russia-Ukraine conflict 8 months into the war, and there have been a number of other key developments in the news in India. We'll get you all that and more, but let's start off with the headlines. Dramatic escalation in the Ukraine-Russia war, multiple missile attacks reported in Kiev. Ukrainian capital Kiev comes under attack 2 days after the explosion at the Crimean Bridge.
सी का मतलब है क्लीन। जिस तरीके से बीजेपी के नेता केंद्र में बैठे हुए लोग जनता की जेबों को क्लीन कर रहे हैं, उसको सी बोलते हैं ना, क्लीन कर।
C for clean. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party Neta says when confronted by Republic on his abuse against the Prime Minister. Bengal BJP writes to the PM, says its chief was detained. A big showdown ongoing right now as the BJP hits out at the Mamata government over the Mominpur violence. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's mission Gujarat, inauguration of mega projects ongoing. After battling for well over a week, Samajwadi Party founder and one of India's tallest political leaders, Mulayam Singh Yadav, is no more. Viewers, there has been a fresh escalation in the Russia-Ukraine war that started off in February but is still ongoing. Multiple explosions, allegedly triggered by Russia, have hit the Kiev capital center of Ukraine along with various other cities, including Lviv. And now, as per the latest that we are picking up from Russia and from its president Vladimir Putin, he has threatened that he will continue with strikes if there is retaliation. Remember, these attacks allegedly involving over 70 missiles, 41 of which Ukraine claims to have stopped or intercepted, were launched after the Russia-built bridge to Crimea had come under attack allegedly by a truck bomb. The bridge was damaged. The bridge, which is Europe's largest, was a key link between Russia and Crimea for its various purposes to keep the war going. Also, it comes after Russia annexed 4 territories, thereby completing its land bridge to Ukraine. We had seen our reporter Patrick Lancaster bring us an update from the bridge in question, and we've also since then heard from Volodymyr Zelensky, who says Russia wants to destroy the entire Ukrainian people's way of life. This is the latest that has come in. There are reports that there have been multiple casualties. The latest figure by the Ukrainian authorities, rather from Ukraine itself, was of 5 people being killed in the rocket strikes, along with over a dozen injured. We also have visuals of the rocket strikes on your screens right now. The one playing in the middle particularly is of the attack on a footbridge that was captured on the CCTV cameras. There was a person who was just about to enter the bridge and he had a lucky escape on camera. Let's take a look now at what is believed to be at least one of the triggers for this retaliation by Russia, which is the attack on the Crimea bridge, on which our reporter Patrick Lancaster has filed a detailed report. Let's take a look at this.
There's really no question who that bombing of this bridge. It's Ukrainian special forces. They've admitted to it online. The Minister of Defense for Ukraine has also commented online saying how the attack was done to hurt Russia, and that's what it is. It's hurting the Russian people in Crimea. And of course, Russia is blaming Ukraine, as you said, because they're the ones that did it. And it seems, as I said, that today's attacks across Ukraine are in response, direct response to this, what the people here in Crimea and the Russian government are calling a terrorist attack made by the Ukrainian state. And I mean, if you look at what a terrorist attack is, this is something that this attack was carried on by a civilian commercial vehicle with purportedly a driver that was not aware of it and remotely detonated when it got underneath a fuel tanker train car. And it killed at least 6 people. So it seems this fits the level of what a terrorist attack is.
So there you just saw Patrick Lancaster report for us, and now we are going to go across to the reporter who knows this conflict better than anyone else. Shavan Sen is joining us. Shavan, I believe what Putin has said in his address right now is he holds the Ukraine-backed terrorists responsible for the attack on the Crimea bridge, and also he is holding terrorists responsible for the attack on the Nord Stream pipelines as well. What more are you picking up based on what Russia is saying at this moment, Shavan, and also from Ukraine?
Well, in fact, that has been Russia's strategy right from the time they started what they called a special military operation. But what has essentially happened as far as the attack on the Crimean bridge is concerned, which happened about 2 days ago, that happens to be the major link between Russia and Crimea, is that the Ukrainian authorities haven't really taken responsibility for the same. And if you remember, when the Russian ships were downed at that point in time, Ukraine was very quick in taking responsibility for the same. In this particular case, they haven't really come across taking any responsibility for the same. Having said that, it appears that this is an apparent retaliation to the Crimean bridge attack, and that is the reason why we're looking at multiple missiles being launched from Belarusian soil towards the capital city of Kiev. There is absolutely no doubt about the fact that this is an escalatory move by the Russian side. After the retreat of the Russian troops from the capital city of Kiev, this perhaps is one of the first times that we are looking at multiple missiles being launched. As far as casualties are concerned, the number is not known at this point in time, but of course, given the fact that this is in the heart of the capital city of Kiev, it is expected the casualty numbers are likely to go up. We'll have to wait for the official confirmation to come in from the Ukrainian authorities. How exactly will Ukraine respond? We'll have to wait and watch, because what has essentially happened in the last few months is that there has been a humiliating defeat for the Russian side, be it in the Donbas region also, where they had to retreat despite the kind of advantage that Russia had in terms of regrouping, in terms of ensuring that the supply chain remains absolutely normal. But what has turned out is that after losing the capital city of Kiev, even certain parts of Donbas region, Ukraine has been able to recapture them. Having said that, yes, there is absolutely no doubt about the fact that large swaths of areas have been lost to the Russian side. But what we are seeing is that this comes at a time when there were reports essentially suggesting that both leaders could come together for some sort of a talk. But this morning, the foreign ministry of Ukraine has essentially indicated that too once again will be put on a back burner. On the other hand, you've seen the Ukrainian authorities quickly getting in touch with Germany as well as France. France has already indicated that full support would be given to Ukraine. An urgent meeting of the G7 is likely to take place on Tuesday, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is likely to participate. It's going to be important to see how exactly Europe and the United States essentially responds, because remember, one of the criticisms that Europe essentially faces at this point in time is the fact that they haven't really equipped Ukraine with the essential ammunition that they need to fight this war. Having said that, from time to time we have seen how the United States has basically come forward in providing the necessary ammunition, air defense system to the Ukrainian authorities, to the Ukrainian army. But is that really enough? You've essentially seen we are entering the 92-92nd day of the war. The war is still raging, and with this escalatory move, one could say that this is yet another phase that is beginning ahead of the winter to set in. Perhaps Russia also is taking advantage of the same situation. So we are essentially staring at a situation where, rather than things normalizing, it appears that another phase of the war has begun.
Right. That's precisely what appears to have gone on. And to add to that now, Shavan, we have breaking inputs coming in with regards to what the Russian President Vladimir Putin said in an address to his Security Council. And I'm going to be telling our viewers of a couple of the things that he said. One, that he has accused Ukraine and its regime based in Kiev of resorting to various terrorist methods, and included in this are the bridge attack in Crimea, and also he's talking about the attack on the Turk Stream pipeline. He's also made a couple of points with regards to activity and fighting alongside the nuclear power plant in Ukraine, which has been a bone of contention for the global community right from the beginning. Shravan, if you could tell us a little bit more about what Vladimir Putin is saying also, and what are the concerns that Russia has raised.
Well, as far as the latest update from the Russian side is concerned, Russian President Vladimir Putin is all set to chair the National Security Council, the meeting in which he's going to take stock of the damage that has been caused because of the attack at the Crimean Bridge. In the past, we have seen the Russian side making it abundantly clear, a warning being sent to Ukrainian authorities that if at all the Crimean, if there is any attack that takes place at Crimea, it's going to have major repercussions. In the past, too, there have been veiled attacks from the Ukrainian side as far as Crimea is concerned. In fact, on a lighter note, several memes were basically floated by the Ukrainian side indicating that there is going to be a point in time when Ukraine is going to once again take back Crimea. As Ukraine puts it, it's an illegal annexation of Crimea back in 2014 by the Russian side. So there have been a war of words, but now what we are witnessing is that the war has basically reached Crimea. Crimean transportation links have come under attack, and who exactly is really responsible for it? In a situation like this, in a fog of war, remember, both sides are going to indulge in psyops, and that's exactly what both sides have been extremely good at. The Russian side indicating that it is Ukraine on the other side saying that there is absolutely no link whatsoever, and they have been dragged into it. Having said that, we are talking about a day when multiple cities of Ukraine have come under attack. Nuclear plants have also come outside. The attack that took place at Dnipro and are a clear indication of the fact that Russia has certainly fair for a situation where everyone across the globe were hoping that normalize, and perhaps both sides, both the leaders will come on the negotiating table. Negotiations
Shravan, stay with us. We have a guest joining us right now from Kiev. We have Peter Zalmayev joining us from Kiev. Peter, if you can hear me, if you can tell us what exactly is the situation in Kiev right now. Are you all safe? Have you experienced these rocket attacks, and how new is this to the city after, we believe, a couple of months that it's faced this?
Yes, well, I'm safe. I am safe. I woke up this morning around 8 a.m. When I heard rockets flying over my building. Since then, there have been probably 7 or 8 such strikes, missile strikes on Kiev, a couple of explosions right behind my house. Right now it's quiet. The police and the, ambulances, fire trucks are clearing out the debris. There are several, probably dead, 10 individuals dead, maybe more. But right now it's quiet, even though obviously we can expect more attacks throughout the day.
So one of the questions that people have been asking is this how Russia will retaliate to any perceived Ukrainian activity against it? If that is the case, what is your analysis of the ongoings in this war, the way and the shape and the direction in which it's headed, Peter?
Yes, it is indeed a response to the blowing up of the bridge, the Crimean Bridge, which was a personal affront. A slap in the face of Putin, who had just celebrated the day before his 70th anniversary, and the bridge was blown up. It was a personal project of Vladimir Putin, which he inaugurated. He opened it in 2018, and so Putin's right-wing, acolytes demanded a forceful response. They pressured him, not to say that he was not willing to do it, but there is now, instead of trying to unwind and this war, calls are being issued to, adopt increasingly draconian actions. So let me just say there's a big difference between blowing up a bridge, which was transporting Russian military men to Ukraine, material and weapons, and striking against civilians in the center of Kiev. There were no military targets, to my knowledge, in Kiev. This is how Russia is fighting this war. Bottom line, I think it shows its weakness and insecurity. It's not having military victories, so instead it's concentrating on terrorizing our civilians.
Peter, one more question. Will this form of intimidation daunt the Ukrainians? Because we've seen that your people and your government have held very firm, and of course so have the military forces. Will this kind of provocation and intimidation by Russia have its desired effect, do you think?
Not so far. It hasn't had that effect. It's only fanning the flames of hatred for the enemy. And if anything, the Ukrainian officials have called and have renewed their calls to the Western allies, and specifically President Biden, to give Ukraine longer range 300-kilometer rock missiles, such as acumen missiles, so that this war can become proportional. Ukrainians need to have the ability to go and strike military targets deep inside Russia, so that Russians now start to feel the effects of the war there.
One of the points that Vladimir Putin has made in his address just a few minutes earlier is he's accused Ukraine of terrorist activities around the nuclear power plant. How do you read this, and how do the Ukrainian people see this?
Obviously, it's part of the same strategy. It's terror not against Ukrainian civilians, but against the entire world. Once again, Vladimir Putin sees now very clearly that he's not going to be able to achieve any significant military victory conventionally in Ukraine. So he's stepping up with terrorizing civilians and stepping up his blackmail of the world through other means, through gas blackmail and this blackmail around the nuclear plant station.
Peter Zalma, Peter, stay with us. So essentially, it's a form of blackmail is what you're telling us by Putin in this case. Do you see? Yeah, go on, please.
No, I agree. Yes, it is what it is. It's blackmail.
All right, and we've heard a response from the Ukrainian President Zelensky, and he says that this is an effort by Russia to wipe off Ukraine from the face of the map of the earth. Is this how the Ukrainian people see it? Clearly, there is absolutely no change in their position, isn't there?
That's true. I guess Putin could live with Ukrainians if they agree to submit to him, if they agree to give up their language, if they agree to give up their culture, their literature. Those kinds of Ukrainians he could tolerate, sort of like the ones under the Soviet Union. He cannot tolerate Ukraine that is a liberal democracy. It's a continuous challenge to his not just authoritarian anymore rule, but his totalitarian rule. He sees Ukraine as an existential threat, and it's become a self-fulfilling prophecy. He started this war against Ukrainians, and then he is surprised why Ukrainians hate him. They have willed this war upon themselves, and now they feel like Ukraine has become a threat to Russia. It's not a threat to Russia. It's a threat to Vladimir Putin's Russia. It's a threat to Russian totalitarianism that thinks that by force, it can go and change other countries' borders.
Right. Peter, stay with us. We are picking up a visual that has come in, a heartening visual that has come in from Ukraine of children in a bunker singing the national anthem and sending a clear message that their spirits will not be broken. Viewers, take a look at this. Showed our viewers a glimpse of Ukrainian children in an underground bunker singing their national anthem, and clearly undaunted. I think they've is it fair to say that the Ukrainian people are in this to whatever end? Is that something that can be said? Have people got used to the fact that there is always this kind of threat to their existence?
Well, there's simply just no other option. Even if we were to assume that Vladimir Putin wants to negotiate the currently captured territory, that's really not his goal. Like he said time and again, he does not believe that Ukraine should be an independent nation. So these are all pretexts. You know, if we were to negotiate with him now, he could try to use this to take a pause, to regroup, to refresh his army, which has been badly beaten, so he can continue his assault. His ultimate goal remains Kiev and control of all over Ukraine. So it's not a matter of just being valiant and being resilient. It's a matter of not having any other option but to defend your country and your culture and your civilization.
Right. Peter, there summing up what are the thoughts of people in Kiev at this moment. One person whose thoughts are extremely important is the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, who spoke after the rocket attacks. Let's listen in to what he said and the threat he says that Russia poses.
Українці, українки, ранок важкий, маємо справу з терористами, десятки ракет, іранські шахіди. У них дві мішені – енергооб'єкти по всій нашій державі. Київщина і Хмельниччина, Львів і Дніпро, Вінниця, Франківщина, Запоріжжя, Сумщина, Харківщина, Житомирщина, Кіровоградщина, південь держави. Вони прагнуть паніки і хаосу, хочуть знищити нашу енергосистему, вони безнадійні. Друга мішень – це люди. Спеціально обрали такий час і такі цілі, щоб завдати якнайбільше шкоди. Але ми, українці, допомагаємо одне одному, віримо в себе, відновлюємо усе зруйновано. Зараз можуть бути тимчасові перебої з електрикою, але ніколи не буде перебоїв з нашою впевненістю у перемозі. Чому саме такі удари? Ворог хоче, щоб ми злякалися, щоб люди побігли, але бігти ми можемо тільки вперед і демонструємо це на полі бою. Так буде і надалі. Працюють зараз рятувальники, працюють наші ППО. Вже на зараз 38 повітряних цілей збито. Сьогодні будьте, будь ласка, в укриттях. Завдяки допомозі наших військових все буде нормально. Завжди дотримуйтесь правил безпеки. Завжди пам'ятайте, Україна була до того, як з'явився цей ворог. Україна буде і після нього. Слава Україні!
You just heard Zelensky there, battle-hardened president, and the reason that he's issued the statement is because of the visuals kind of which you are seeing on your screens right now. This is the moment of a rocket attack that took place today in the Dnipro region. So far we've seen how it took place in Kiev, but Kiev was not the only area where this rocket attack took place. Here you can see these are visuals, and the time on the CCTV says 8:25 a.m. That's just off your screen. So this took place at 8:25 a.m. There was a car driving towards a destination, and this rocket struck right in front of it. Viewers, this meanwhile in Kolkata, the BJP is staging a massive protest there, which we've been following. We've seen how earlier the leader of the opposition in the West Bengal Assembly, Shubhendu Adhikari, had led a protest march to Raj Bhavan, and also how the BJP chief of West Bengal, Shukanta Majumdar, had been detained by the police. He'd said he was arrested as well, as were a number of the people along with him. And the reason that they're protesting is because of the violence that was witnessed, the communal clashes that were witnessed. And the BJP clearly in no mind to let the Mamta government off the hook over this. We've seen that it's a politically fractious period right now in the state. There have been periodic protests by the BJP, one in particular that had spiraled completely out of control, and now we are seeing that the BJP is once again up in arms over the violence that was witnessed in West Bengal. So far the Mamta government has not really responded in any clear terms. Let's listen in to what is being said.
कोई सुनवाई नहीं, तुम घर में बैठे हो, तुमको उठा के ले गया। अब वही चल रहा है इस सरकार के राज।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे, क्या मांग करेंगे?
अभी हमारा प्रेसिडेंट को रिहा करो, अभी विद एनी अनकंडीशनल रिहा, कोई जमीन नहीं, अभी उसको छोड़ दो।
They want their state chief, Shukanta Majumdar, to be let go by the police without any conditions being imposed. He was detained a couple of hours ago. We've spoken to him a few times. Here you can see the protesters are staging a bit of a sit-in also over there. So they're protesting on two fronts. One is over the violence that was witnessed during Lakshmi Puja, and the other is over the purported high-handedness of the Mamata Banerjee government in West Bengal for the detention of the BJP state president of West Bengal, Shukanta Majumdar. This is a story that we're tracking very closely because it appears to only be growing, the protest there by the Saffron Party. We'll be back, viewers, with a lot more, including from Kolkata and Kiev.
Mission Superpower is the ultimate goal. There's no stopping the India story. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again action our destiny. Focus on Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very, very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi parties, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of a 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है, 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से वन पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड, तो फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। कोशिश
Viewers, top headlines right now. Dramatic escalation in Ukraine-Russia war. Multiple missile attacks reported in Kyiv. Ukrainian capital comes under attack 2 days after explosion at Crimean Bridge.
सी का मतलब है क्लीन। जिस तरीके से बीजेपी के नेता केंद्र में बैठे हुए लोग जनता की जेबों को क्लीन कर रहे हैं, उसको सी बोलते हैं ना, क्लीन कर।
C for clean. That's what Samajwadi Party Neta says when confronted by Republic on his abuse to the Prime Minister. Bengal BJP rise to Prime Minister. State Chief detained. Big showdown as BJP hits out at Mamata government over Mominpur violence. Day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's mission. Gujarat inauguration of mega projects lined up. After a week-long battle, Samajwadi Party founder and one of India's tallest leaders, Mulayam Singh Yadav, no more. Viewers, we're live and breaking right now. Fresh escalation in Russia versus Ukraine war. Multiple explosions have rocked the capital of Ukraine. According to the National Police of Ukraine, at least 5 people were killed and 12 injured by Russia's multiple missile strikes on Kiev. Now, I just want to go straight across to the former Deputy PM of Ukraine. Very soon, she'll be joining us, Miss Ivana, a little later on. But right now, what we can tell you, viewers, is that we're getting multiple updates coming in on what is happening there. Missile strike, Ukraine, cities with central Kyiv being hit. That's what happened a short while back, viewers. And we also saw some reactions coming in from Putin, where he has confirmed that such strikes have happened. And he's also issued a fresh warning. All right, I'm being joined by Ms. Ivana Kleinpusch, former Deputy PM of Ukraine. Thank you for joining us here. My first question to you is that how are you seeing these escalations which are happening between Russia and Ukraine? Is it a retaliation to what happened on that bridge, which Russia is blaming on Ukraine, the Saturday bombing of the bridge near Crimea? All right, I'll be getting back to Ms. Ivana. She's a former Deputy PM of Ukraine to help us understand what exactly is happening in Ukraine and get a fresh perspective and analysis of this international development. But viewers, just a short while back, Putin has confirmed the Russian strikes and has also issued a fresh warning. In a video address, he says that long-range missiles have hit energy, military and communication facilities. And Putin is going on to even say that there will be a harsh response to any further terrorist attacks. He's calling it terrorist attacks on Russian territory. The Russian leader is also expected to meet the Security Council and discuss explosion at the weekend on a bridge linking Russia to Crimea, something which he's right now blaming to Ukraine right now. He's blaming Ukraine for what happened, the explosion on the bridge. What we can tell you, viewers, right now that the Ukrainian Defense Ministry has confirmed that over 70 missiles have been launched towards Ukrainian cities. All right, I'm being joined by former Deputy PM Ukraine, Ms. Ivana Kleinpusch. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Thank you for joining us here. My first question to you is that Putin has now confirmed the Russian strikes. Now, what do you think is happening there? Is this a retaliation? Is that how you're reading it?
Well, I think that Putin, because of the military defeats that he and his armed forces have been suffering because of the counteroffensive and because of the successful military operation from our side, from Ukrainian side, is from despair trying to insert terror on all the Ukrainian civilians. And that's why they are hitting civilian targets and they're hitting civilian infrastructure targets in order for us to be terrified and in order for us to give in. But that's not something that he will achieve with these strikes.
Right. Ms. Ivana, how many cities have been hit and what is the amount of damage which has been done so far? Could you confirm to us?
There have been at least 30 fires across different regions. I think 5 regions of Ukraine right now are without electricity. Here in Kyiv region, we also have some electricity outages. For example, in my place right now, there is no electricity as such. So they've been really trying to ensure that we are incapable of living our lives and that we would suffer from this terror, and especially because winter is coming and because the weather is getting colder, they are hoping that people will be so terrified that they will be asking for giving in. But again, the resolve of Ukrainian people is just getting stronger from these attacks, and our call for the world to support the victim, to support the country that is a sovereign country that has been illegally attacked by an aggressor, to help us.
Right. Speaking of your allies, speaking of support, Ms. Ivana, do you expect, and has there been any reaction coming in from allies of Ukraine at this point of time, US and the European allies of Ukraine? Any kind of word from them of support?
There have been so many already publicly made statements from our partners who are just confirming that they are going to continue and expedite the support to Ukraine, and the support is on the way already from the EU and from other partners. So I think that everybody is seeing right now that Russia behaves just as terrorists, but on the bigger scale, because it's a country terrorist that does not want to let another country live its own way and develop its own way and have their people just living and minding their own lives.
Right. When they say support, you're saying that a lot of leaders, French President Emmanuel Macron, in fact, he has also said that he's extremely concerned and he has reaffirmed support for Ukraine. Ms. Ivana, what kind of support do you expect from your allies at this point of time when it comes to Ukraine and Ukraine's allies? We have Emmanuel Macron, we have German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who's also said and confirmed of support from Berlin.
We are expecting air defense, anti-rocket defense. We're expecting more munitions and more weaponry. And we are also expecting additional pressure on the Russian Federation in terms of sanctions. And I'm hoping that finally we will also get additional tanks and even fighter jets in order to protect civilians, in order to protect our lives, and in order to kick out the aggressor from the land where they have come illegally.
Right. And Ms. Ivana, Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukrainian president, has given a statement. He has been, in fact, Volodymyr Zelensky speaks to the people directly, heart to heart, ever since this war has started. This time he has said, Russia trying to wipe us off the face of the earth. This is a very strong statement coming in this time, Ms. Ivana, from Volodymyr Zelensky. Do you really believe that Russia is taking the aggression to the next level right now with these strikes?
I've been reaching out to the whole world over this already 8 months of this full-scale aggression, trying to explain that Russia wants to eradicate and fully erase Ukraine from the map of the world. So maybe the world will at least hear President Zelensky when he is speaking out on that. Russia is taking it to the other levels. Russia is escalating, and Russia does not need any provocations in order to escalate. Russia just decided that it wants to show the military might to the whole world, and it wants to prove that by military force it's possible to change the borders of the free country. It's possible to create and conduct genocide against the whole Ukrainian nation. And that's exactly what they are doing right now. So I really believe that all the people who believe in basic basic right of human life have to stand together with Ukraine. And I would really want to see also India taking the right place in terms of supporting the good against total evil, which is Russian Federation.
Right. Well, ma'am, just one last question before we go. Speaking with you has, in fact, given us a fresh perspective and to our viewers as well about what's happening in Ukraine. Any message that you have for the people of Ukraine at this point of time? Because even Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has given them some instructions: stay indoors, take shelter, and stay strong. Ms. Ivana.
Absolutely. I think we have to be very careful. We should not disregard any of the air raid alarms and should take shelter and should be prepared for more suffering because of Russian Federation. But definitely they will not be able to kill us all. They will definitely not be able to take us over, and we will have to win this war in order to protect all the other nations, not only ourselves, from this evil, which is Russian Federation. I will repeat this. It's aggressor state, it's terrorist state, it's evil state. It has to be defeated. It has to be isolated from all the international fora, all the international organizations, and we have to ensure that it is weakened to that point that it cannot start yet another attack on any other state in the world.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Ivana, for joining us here. That was former Deputy PM of Ukraine, Ivana Kleinpusch, who was with us here on Republic TV, speaking to us exclusively, telling us about what is happening in Ukraine right now, dramatic escalation in Ukraine. Also, we are getting reactions coming in from Western allies of Ukraine right now. Like Ms. Ivana was also saying that Ukraine at this point of time wants support from its Western allies. Some countries have also said that they're supporting Ukraine and are extremely concerned with what is happening. Much more coming up on the other side. We continue to get you the latest from Ukraine and Russia escalation.
After the EC froze the Shiva Sena's bow and arrow symbol, the fight for the Sena symbol now continues. After a day of hectic negotiations, the Shinde faction will be submitting a symbol option to the Election Commission today. Addressing the India-Australia joint briefing, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar discussed India's stand on several issues. Speaking on India's relationship with Australia, the External Affairs Minister said both countries believe in free water navigation. Meanwhile, he also spoke on Khalistan and the need to control terrorism.
As Minister Wong said, we've had really a very, very useful, very productive, very comfortable discussion today. The Khalistani issue that you have raised, from time to time, we have engaged the Canadian government. I have myself engaged my counterpart.
In a major breakthrough, days after gangster Deepak Tinu escaped from police custody in Punjab's Mansa, his alleged accomplice was nabbed by a team of the Punjab police from Mumbai airport.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing economy. Last year, the Indian economy was all geared up. Now it's time to set the goal in sight. It's Mission Superpower.
We are the 5th largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe with the Aam Aadmi parties, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of a 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें ग्राउंड फ्लोर
Viewers, let's go to West Bengal now. Getting in live pictures from Kolkata, where BJP is protesting over the violence in Bengal. Suvendu Adhikari is now leading the protest. Visuals coming in from Kolkata, viewers. This is happening just a day after violence and tensions erupted in West Bengal's Mominpur area after there were some clashes reported there. West Bengal BJP chief Sukanto Majumdar was also held by the police just a short while back. He spoke to Republic TV as well, saying that he has no idea why was he held, even though he was trying to go and meet the people there after the clashes which were reported in West Bengal's Mominpur. Now remember that the BJP is holding the protest against the law and order situation in West Bengal. I just want to go straight across to Kishalay from a Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishalay, the BJP is protesting in Kolkata. It's been happening for a couple of hours now. What is the latest update coming in from West Bengal?
Shivangi, we are showing live visuals of BJP protest in central Kolkata, especially against the arrest of Sukanto Majumdar today. Sukanto Majumdar, state BJP president, was arrested when he was trying to visit the spot where the communal clashes took place the day before Lakshmi Puja here in Kolkata. The exact spot was quite far away from the place where he was arrested. However, after the arrest of Sukanto Majumdar, when he was taken away to Lal Bazar, the police headquarters here in West Bengal, here in Kolkata, BJP sprang out in protest in all over the state after he was arrested, and we are seeing live visuals from Kolkata Central Avenue, especially near the BJP headquarters here. In that particular area, we can see BJP leaders like Shajol Ghosh and Rudronil Ghosh. They are present and they are leading the protest march, and they are trying to establish that Sukanto Majumdar was illegally arrested because he till that time section 144 was not imposed in that area from where Sukanto Majumdar was arrested. Now section 144 has been Now section 144 has been imposed in Mominpur and areas nearby. However, Sukanto Majumdar was arrested from far away and he was taken away by the police, and it is termed by BJP as illegal. That's what we are getting to know. Therefore, BJP is protesting all across Kolkata. We will be coming back in this story with more after a short break.
Right. Well, thank you, Kishalay. And also, Suvendu Adhikari has demanded CRPF deployment in West Bengal as BJP protest in Kolkata. Much more coming up. Stay tuned.
We are the fifth largest economy. We are the fastest growing major economy. Last year the economy was all geared up. Now is the time to set the goal in sight. Mission Superpower.
Days after a religious conversion tape sparked around, Delhi Minister Rajendra Pal Gautam has resigned from his post. Reacting to the incident, the BJP took a jibe at the Aam Aadmi parties, sparking big political fight. In a tragic incident, a building collapsed near Lahori Gate in the national capital. The incident claimed the life of a 4-year-old, leaving at least 10 people injured. Meanwhile, all the injured have been shifted to hospital for immediate medical treatment.
इसमें एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर, एक मेज़नाइन फ्लोर और एक फर्स्ट फ्लोर, तो 2 मंजिला इमारत हम कह सकते हैं। तो इस इमारत में बारिश की वजह से पुरानी बिल्डिंग थी, काफ़ी पुरानी थी। आई कैन नॉट असर्टन कितनी पुरानी है, उसका जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी ख़राब हो गई, बिल्डिंग गिर गई। इसमें कई लोगों को चोट आई है, 10 लोग इसमें LNJP में हमने एडमिट किए हैं। उसमें से वन पर्सन इज़ ब्रॉट डेड, तो फेटल हो गया। एक बच्ची है 4 साल की खुशी, तो उसकी इसमें जान चली गई है। अभी हम लोगों का रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। NDRF की टीम्स 5 टीमें मौके पे हैं और हम लोग उनको पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी मलबा हटाया जाए, और अगर कोई और भी अगर हो सकता है दबा हुआ हो तो
Last year, we were all geared up.
This network is proof that everything in India is greenfield. Is it time for the Republic Network to do a spectacular intervention in global digital news media or not? It's my passion project. So that is our consecration to making India a superpower.
Now India has a clear goal, Mission Superpower. Witness the India growth story. Republic Media Network brings you India's biggest economic summit. Time to once again
Viewers, getting in some breaking news coming in from the top court right now. The apex court has refused, I repeat, has refused to remove the ban for now on crackers. However, there will be a hearing before Diwali. So this is big news coming in. Supreme Court refusing to remove ban on crackers in New Delhi at this point of time, viewers. But what we're also learning so far is that there will be a hearing before Diwali. So now the ban stays so far when it comes to crackers, and this is coming ahead of the festive season right now, and this is also keeping in mind the use of toxic chemicals and the air pollution that crackers cause on Diwali. What we're learning so far is that the apex court has now said that the ban will stay on crackers. Big news coming